Welcome to the Horus Audiobook channel. Don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating content.
For the servants of the star and the snake. Invocation. I was. Confirm my troth with thee. My will inspire with secret sperm of subtle, free, creating fire. Mold thou my very flesh as thine. Renew my birth in childhood merry as divine. Enchanted earth, dissolve my rapture and think own. A sacred slaughter whereby to capture and atone the soul of water. Fill thou my mind with gleaming thought intense and rare to one refined, outfying to naught, the word of air, most, bridal bound, my quintessential form thus freeing from self, be found one skullfood blent in spirit being. Aleister Crowley. Introduction. This book contains a critical study of Aleister Crowley's system of sexual magic and its affinities with the ancient tantric rites of Kali, the dark goddess of blood and dissolution represented in Crowley's cult as the Scarlet Woman. It is an attempt to supply a key to the work of an adept whose vast knowledge of occultism was unsurpassed by any previous Western authority. I have emphasized the similarity between Crowley's cult of Thelema and Tantra because the present wave of interest in the tantric system makes it probable that readers will be able to assess more fully the importance of Crowley's contribution to occultism in general and to the magical path in particular. As a result of many years' research into obscure phases of occultism, I have evolved a method of dream control for contacting extraterrestrial and non-human entities. This forms the substance of chapters 6 and 7. This method is described in relation to the mysteries of Kundalini, the supreme magical power symbolized by the sleeping fire snake at the base of the spine which, after its awakening, activates the subtle power zones in the human body. Aleister Crowley, Auschinger, Spare, Dion Fortune, and the German occultist Eugen Groschk were among the first adepts in the West to teach the use of the psycho-sexual energies, the Ophidian current that informed the most ancient arcana of Africa and the Far East. Although it was Crowley who first integrated this current with the Western esoteric tradition, this was not achieved without some doubtful interpretations of Oriental symbolism. This was inevitable because it was not until the last years of Crowley's life that certain secret knowledge pertaining to the Tantric Vina Marg made possible a fuller understanding of the Book of the Law, the ultimate repository of magical formulae, and the grimoire of the new aeon or era which it had inaugurated in 1904, when Crowley received and transmitted it. I have therefore endeavored to correct errors of interpretation in order to diminish the dangers naturally concomitant upon the use of this current. Chapter 10 summarizes information about a mystical tradition concerning the influx of cosmic energy from a transpyutonic power zone known to initiates as New Isis. The Book of the Law contains veiled references to this mystery for the transmission of which I once founded a dependent lodge of the O.2a. Constructive study of Crowley's magic unavoidably involves discussion of actual techniques. As this book is not designed as a manual of practical magic, the reader is cautioned against the very real danger of attempting to use any of the methods it describes. Although several chapters are based upon unpublished material by Crowley and Spare, care has been taken not to violate the obligation of discretion imposed upon members of arcane sanctuaries who possess the genuine keys of initiation. I owe a debt of gratitude to Frater Ani Abthilol, 9° OTO, who made available an invaluable contemporary Kaula comment on ancient tantric rites. I am also grateful to Crowley's literary executor, Mr. John Simons, for permission to quote from unpublished sources, and to my wife, for her constant help throughout. Finally, if the reader detects a dichotomy between the popular conception of Crowley's enigmatic and the interpretation here given, which, with THC exception of the matter contained in Chapter 10, is based largely upon his own writings, the object of this book will have been achieved. I the one beyond 10 in 1893, at the age of 18, Aleister Crowley determined to put magic on a sound scientific basis. He explains that he adopted the Old English spelling, runagic, in order to distinguish the science of the Magi from all its counterfeits. By this spelling, he also intended to indicate the peculiar nature of his teachings, which has a special affinity with the number 11, the one beyond 10. K, the last letter of magic, is the 11th letter of several major alphabets. To it is attributed to the god Jupiter, whose vehicle, the eagle, is symbolic of magic power in its feminine aspect. It is the symbol of that gigantic power whose color is scarlet and who has affinity with Capricorn or Babylon. The special import of Capricorn, the goat, is revealed by its attribution, in the Indian tradition, to the goddess Kali, whose vehicle is blood. K is also the ku, ko or q symbolized by the tail or vagina, venerated in ancient Egypt as the source of great magical power. Magic spelt with a K therefore indicates the precise nature of the current which Crowley embodied and transmitted. Because the number 10 was regarded by Kabbalists as the stable number of the system of divine emanations, or Sephiroth, the number 7 was considered accursed because it was outside the system. Therefore adopted 11 as his formula. In the Book of the Law, the goddess Nut exclaims, "My number is 2, as all their numbers who are of us," which is a direct allusion to the A, or order of the silver star, and its system of grades. 4 Nut is the great outside, represented Fissy Kali as infinite space and the infinite stars thereof, i.e.
Isa.
Nut and Isis are thus identified in the Book of the Law. Isis is terrestrial space, illumined by the stars. Nut is outer, or infinite space, the undying darkness that is the hidden source of light. She is also, in a mystical sense, inner space and the great within. Crowley first became aware of the existence of a hierarchy of spiritual powers in 1898 when he read The Cloud Upon the Sanctuary by Karl von Eckartshausen. He was 22 at the time and in his third year at Cambridge. In the course of a review of The Cloud in the Equinox 5, Volume 3, Crowley wrote, "It was this book which first made me aware of the existence of a secret mystical assembly of saints and determined me to devote my whole life, without keeping back the least imaginable thing, to the purpose of making myself worthy to enter that circle." Although The Cloud Upon the Sanctuary was written in the language of Christian mysticism, the idea of a spiritual hierarchy at which it hints is not confined to Christianity. It is to be found also in the Buddhist system. In the line of mystical Hindu gurus that preceded the present Shankaracharya of Kangchi Kamakoti Pitham, in the spiritual Sampradaya, or lineage of Gorakhnath and the Nath Siddhas, and similar hierarchies. Whether the theory of Christian apostolic succession is true or not, whether the Dalai and Tashi Lamas of Tibet represent in truth a subtle lineage of invisible adepts is a moot point. Some sort of occult order undoubtedly controls the motions of stars and planets, and if stars and planets are governed in the infinitudes of space, why not also men and women in the finitudes of earth? For, as the Book of the Law expresses it, every man and every woman is a star. After Crowley read The Cloud Upon the Sanctuary, he aspired to contact the hidden order which the book describes. As a result of his endeavors, he met George Cecil Jones, Frater DDS, a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, whose head at that time was Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers. It was through DDS that Crowley was initiated into the Golden Dawn on November 1898. He assumed the magical name Perdurabo, I shall endure, a motto undoubtedly suggested by his acquaintance with biblical lore, inherited from his father, a fanatical Plymouth brother, and based upon Matthew 24 verse 13. Crowley extended it to mean, I shall endure to the end, for at the end is there naught to endure, perdurabo. This was no mere wordplay, but an adumbration of that total annihilation of personality which had to be accomplished if he were to achieve the summit of spiritual attainment, a supreme abolishment synonymous with an experience known as the ordeal of the abyss. 6 The Golden Dawn attracted people who were either dissatisfied with traditional, Christianized, Masonic teachings, or unwilling to accept Oriental concepts filtered through the brilliant, though not always flawless prism of Madame Blavatsky's Theosophical Society. One of the most outstanding members of the order, from Crowley's point of view, was Alan Bennett, Frater Lehiauer. It was he who gave Crowley his grounding in Oriental mysticism. It was Bennett, also, who later became a Buddhist monk in Burma, and who, instead of introducing Thelema to the East, as Crowley had hoped he would do, reversed the process and brought Buddhism to the West. Bennett was one of the original members of the Buddhist Sangha in England. Within a year of his initiation, Crowley's advance in the Golden Dawn had been so swift that he attained the highest grade which Mathers was entitled to confer and, According to an unpublished autobiographical note, 1924, by the year 1903 Crowley was the most advanced adept, as distinct from a master, in the world. But as at Cambridge, when he had undergone the Buddhist trance of sorrow and realized the futility of earthly ambition and achievement, so now, when almost at the summit of mystical attainment, he was overwhelmed by a similar sense of futility. It was so acute that he abandoned the great work ate itself. In August 1903, he married Rose Edith Kelly, who, within a year of their marriage, was instrumental in putting him in touch with an occult intelligence of incalculable power, one that was to remain with him to the end of his life. Through this intelligence, named Aiwass, Crowley received the Book of the Law in 1904. Among other things, the Golden Dawn taught a technique for acquiring mastery of the astral plane, during which the projected astral body of the magician was identified with an Egyptian god form. When practicing the assumption of a god form, Perdurabo, i.e., Crowley, chose the form of Horus, one of the oldest deities known to man. He sealed the plasm of his astral body in the mentally formulated image of a golden hawk, a vehicle of Horus, and in that form, he explored the subtle ethers of the universe. 9 The technique of assuming the god form, of ritually evoking and banishing astral, elemental, and planetary entities, forms the substance of Liber Zero Vet Mantis et Sagitti, a Golden Dawn instruction which Crowley later published in the Equinox, Volume
No.
2. See also Magic, by Aleister Crowley, Routledge, 1973. The Golden Dawn underwent great changes owing to the failure of Mathers to maintain a magical link with the occult current in forming the the Order of the Silver Star, and the subsequent dissolution of his contacts on the inner planes by the secret chiefs of the order. In a manifesto addressed to members of the Second Order, the Orders of the Rosy Cross and of the Cross of Gold, Mathers had given more than a hint as to what this contact implied. As to the secret chiefs with whom I am in touch and from whom I have received the wisdom of the Second Order which I communicated to you, I can tell you nothing. I do not even know their earthly names, and I have very seldom seen them in their physical bodies. They used to meet me physically at a time and place fixed in advance. For my part, I believe they are human beings living on this earth, but possessed of terrible and superhuman powers. My physical encounters with them have shown me how difficult it is for a mortal, however advanced, to support their presence. I do not mean that during my rare meetings with them I experienced the same feeling of intense physical depression that accompanies the loss of magnetism. On the contrary, I felt I was in contact with a force so terrible that I can only compare it to the shock one would receive from being near a flash of lightning during a great thunder storm, experiencing at the same time great difficulty in breathing. The nervous prostration I spoke of was accompanied by cold sweats and bleeding from the nose, mouth, and sometimes the ears. This may suggest quackery, or even theosophy, but the fact remains that Perdurabo succeeded where Mathers had failed. Through proper application of the magical methods taught by Mathers, Perdurabo was able to pitch his consciousness into reciprocal harmony with what proved to be an indubitably powerful intelligence. By repeatedly assuming the god form of Horus, Crowley attuned his consciousness to the vibrations emanating from the sphere of that complex of cosmic power. In this way, he prepared himself to receive the Book of the Law, technically entitled Liber Al Vel Legis. This book will be referred to hereafter simply as Al. Al, pronounced El, is a Chaldean word meaning, among other things, God or the Great One. It possesses elemental and planetary attributes, air, to the letter A, and Venus, to the letter L. A signifies the creative spirit, breath, prana, etc., and L signifies the woman satisfied, or fulfilled with creative energy. The relevant tarotic keys are entitled the Fool and Adjustment, respectively. The inner meaning of these keys will emerge in due course. Al was transmitted to Crowley by a discarnate intelligence named Aiwass in 1904. For an hour precisely, from noon till 1 o'clock p.m. On April 8, 9 and Io, while Crowley was in Cairo, Aiwass dictated the substance of the book which forms the most important magical document of the new Aeon. A full account of the transaction is given by Crowley in his Confessions, and, in more technical detail, in the Equinox of the Gods. The secret chiefs not only authorized Perdurabo to supplant Mathers as head of the Golden Dawn, They also made it clear that he was specially chosen to establish a new epoch in the evolution of consciousness on this planet, over which the god Horus will preside for the next 2,000 years. Changes of Aeon occur periodically at intervals of about 2,000 years, the most recent having occurred in 1904 when Horus supplanted Osiris as the typical vehicle of the magical current that now infuses the aura of the planet. Aiwass, or Aiwaz as it is sometimes spelt, B0 claims to be the minister of Hor, Par Krat, a form of one Taurus, more generally known as Set or Shaitan. The 3 chapters of Al are a manifestation in speech of the god of silence, Horparkrat. 2Al approximates in some important respects to the Far Eastern Tantras in that it is cast in the form of a teaching imparted by a god to his Sakti, vehicle of power. In this particular case, Aiwass to Perdurabo, who is described in Al as the chosen priest, the apostle of infinite space. The prince, priest the beast. This description of the chosen priest must have struck Crowley forcibly, for in his teens he had had a vivid inner experience which he described as a passionate sense of identity with the Beast 666. The Beast 666 is the dragon with 7 heads mentioned in Revelation. Its occult significance shows in what manner the number 666 is the number of a man, for the 7 heads represent the 7 stations of the pole star, each of which fell, or sank down, at vast periodic intervals, the entire process taking 26,000 years to complete. This constitutes one great year in the cycle of precession. The symbolism is astronomical as well as mystical. The 7 heads of the beast were typified by various images that had their earthly prototypes as symbols of magical power. The sinking and final disappearance of the 6th head made way for that of a man, i.e., a star represented by the first human image ever constellated in the heavens, the sign of Hiru, Horus, the hero or Hercules of the later Greek astro mythology. The image of the beast, dragon, or 7-headed serpent, formed the basal design on the floor of the vault of the adepts in the Golden Dawn. To each head was assigned a name of the qliphothic or demonic force, the number of which is 11. Another affinity between Al and the Tantras is that the Tantras are accepted, not because of their antiquity alone, but because of the proven superhuman authority of their origin. There are other similarities to the Tantras, but also one great dissimilarity in that the Tantrics, especially of the Sakta division, avoid all use of the number 11 because it is considered inauspicious. 5. This number, which plays a major role in Crowley's cult, has been adversely commented upon by Dion Fortune. Crowley's Magic 6 is valuable to the student, but only the advanced student could use it with profit. The formulae, too, on which he works, would be considered averse and kvi by occultists accustomed to the Kabbalistic tradition, for he uses 2 instead of Io as the basis of his battery of Nox in the magical Kirkmonies, and 2 is the number of the Qliphoth. No hint of this is given in the text, and it is an ugly trap for the unwary student. Point 17. It is true that 11 is the number of the Qliphoth, the unbalanced residue cast off by, and therefore outside, the 10 Sephiroth. But man has to triumph over these unbalanced forces in his own nature before he can become a master magician. In order to do this, he first has to evoke the Qliphoth, which he does by formulating the averse pentagram, the Star of Set. After he has established his magical supremacy by balancing within himself the 5 elements represented by the upright pentagram, the Star of Nut. The magician is himself the 11th, because he is forever outside and beyond the operation of the 10, i.e., the 2 pentagrams. Similarly, the beast with 7 heads achieves his apotheosis in the 8-fold power named Baphomet, the glyph of the androgyne which conceals the secret formula of change through sexual polarity in human form. This is the formula of sexual magic based on atavistic resurgence. See Chapter 8. Crowley, who always maintained a positive attitude, considered also the equally important fact that 11 is the number of the path of Aleph on the Tree of Life, the path that transmits the light of Kether, the Father, to Tifereth, the Son. This path symbolizes the transmission of the supernal light to the Magus, Chakma, by the formula of divine madness. Aleph, the Fool of the Tarot, is also the Mad One. The path of Aleph is the path of wisdom or folly. Aleph spelt in full, R, totals 3, 11 on the grand scale. In the Book of Thoth, the letter A is ascribed to the first key, the Fool, the Mad One, and the serial number of this key is 0. We here reach the root of Crowley's key formula. 0 is equal to 2, which is also an ancient Chinese formula. 18 The sum of unity, I, and its reflection, also I, symbolized by the number II, is the dyad, the mystic number of woman, the divider into two, i.e., as mother and child. To woman is ascribed the letter Beth, which means the house or womb. 2 is its number. Hence 11, the dynamic form of 2, is the number of that magic which uses the sexual forces and the woman to recreate the illusion of the universe. The secret seal of the A is an 11-fold star, again, the one beyond 10. The word of the law announced by Iwas is Tulzil, Na, will, and it is expressed in Al in the 11-worded precept, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. There are 11 lines on the reverse side of the stele of Re Teliag, which is the magical talisman of the present Aeon of Horus, and Crowley became a Magus 9 degree equals 2A, with the motto to Megatherion, the great beast, 11 years after he received Al from Iwas. The magic of the Aeon of Horus consists in the realization of the identity of Kether, Nut, and Moketh, Hadit. The numbers of these Sephiroth are I and 10 respectively. Their union in the consciousness of the magician produces Tifereth, the sun, Horus, the lord of the Aeon. The magical formula of the great work, which is the process of uniting these two in consciousness, is Abrahadabra, the 11-lettered word of power. In the Cephalidium working, unpublished, Crowley describes the fortress, or house of Horus, the house of God mentioned in Al, as the Aeon of 11 towers. In view of Crowley's references to the worship of Shaitan as being equivalent to the worship of Had, or Hadit, it is interesting to compare the 11 temples connected with the sect of Shaitan, devotees still existing in the Syrian desert in the neighborhood of Baghdad. 20 Crowley's magical title in the OTO was Baphomet, the eightfold name, Octonomos, the master magician. Baphomet is also 11-fold, as revealed by the Baphometic cross. It symbolizes not only the 11 Sephiroth, i.e., the 10 Sephiroth plus Dath, but also the one beyond 10 that pervades the system from outside, Nut. The formula of force is 11 in 1 and 1 in 11, that is 418. 21 This means that Abrahadabra, the numerical value of which is 418, the number of the great work, is one word consisting of 11 letters, therefore 11 in 1. Ahad, the center or heart of Abrahadabra, is Hadit or Shaitan. It is also the Chaldean word signifying one, unity, thus 1 in 11. The magical theories which underlie the formula of the assumption of God forms are of vital importance to an understanding of Crowley's later refinement and rehabilitation of them. The masquerading as animal-headed deities, the wearing of pelts, horns, skins, bestial organs, etc., was done with intent to assimilate the superhuman powers possessed by certain animals. This formula, which was used by the sorcerers of the ancient world, had a profound effect upon the psychology of the operator. Because man evolved from the beasts, he possesses, deeply buried in his subconsciousness, the memories of superhuman powers he once possessed. Each animal typifies one or more such powers: strength and subtlety for the leopard, seeing or sensing in darkness for the cat, the OWI, the bat, swift death, dealing power for the snake, the power of transformation for the hyena, and so on. Any required atavism could be evoked by assumption of the appropriate God form. 22 The process was known to initiates as the formula of the divine ape, the ape being an image of the primal link between man and beast. It was also a symbol of the astral body and the reflective quality of the astral light that appears to mimic or ape the images impressed upon it by the will of the magician. The assumption of the God form is therefore an aping of the superhuman power which it is desired to evoke. In a paper on clairvoyance, MacGregor Mathers noted that the specific forms of animals are significant even on the mundane plane, and that on the astral plane this is even more emphatically the case. In the case of the ape, the formula was actually enacted in a sexual rite that Crowley refers to in his comment on the vision, and the voice. 23 Classical mythology is replete with examples of the sexual assumption of the God form. Zeus enjoyed Europa as a bull, Leda as a swan, Astery as an eagle, and Diois as a speckled serpent. Poseidon, as a bull, seduced Arn, as a ram, Theophane. Kronos, as a horse, covered Philyra and begot the centaur Chiron, etc. There is also the biblical mystery of Mary and the dove. Crowley interprets the formula as a magical unification of larval consciousness, characteristic of pre-human phases of life, with the ultimate product of an exalted and illumined human will. The exaltation of pre-eval atavisms to cosmic consciousness through the instrumentality of sexual magic. The Sphinx is the most celebrated image of this concept. Crowley describes it as the deification of the bestial, and therefore an apt hieroglyph of the Magneto Opus. Point 24. In other words, it symbolizes the formula for the bringing through of cosmic power, the meeting of beast and God through the mediumship of man. The use of ritual masks, more particularly those of the ancient Egyptian gods, a falcon for Horus, a jackal or fennec fox for Anubis, an ibis or ape for Thoth, a crocodile, dragon or ass for Set, and hippopotamus for Typhon, was a means of identification with subconscious strata corresponding to remote atavisms. The law of evolution is retrogression of function governing progression of attainment, i.e., the more wonderful our attainments, the lower in the scale of life the function that governs them. 25. The subconsciousness responds to properly applied magical theurgy, in some cases, even to brain surgery. Walter Penfield's work has shown that during brain operations, stimulation of the temporal lobe of the brain may actually reproduce a sense of the full experience of a past memory, as if it were occurring again. This was discovered when epileptic patients were treated surgically. 26. It is clear from the nature of some of the Golden Dawn instructions that its chiefs were fully aware of the occult significance of animals in ancient arcane traditions. In an abstract of one such teaching, Perturabo notes that monkeys, for instance, are the debased result of ancient magical effort to form a direct link with animals, i.e., with the pre-human strata of consciousness, those strata which contain superhuman energies in latent form. In Magic Without Tears, 27. Crowley notes that in certain types of animal, there appears, if tradition have any weight, to be a curious quality, which enables them to assume at times the human form.
No.
And the rest are also Rands, is the seal. There is a whole body of literature about this. Then come wolves, hyenas, large dogs of the hunting type, occasionally leopards. Tails of cats and serpents are usually the other way round. It is the human, nearly always female, that assumes these shapes by witchcraft. But in ancient Egypt, the papyri are full of formulas for operating such transformations. The magicians of antiquity were deeply versed in this and allied formulae. By the assumption of the form or nature of the deity, they made themselves the vehicles of the elemental energy typified by the god. It was Crowley's frequent assumption of the god, form of Horus, as a golden hawk, that enabled him to invoke the magical energies of the new aeon which lay latent in the racial subconsciousness in the form of animal atavisms. Animals were the first sentient forms of the primal current of consciousness that proceeded from an extra-terrestrial source. They were, in fact, the primal forms of cosmic energies or gods, their literal god forms, and the later assumption of these forms by man was a magical means of contacting the stream of consciousness that first penetrated this planet from outside. Aiwass is the link, the corridor through which the impulse was transmitted from the source of extra-terrestrial consciousness. That is, Aiwass was a messenger from the forces ruling this earth at present. Point 28. The location of that source and the nature of those forces, or gods, are mysteries concealed in Al. Rather than originating with Crowley, this impulse included and comprehended him in its sweep. Aiwass is both a subjective and individualized concept and an objective and cosmic entity. This explains how Aiwass is simultaneously a part of Crowley's subliminal consciousness and an independent entity identified with cosmic energy. From the time Crowley entered the Golden Dawn in 1898 to the receipt of Al in 1904 and for several years afterwards, sex had had for him no particular occult significance. He used it in the normal course of events. His casual use of it, however, during his period of magical training explains his rapid progress in the order. The effects of the formula of the divine ape, augmented by the use of sex in his personal life, mysteriously released the serpent power, Kundalini, within him. Yet it was many years before Crowley acknowledged Aiwass as a being identical with his daemon, his genius, or holy guardian angel. Aiwass, the minister of Hoer, Par, Krat, therefore equates with the solar, phallic, hermetic Lucifer, the devil, Satan, or Hadad of our particular unit of the starry universe. This serpent, Satan, is not the enemy of man, but he who made gods of our race, knowing good and evil. He bade, "Know thyself," and taught initiation. 29. Furthermore, Crowley typifies the true nature in every man and woman, the true will, by the Satyr, 3 degree of form of Saturn or Set, Shaitan Aiwass, the hidden god. 2. The Scarlet Woman I, the Beast 666, am called to show this worship and to send it forth into the world. By my woman called the Scarlet Woman, who is any woman that receives and transmits my solar word and being, is this my work achieved. For without woman man hath no power. The Jeridensis working Chapter 11 of Crowley's Magic, original edition, is entitled Of Our Lady Babylon and of the Beast whereon she rideth. It begins, "The contents of this section, inasmuch as they concern Our Lady, are too important and too sacred to be printed. They are only communicated by the Master Therion to chosen pupils in private instruction. It is not claimed that the contents of the present chapter constitute the private instruction mentioned in Magic, but the following interpretation of the formula of the Scarlet Woman is based upon a study of unpublished material which possibly formed the basis of such instruction. The adjective scarlet has reference to the draconian current upon which the new aeon is based, for it is the color of Aries, Horus, or Horus. Aries in the zodiac also represents the green man, the vernal power of the sun. Scarlet is the color of the flame which initiates the annual vernal current that avenges itself upon the drought and darkness of the winter months. In another sense, scarlet equates with the red substance of female source, the prime menstruum of magical energy, and also with the negatory, destructive aspect of lunar or black magic and witchcraft. It is in this sense that the Scarlet Woman equates with Kali, who is primarily the goddess of stellar and lunar periods, hints of time. One of the first methods of telling time was by the periodic emanations of the female cynocephaly, which the ancient Egyptian priests used for this purpose. Point 2 time is the menstruum in which all material forms arise, transform, and finally dissolve. The best blood is of the moon, monthly, says A.L. This refers particularly to the Kali aspect of the formula. Best, that is, for works of dissolution or transmutation. Best, in other words, for magic or energy tending to change. The name Babylon, which is used to designate the office of Scarlet Woman, differs from the apocalyptic version not only in respect of its orthography 3, but also for the following reasons. The biblical concept of the Scarlet Woman is already a corruption of that ancient magical tradition of which, outside sanctuaries of initiation, temple prostitution is the only remembered form. The tradition is best preserved in the doctrines of the Indian and Tibetan tantras, which describe ceremonies involving the use of the kalas, medicines, which imbue the exudations of specially trained priestesses. The sweet, smelling ladies, Suvasinis, have a more than literary correlation to the sweet, smelling perfume of sweat spoken of in A.L.I. 27. The formula of the Scarlet Woman is the formula of the Suvasini. Babylon means the gate of the sun. She admits the solar force through her gate, gut, cut, or cat, i.e., pudenda. As the cat she is the moon, or the sun reflected in the eye of Aminta, the left eye of space as the sun is the right. Thus the Vama Marg, literally the left path or the path involving the use of woman, the female being considered as the left or lunar aspect of creation in contradistinction to the Dakshina Marg, which involves the solar current, the male or right hand aspect. In another sense, Vama Marg is the esoteric aspect of Tantra, of which the exoteric aspect is the Daxil, Ina Marg. These distinctions have nothing whatever to do with white and black magic, as often and erroneously supposed. The name Babylon is numerically equivalent to I6, whereas the corrupt, apocalyptic form, Babylon, totals 165, a number of no particular Kabbalistic significance. 1, 5, 6, on the other hand, conceals many ideas relating to the function of the Scarlet Woman. For instance, it is the number of Tzivn, Zion, the holy mountain. It is also the number of the city of the pyramids beneath the Night of Pan, for which may be entered and explored through the magical use of Babylon. It is also, according to Liber 4i8, the number of chaos, which is a concept of singular importance in the Kabbalah of Thelema, for it is a secret name of the beast. Babylon is thus identified with her true lord. Another important correspondence with the number 156 is San Ru, a term used by the ancient Egyptians to denote the day of the summer solstice, when the eye of Horus, i.e., the moon, was full and the year completed. The number 156 is therefore a perfect symbol of the magically inspired female, i.e., of the Scarlet Woman. It is also her numerical formula, which is one of change and manifestation, Scorpio and Capricorn. The apprehension of the interchangeability of these symbols requires the use of a special kind of mental faculty, one which is capable of simultaneously distinguishing and identifying apparently disparate concepts. The disparity exists only in relation to the mentality which conceives it. Once this is grasped, initiation becomes possible and the mind transcends itself by means of the reconciliation of opposites. The Visvakosatantra says, no worship is valid without women, Sakti, fish, and meat. Similarly, a Sahajiya text declares, if you do not submit yourself to a Manjari, woman, but simply rely on theoretical knowledge of the thing, you cannot get Krishna by spiritual culture. According to Munindra Bose, 6, the Sahajiyas do not use fish or meat in mystic culture, but as regards the necessity of women, they have the same idea of the utility of a female companion as preached in the Tantras. An initiated tantric comment on the Vama Marg describes the Suvasinis as sweet, smelling ladies, selected to play the role of mother. They are to be sought as the one and only refuge. And even though as many as 16 ladies are chosen in one of the rarer forms of magic that appertain to this school of worship, the chief focal point is the woman, the one and only who is the Suvasini. Crowley was working the same formula and he explained the mechanics of it in his magical record. The formula of the Aeon, 418, is not, as one might have expected, of Horus, but of Chetli, the chariot, a formula of going. It is the house of the moon, body of change. This balances the solar 666, he is ever a sun, and she a moon, Ali, 16. The Scarlet Woman is therefore lunar. I am the white, and she is the red, of alchemical perfection. And my failure has been due to lack of her, in whom is all power given. I have achieved my own private initiation quite nicely and nimbly, but I have not been able to manifest in power for lack of her. Crowley then enumerates several Scarlet Women who had assisted him during major magical workings. The seer Warda, i.e., his wife, Rose Kelly, candidate No. I, gave him the power to get the Book of the Law. Viracum, Mary Diesk Sturges, No. 2, gave me Book 4, in part, but broke down, surely through my own default of faith in her, more than her quite justified distrust of me. We neither of us gave ourselves wholly without reservation to the work. Third, Sora Hilarion, Jean Foster, gave me the child of promise, i.e., Frater Akkad, Crowley's magical son, and probably helped me to attain my grade of Magus. Fourth, Sar Ahitha, Roddy Minor, helped to build the Temple of Jupiter. I may not yet appreciate the effect of this, but if, on the whole, the work was marred as appears on the Surfac, I must again blame myself for my imperfect non-attachment. I feel sure that I was always upsetting the gods' plans by obtruding my own rational ideas of the proper way to do things. Fifth, Almira Bertha Bruce, whose vocation I cannot doubt, seems to have failed altogether, unless she gave me that very non-attachment I so needed. But I cannot make out whether she is still in office. Warda was fire, of the Archer, i.e., Sagittarius. So was Hilarion. Viracum was air, of the Balance, i.e., Libra. Ahitha, fire and earth of Ram, Aries, and Bull Taurus. Almira, air of the Twins, Jernanich. And in his full comment to A.L., Crowley supplies more information about the nature of these Scarlet Women. I. Rose Edith Crowley née Kelly, my wife, put me in touch with Iwas. See the Equinox, I. 7. The Temple of Solomon the King. Failed as elsewhere is on record. 2. A doubtful case.
Marie d'Est Sturge Nedemse.
Put me in touch with Aboldes, hence helped with Book 4. Failed from personal jealousies. 3.
Jeanne Robert Foster née Olivier.
Bore the child, to whom AL refers. Failed from respectability. 4. Roddy Minor. Brought in touch with Annie Elantra. Failed from indifference to the work. A doubtful case.
Marie Rowling née Lavrov.
Helped to inspire Liber CXI Alf. Failed from indecision. 6. A doubtful case.
Bertha Almera Prikril née Bruce.
Delayed assumption of duties, hence made way for number 7. 7. Leah Hersig Alastriel, the Ape of Thoth, assisted me in actual initiation. 8. Still at my side, 1921. P.S. An I-923. It is necessary at this stage to explain the actual formula and function of the Scarlet Woman, and the use of the occult vibrations that she emanates. In Tantric literature, the Suvasini is a priestess, in the sense that she is the chosen vehicle of the supreme goddess, or magical power, Mahashakti. Her body contains zones of occult energy intimately related to the network of nerves and plexuses associated with the endocrine glands. As the supreme goddess, she is represented Yantrakalaibo by the Shri Chakra, see Plate S, and Mantrakalaibo by the secret vibrations that invoke the primal creative energy in its lunar, or feminine, form, i.e., in a form specially suited to manifestation. Her Anantra has never been written down because it can be transmitted only orally. The Shri Chakra is therefore the signature of the Scarlet Woman, insofar as it delineates the formula of the goddess, whether of Nut, Isis, Kali, etc., makes no difference. When the great magical power, Kundalini, is roused to activity, it energizes the chakras in the body of the Scarlet Woman, generating vibrations that influence the chemical composition of her glandular secretions. After appropriating the amrit, nectar, precipitated at any given chakra, these vibrations inform the fluids which flow from the genital outlet. The fragrances emanating from each chakra are thus made available for use by the priest, or beast, HL, who devours them and transmutes them into ajas, magical energy. There are 3 main methods of obtaining these vaginal vibrations, or kalas. One of them is of particular interest to Thelemites because it is equivalent to the ancient Egyptian formula of Nut, the goddess of the night sky, represented anthropomorphically by a naked woman arched over the earth. 12 in the Tantras. This posture is called the Kailasa Prastara. The goddess towers over her worshippers like Mount Kaiwan, from which the healing kolth of her snows flows down. The earlier image of this formula, as depicted on the stele of Ankf Nakansu, shows a woman on all fours, which suggests the Viparita Nyathuna, a back-to-front mode of congress described in some of the earliest tantras and in certain occult writings of the Arabs. Viparita Maithuna is also symbolic of the total reversion of the senses necessary to the full awakening of the serpent power. Ankf Nakansu, a priest of Amin Ra during the XXVth dynasty, was a previous avatar of Thurayan, the beast. Kansu, meaning literally, the traveler of the night sky, not only denotes the moon but also the stars or kalas that accompany the moon in its nocturnal or feminine phase. For Ankf Nakansu concentrated within himself the life or vital energy, Ank, of the Afna, moon, Kansu, the moon being the Shri Chakra, light as the medium of manifestation.
The Shri Chakra is the moon in its fullness, the lotus in full flower, the flower which in the graded phases of its cycle emanates 14 rays, 1 for each day of the fortnight, that culminate in the full circle of the 15th. A circle has 360 degrees, and the Shri Chakra is such a circle. It has been equated, by some commentators, with the circle of the year of 365 days, the 5 missing days being disregarded because inexplicable to the uninitiated. But when the physiological formula of the Scarlet Woman is understood, it is seen that these 5 days represent the 5 negative days of her occultation every moon or month, which is the periodic cycle or full circle of the human female. The 15 grades or steps of this progression from newness to fullness, virginity to motherhood, were intimately related to the monthly pulse of the woman chosen for the secret rites of the Kaula or Kala circle, which is the genuine Vama Marg or path of the supreme goddess. Particular deities were ascribed to the days and nights of the dark and bright fortnights which constituted the full month or moon. The dark fortnight comprised the period from full to new moon, the bright fortnight from new to full moon. These 15 grades were conceived as rays or digits of the moon. They not only related to the celestial moon and its occult influence but also, and more significantly, to the physical moon of the women selected for the magical working. From the 16th ray or digit of the moon flows the nectar of supreme excellence. According to the Lalitasahasranama, the moon shows 15 phases in its waxing and waning. The 16th part, when time stands still, is when and where divinity incarnates. Time is Kali, the goddess 15, and the Kala that transcends time is known as the 16th digit or ray. 14 female genital secretions are accounted for by Western science. The 15th and 16th remain undiscovered, yet they have been known to and used by Oriental initiates from time immemorial. They manifest only in the vaginal emanations of the fully trained Suvasini. The writings of the Tarnil Siddhas adepts contain grave warnings concerning the dangers of evoking these kalas in a chakra that has not been properly prepared to receive them, and in AL 226 Haddad exclaims, "I am the secret serpent coiled about to spring. In my coiling there is joy. If I lift up my head, I and my newt are one. If I droop down mine head and shoot forth venom, then is rapture of the earth, and I and the earth are one. There is great danger in me." The downwardly directed forces are charged with poisonous vibrations. They can be used for works of materialization and dissolution, and with deadly effect in works of black magic. Imbibition of the kalas charged with the upwardly directed currents transforms human consciousness and makes possible contact and communication with transcendental entities. Conversely, the intake of the venom brings man into direct relationship with the demonic worlds and the lower elementals. Only the adept can use this current with impunity. The venom is typified by Scorpio, the nectar by Aquarius. This duplex formula is all-comprehensive and facilitates the use of the kalas, or starfire, of Newt, and the primal sexual current represented by Babylon, death-dealing, and vampiric. Scorpio is the whore or serpent woman, who in conjunction with the beast generates the Bayun Kala, the mixed seed. Aquarius is the virgin priestess in whom is generated the double Kala or creative fluid, represented by the glyph for water, doubled, thus. The ancient signs of Scorpio and Aquarius are forms of the letter M, and, which, in the Egyptian, Chaldean, Hebrew, and Greek Kabbalahs, is a glyph of the liquid of life. Furthermore, M is the Sanskrit Emkara or Omkara, which resumes the entire cycle of existence from manifestation to non-manifestation, from appearance to disappearance, from the primordial vibration to its ultimate dissolution in absolute silence, the void, symbolized by dreamless sleep. Aquarius is the 11th division of the celestial circle or zodiac. It transmits the influence of Set, whose planetary vehicle is Saturn. The Scarlet Woman is thus the repository and the focus of all the kalas required by the adept whose will it is to establish contact with transmundane intelligences such as Aiwas, Amalantra, Abuldas, etc. These considerations explain why Crowley insisted on observing the arcane tradition that sanctions initiation of the priestess by the priest, but prohibits the opposite procedure. Perhaps they also explain why so many of Crowley's magical operations ended in failure for himself, and in so much psychological trouble for the Scarlet Woman concerned, several of whom succumbed to insanity. Crowley supposed that an instantaneous reciprocal attraction between the parties concerned was a sign of magical competence. The partner had, so to speak, been chosen of the gods. This is brought out in a secret instruction given by Crowley to members of the Sovereign Sanctuary, OTO. Choice of an assistant seems so important that perhaps it should be left to caprice, i.e., to subconscious attraction. With regard to the choice of one to serve this sacrament, man is so confused in mind, and so easily deceived as to this matter, that it seems to us not unreasonable to allow full sway to the caprice of the moment. For this caprice so-called is in truth perhaps the voice of the subconsciousness. That is, it is the deliberate choice of the holy phallus itself. The phallus is the physiological basis of the oversoul. For this very reason are these many men led astray. But let the conscious will be devoted wholly to the great work. Then shall the subconscious will choose inevitably the appointed vehicle for the work. Over and above this, however, It appears from Crowley's magical recordal that he took no pains to ensure that his assistants possessed all the requirements of a Scarlet Woman. It is no doubt true that the particular qualifications necessary for this office have little to do with the moral status of the woman used in the rites. Whores, no less than respectable women, may possess the necessary competence. The ultimate test of eligibility is the purity of passion brought to the rite by both priest and priestess. Yet there is some indefinable something beyond even this, and about this aspect of the matter the Oriental initiates were prolix. Their writings, like those of the medieval alchemists, were couched in mysterious ciphers, impenetrable to all but initiates. One thing is certain, however: the lotus or flower of the human female supplies the vital elixirs sought after by the alchemists and adepts of old. Among the welter of published arcane writings there is one, and one only known to me, that contains an initiated inner sense commentary which approximates to the genuine Varna Marg interpretation of this chakra. This is the Carper Distatra of the Kaula Tantrics, translated by Sir John Woodruff as the HYM to Kali. Therein, the Mahachakra, which is the focus of the mystic rite, is the mandala or yoni of Kali herself, a close-up, as it were, of the trikona inverted triangle that typifies the supreme goddess. The stotra is a litany of praise that contains the secret of Kaula worship. 3. Zone of the Fire Snake. There are several methods, mystical and magical, of arousing the serpent power or Kundalini Shakti. They may be studied in the Tantras and the various textbooks on yoga. Here we shall treat of a technique involving the will and the imagination dynamized by psychosexual energy. The process is easier of accomplishment in the female than in the male, for the simple reason that for her the serpent power or fire snake can be more readily imaged in phallic form. The priestess visualizes the image in the sexual zone, Muladhara chakra, and inflames herself to the point of orgasm by the power of controlled imagination, or love under will. Before orgasm is achieved, she must move the image by the power of her mind and transfer it to the center of will, the Ajna chakra, represented by the third eye in the cerebral region. If she is highly skilled, she will have transferred the primal power to this center at an earlier stage of the rite. If not, she must make the transfer immediately before orgasm occurs and maintain in mind the magical child or bud, will, until consummation occurs. With the male practitioner the process is more complicated, and it is advisable to proceed along the lines laid down in Liber HHH, section SSS.2 in this system. Kundalini is to be identified with Hadit, and the brain or cerebral center with Nut. Once Hadit is awakened, it forces its way up the spinal column, and, as it does so, its progress is marked by visions and the acquisition of hitherto latent powers, provided that the intervening chakras have been properly sealed. If the awakening of the fire snake is premature, that is, if the primal power ascends before all is balanced, a discharge occurs at some improperly sealed stage of the ascent. The power is deflected or takes a wrong direction, and obsession results. This occurs, however, only when Kundalini is actually, i.e., physically, aroused. It is therefore safer for the operator to perform these practices mentally or astrally so that the power, although awakened, remains at the Muladhara chakra. There is then less danger of trouble along the path of the Sushumna, spinal column. Mind, the Ajna chakra, is the 11th sense. It is the name given to generated thought. Thoughts spring from a particular region of the brain called Ajna, or will. When Kundalini ascends to this chakra, the operator becomes a king. Ajna is the seat of will, and the kingly man of the Dharayanic cult is he who functions at this level and, by his magically imbued thought stream, actually creates new worlds, new conditions. Here is the goal of the Kundalini, of which it is stated that in the region of the pineal gland, i.e., Ajna, when the attention has found that point, the whole world looks illuminated, aflame. Whenever there is joy in man, then Kundalini is at the pineal region. As Al has it, "They shall rejoice are chosen, whose sorroweth is not of us." There are many other references in Al to this royal state, this kingly condition of the will. This also is why it is written, "Ye are against the people, O my chosen," for, in a mystical sense, the people represent the mass of thoughts, the disconnected fragments of consciousness that obstruct the attainment of unity. Adepts of the Kaula path, i.e., those who use the kalas, the vaginal vibrations or essences, invoke the goddess at the region of the Muladhara chakra, the zone whose gate in the outer is the female genital outlet. The great hymn to Kali, Carperdistatra, gives the yentra of the goddess, the lineal glyph of that supreme talisman which the goddess consecrates by her presence. See Plate 6. The inverted triangle, yoni, depicted centrally is surrounded by 4 inverted triangles. 5 in all. These 5 trichonas, a form of the pentagram, represent the goddess 15. The 3 by 5 steps or grades symbolize the eye stages of the moon from new to full. The invisible seed, bindu, at the heart of the central yoni represents the 16th kala. This is the elixir of eternal life that manifests in the high priestess at the climax of the sacred rite. It is here that the goddess manifests her light, when the fire snake has achieved union with Pan in the night sky lit with the stars, Kalas of Nut. In this way the goddess achieves Hadit. The goddess 15, represented by the 5 triangles, is enclosed by a triple ring representing the 3 states of consciousness: waking, dreaming, and sleeping. From the threefold ring ray out 8 petals of the lotus flower, the flower symbolic of the manifesting power of the goddess, the generative essence of the yoni. The 8 petals indicate the 8 directions of space: east, south, west, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The in-betweenness concepts, indicated by the last 4 directions, play an important part in the African mysteries, where they are interpreted in mantric terms as the off-beat rhythms of the ritual drums, a mantric expression of this great yentra. The inverted triangles, the circles and petals, each symbolic of various phases of the female lunar cycle, are enclosed within a large inverted triangle that typifies the sexual organ of the priestess. This is surrounded by a fortress consisting of 4 pylons, the 4 gateways to outer space. The yentra of the goddess Kalika resumes the entire doctrine of the Vama Marg, or left-hand path. 2 of the 16 vaginal vibrations emitted by the earthly embodiment of the goddess are, so far, unknown to profane science. Oriental initiates have used them from time immemorial. They can no more be located and analyzed by objective scientific methods than the mind can be discovered by brain surgery. These mysterious emanations, of such vital importance to the adept, exist in potential only in the ordinary unregenerate human organism, as do the sachakras. The goddess has very definitely, very precisely to be invoked. The mystique of her invocation is given in the tantras of the Vana Marg, and, so far as I am aware, in one only Western grimoire or manual of magical procedure, Liber al vel legis. Crowley incorporated vital aspects of the Vama Marg into the Western magical tradition. This was one of his major contributions to occult science. This path is equivalent to, and perhaps the sole surviving example of, the vastly anterior draconian cult considered ancient by the Egyptians as far back as the XXVth dynasty, when Crowley, in his avatar of Ankef Nakansu, attempted unsuccessfully to revive it. As the master Therion, he tried again. Time alone will show whether or not his endeavors have been successful. At roughly the same time as Crowley's researches, 2 other adepts were pursuing apparently dissimilar but ultimately convergent paths: Austin Osman Spare and Dion Fortune, both of whom made valuable contributions to the present-day magical revival. Fortune, particularly, drew attention to the interaction existing between the endocrine system and the ramifying complex of nerves and nadis in the occult anatomy of man. Spare, by virtue of his initiation into the sabbatic mysteries, was able to explain the interrelation of polarized sexual forces operating at levels of high emotionalism. The point which needs emphasizing is that the priestess or witch queen was ever virgin to Pan. This phrase, which is highly technical, is loaded for initiates in a way almost impossible to explain to those who have not ceased to interpret sex at merely personal and human levels. Centuries of wrong conditioning have engendered erroneous notions. Crowley, it seems, failed to obtain the ultimate elixir because he was, despite himself, deeply tainted with fundamental misconceptions engendered by Christianity. In consequence, he identified the Hindu with the male seed and confused it with the catalyst that makes the virgin glow and emanate the supreme kala, the amrit or nectar which contains in its fragrance the ultimate essence, the elixir of life. The term virgin, as used by initiates East and West, denotes the childless woman. Childless, that is, in a physical sense, for the magical virgin is anything but childless on the subtle planes. Thomas Lake Harris's and his followers had a glimmering of the true formula. Their Karetsa technique was a crude attempt to approximate the more profound approach of the tantric initiate who begot children on virgins without physical intervention. The subject is virtually impossible to communicate to those who continue to interpret sex in terms of physical interpenetration, the resulting offspring being similarly physical. But sexual polarity, in its deeper and magical sense, does not involve physical conception, gestation, and birth. Crowley was aware of the possibility of opening the spatial gateways and of admitting an extraterrestrial current into the human life wave. In Moonchild, the incarnation was effected in and through the normal sexual formula, and although the full impact of the Moonchild's advent is not described, the reader is left with the impression that, whatever it may have been, it was some sort of a monster in human form endowed with superhuman powers. But no entity incarnating via the usual channels of sex, no physical intrusion of another dimension into the ambience of humanity could possibly exercise power in any but a terrestrial sense. This is because the power has been earthed or enfleshed. One is reminded of the recent case of an adept who attempted to use a vehicle which, from sheer terror of that which lay beyond the spatial pylons, vehemently denied its master and was prematurely snuffed out of existence. I refer to Howard P. Lovecraft, whose occult experiences, disguised as fiction, vividly adumbrate the awful possibility at which Crowley but vaguely hints in Moonchild. Lovecraft numbered Arthur Machen and Algernon Black Wood among his compeers. This in itself is an admission of contact with dimensions outside those which Lovecraft accepted as scientifically permissible, for both Machen and Blackwood were at one time members of the Golden Dawn. The Fournier was a close friend of Arthur Waite, whose effusions are too well known to need comment. Lovecraft deplored Machen's style, so it was not a literary influence that he acknowledged. What he really acknowledged was a magical influence that streamed, via the Golden Dawn and MacGregor Mathers, direct from the draconian tradition that in all its outward manifestations Lovecraft categorically denied and rejected. But read his poetry. He cannot there conceal, as he does persistently in his letters, the real source of his visions, of the intrusion of forces completely in accord with the archetypes, symbols, call them what you will, that Crowley brought through when in contact with a transmundane entity of supreme power. I refer to Aiwass. If the reader will turn to pp. 2 and IO of the Magical Revival, he will appreciate how close is the comparison with Lovecraft's, yet nowhere in his published or unpublished writings, including his numerous letters, did Lovecraft give any sign of either having read or heard of Aleister Crowley. The quality of evil with which Lovecraft invests the types of his Cthulhu cult and other mythoses is the result of a distortion in the subjective lens of his own awareness, and I have shown elsewhere how these images emerge when not so deformed, approximating sometimes to the point of actual identity with Crowley's cult types of Shaitan Aiwass and the Book of the Law. Lovecraft's literary hangers-on are interested in bolstering the fallacy to which he himself gave the initial impulse because they wish, no doubt, to preserve the illusion of originality which they ascribe to him. To their limited vision, it seems, Lovecraft maintains his unique position only at the cost of tearing out of its real context his undeniably remarkable achievement. This is both foolish and short-sighted because Lovecraft's achievement is not diminished but greatly enhanced if one sees it in its correct perspective, for it is an occult tradition, and Lovecraft gave it persistent utterance in his writings, that some transfinite and superhuman power is marshalling its forces with intent to invade and take possession of this planet. In his preamble to the Paris working, Crowley writes concerning a specific magical operation. This invocation produced a message from Jupiter in Enochian to the effect that the gods wished to regain their dominion on Earth, and that the two brethren OSV and LT were as fiery arrows shot by them, the gods, in their war against the slave gods. This is reminiscent of Charles Fort's dark hints about a secret society on Earth already in contact with cosmic beings and, perhaps, preparing the way for their advent. Compare the following verse from A.L.
Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. The 93 current is destructive. Only of the wrong direction mankind has taken. It seeks to correct this and is powerful so to do. Perhaps Aiwass is preparing the way for the takeover by those from outside, by a formula of purification through fire.
Crowley insisted that AL will affect the total destruction of civilization as we know it. The above passage from the Paris working was written in January 1914. The war that ensued was the first step towards the breakup of values that has dominated humanity for eons past. Lovecraft was not the first to color his visions with an aura of nameless dread. Nor was he the first to use fiction as a medium for their expression. Both Machen and Blackwood had preceded him, and if the focus of hostility beyond Earth was Hell or the Cliffith, not some other planet or star, it none the less expressed the threat of invasion by forces alien to the present evolutionary life wave. Crowley dispels the aura of evil with which these authors invest the fact. He prefers to interpret it on thelemic lines, not as an attack upon human consciousness by an extraterrestrial and alien entity, but as an expansion of consciousness from within, to embrace other stars and to absorb their energies into a system that is thereby enriched and rendered truly cosmic by the process. Such an attitude is possible only to one who has crossed the abyss and dissolved the illusion of egocentricity or separate individual existence. Lovecraft, on the evidence of his poetry, drew back on the very brink of the abyss. Unable to resolve his inner conflict, he was haunted by the shadows of the powers whose existence he strenuously denied in his letters. The latter reveal, unfortunately, a bigoted racialist and ethnophobe, an irrational rationalist and contradictory materialist struggling helplessly in the mesh of his own self-engendered illusions which he desperately endeavored to foster in other minds. Not without some success, if one considers the comments of those who profess to have understood both the man and his work. Such understanding is, of course, impossible for those who have not attained the sphere of Bina, understanding, with all its implications, the foremost being the ordeal of the abyss that Lovecraft himself failed to transcend. It is a well-known fact that few artists, even among the great, are capable of fully understanding the true nature and worth of their best work. The reason for this state of affairs is not so well known. It is because the artist is not responsible for his work. The degree of his achievement is in direct ratio to the degree of his absence when the work is performed. Perfect absence of illusion, i.e., the ego, implies the perfect presence of truth, the egoless state, and such a state can be realized only when the supernal triads is actively manifesting through the medium of man. This triad is the most attenuated expression of the triple ring surrounding the goddess 15 in the Yentra of Kali. I have interpreted this Yentra in accordance with my understanding of Varna doctrine. The invocation of the goddess is therefore a direct invocation of cosmic power and an unsealing of the 8 directions with a consequent and reverberant opening of the 4 great gateways of outer space through which the power inflows. That power which, as the poet has it, is indriving and imbued with death that is, to the limited individual existence focused in and by the ego. Lovecraft stressed the spaces in between. The concept formulated itself in the voodoo mysteries with their emphasis on the off-beat rhythm peculiar to the Petro-rites. A.L.I. 52 warns the magician to beware of these spacerarchs. The Scarlet Woman, as representative of Nut, is the gateway to the void. She is the magical embodiment of that stellar goddess whose metaphysical symbol is infinite space typified as the night sky sown with stars. She is the yoni strewn with flowers, imaged in the hymn to Kali, for the stars of Nut and the flowers of the nubile virgin goddess are identical. Babylon, literally the gate of the sun or solar phallic energy, is therefore the terrestrial formula of Nut, and her vulva is the pylon through which the cosmic forces sweep into manifestation when the magical seals, madras, have been opened. The symbolism of Set or Sothis, as the opener of the year or periodic cycle, is a cognate glyph. It is in the god form of Set that the magus absorbs the starfire emitted by Nut. Lashtal or Nutset Horus is thus the complete formula of the magic of sexual polarity as practiced by Crowley in the cult of Shaitan Iwas, although we shall notice later how he misinterpreted some of the symbolism and therefore misapplied some of the ancient keys. The secret seed of the stars is absorbed orally by the magician after it has been evoked into the chakra. In the Kaula rites, this is achieved without physical penetration or contact on the part of the priest, and the fragrances are caught on a burja leaf specially prepared to receive them. This is why the priestess adopts the posture madra of Nut arched over the chief celebrant. In the Crowley cult, as shown on the stele of revealing, this role is assumed by Ankaf Nakansu, the prince, priest, the beast. In contradistinction to Kaula practice, Crowley penetrated the Scarlet Woman sexually and evoked the physical manifestation of the Kullas. The tantrics, generally, did not employ this method, some sects regarding it with abhorrence. Physical contact of any kind between priest and priestess was forbidden. The German occultist Eugen Grosch, Frater Gregorius, used an analogous formula in which no sexual act occurred. Grosch directed the currents of ajas along the body of the priestess by means of magnetic passes made manually over the marmoset or sand, as the various stages of the rite required. It is doubtful if he achieved communication with extraterrestrial entities, although he seems to have used psychosexual formulae similar to those employed by the tantrics. Crowley, with all his violation of the tantric code, did obtain such communication, as his magical records show. Not only did actual penetration and orgasm occur, but he also practiced cunnilingus for the purpose of absorbing the elixir. And, most important of all, he considered the physical substance, the menstruum of the elixir, to be formed of the combined male and female sexual fluids. He referred to them in chemical terms as the blood of the lion and the gluten of the eagle. But, as he also recognized the efficacy of what he termed the secret path __, which dispenses entirely with the physical use and even the physical presence of an assistant, it is evident that the menstruum was of secondary importance, the prune one being the quality and power of the will that informed the current of energy at the moment of its transformation. According to the Varna Marg, the tantric adepts consider as paramount the female secretions emitted in a state of magically induced trance. These, they claim, constitute the real base of the elixir of life. To these adepts, therefore, the sexual prowess of the phallus would have no meaning in a mystical context, since it is considered solely as a stimulant to the female in the ordinary processes of insemination and reproduction. The tantras themselves have their analogues in the vastly more ancient African rites, described by Gerald Massey, in which the serpent was used to induce trance. Africa is the primordial home of the serpent wisdom, and the serpent was there made use of to produce the abnormal condition in sensitives. The Africans tell of women being possessed and made insane by contact with the serpent. That is, the reptile, from the fascination of its look, fear of its touch, and use of its tongue, threw the mediums into the state of trance called the stupor of the serpent, in which they saw clairvoyantly, divined and prophesied, and so became divinely inspired, as the phenomena were interpreted. We are told that Cassandra and Helenus were prepared for seeing into the future by means of serpents that cleansed the passages of their senses by licking them. In this way the sensitives are tested and made frantic. Thus the serpent chose its own oracle and mouthpiece and became the revealer of preternatural knowledge. The stupor caused by the serpent's sorcery created a kind of religious awe, and the extraordinary effects produced on the mediums were attributed to the supernatural power of the serpent. Those who were found to be greatly affected by it were chosen to become fetish women, priestesses, and pythonesses. This obeah cult still survives wherever the black race has migrated, and the root of the matter, which travelers have found so difficult to get at, is unearthed at last, as a most primitive kind of spiritualism, in which the serpent acted the part of the mesmerist or magnetizer to the natural somnambules. The tongue of the serpent is known to be a very peculiar organ of touch. This was employed in the mesmeric mysteries like those of Sarnathrace, in which Olympia was such an inspired Ophite, one that loved to daily with the crested worm, to stroke his azure neck, and to receive the lambent homage of his arrowy tongue, which was at times made use of to produce ecstasy and trance. The author of Tsunigome refers to a snake called Ganangub by the Hottentots, which is claimed to have genitals and to seek to have connection with women while they are sleeping. These pythonesses were the scarlet women of African sorcery. Their sleep was the magnetic sleep or trance induced by the fascination of the snake. Entranced by contact with the flickering tongue of the serpent, the women uttered oracles, communicated with spirits of the dead, elementals, cosmic daemons, and, if they were initiates of a high order, with cosmic entities existing outside space and time. Alfred Mitrot, quoting Moreau de Saint-Mary, reveals the technique. Voodoo gatherings take place secretly, at night, in a cloistered place shut off from the eyes of the profane. The priest and priestess tip their positions near an altar containing a snake in a cage. After various ceremonies and a long address from the voodoo king and queen, all initiates approach in order of seniority and entreat the voodoo, telling him what they most desire. The queen gets on to the box in which lies the snake and, modern pythoness, she is penetrated by the god. She writhes. Her whole body is convulsed and the oracle speaks from her mouth. The snake is then put back on the altar and everyone brings it an offering. Crowley's practices are to a certain extent corroborated and confirmed by these primitive exponents of sexual magic. The phallus and the serpent being cognate symbols, they are interchangeable. The magnetic caress of both has proved potent to entrance the object of its attentions. It could be argued that the method of physical contact, no less than that of Nali Me Tanhair, is equally efficacious in producing at least a state of trance. But this is not to say that it may produce the supreme elixir, the exclusive emanation of the Scarlet Woman in her ultimate magical exaltation celebrated in the highest tantras. Workings of the most materialistic kind such as the acquisition of sex, force and attraction, wealth, health, etc., but this is not a generally accepted view. In the letter to John W. Parsons quoted in Chapter 2, Crowley was presumably referring to an occult tradition which he does not specify and which I have been unable to discover. Dion Fortune, on the contrary, perhaps because she was herself a woman, advocated initiation by women. Her novels are based almost entirely upon this theme, and Austin Spare, himself an adept, was inducted into the mysteries by a woman. There seems no reason, therefore, from a magical point of view why such a procedure should not be adopted, and the fact that the tantras exalt the goddess over the god is perhaps the strongest point in its favor. Here we are confronted with an issue that concerns matters more urgent than doctrinal preferences. I refer to the age-long antagonism which has existed between Shaivas and Shaktiyas, between worshippers of the god and devotees of the goddess. More bluntly, the conflict between the Linkakaras and the Yoni-karas. AL solves this problem by exalting the child, the product of both. Such was Crowley's early conditioning, however, that for all his efforts to promulgate the doctrine of the child, the combined essences, he listed heavily towards the Shaivite or patriarchal side, at least in his personal approach to the problem. According to the most ancient traditions, the magical men, struum of manifestation may be found only in the kulus of the goddess, and the informing current of magical energy, the will, can be applied effectively without any physical intervention on the part of the priest. The child, or product of the combined and polarized essences, can therefore be engendered in either case, but the nature of the child will differ accordingly. In the tantric sense, that is where the goddess is considered supreme, the resultant or child is mystical. It manifests in and as formless states of consciousness which lead on to the ultimate goal of Advaita. Here, Kali is Nut in her purest form, i.e., nothingness, nothing that can be conceived by thought. Compare AL I-23, where Hadit, the consciousness particle, exclaims, "I am alone. There is no God where I am." With the intervention of the will, desire is brought into play, and desire can culminate in the state of freedom, or desirelessness, only after it has discharged its potential energy in the form of its own image. Hence the bud, will projected or reflected at the moment of seminal discharge is in the realm of form, magical as distinct from mystical, light or perceptible as opposed to dark or imperceptible. Kabbalistically considered, the supreme formula of Nut, not, is Kali equals 6I equals Ein equals nothing, Nut or not. This is the highest, most transcendental equation which it is possible to project into the realm of mind by mathematico-kabbalistic symbolism. It is evident that the Shaivite conception functions altogether at a different level. The child R.A. Horquit projects or bodies forth the limitless light Sof or of Kali/Nut as blackness which, by its seeming opacity, appears as Set, the absorber of light. Set takes the form of the shadows cast by the magical vortex created by the interplay of Hadit and Nut, or Shiva and Shakti, whose explosive union is so blinding in its brilliance that it appears as thick darkness and sudden death. The darkness of Set is the womb of the goddess from which appears to emanate a glamorous web in the form of the world all. None other than that world bewitching Maya that revealed itself as the Supreme Mother, Kali, in Sri Ramakrishna's ecstasies of inward contemplation. This is also that shadow play or Leela, celebrated in the Tnahavakya that proclaims the ultimate truth. Servam Klialvadani Braun, Thakur Hernath, the saint of West Bengal, 1865 to 1927, referred to this divine play of consciousness as the game of hide-and-seek which Krishna, pure consciousness, perpetually plays with his consort Radha, herself a form of Maya. Crowley's cult of the child involves the earthing of the magical current. It is in this respect alone that Thelema may be regarded as a magical cult, as opposed to the tantric cult of the Kullas wherein the scarlet woman remains ever virgin. As such, she is the sole source of the supreme elixir, the virgin whore of heaven who sheds her star, light without direct sexual contact with the priest or any other male member of the circle. The aim of such rituals is mystical, that is to say they are directed to spiritual ends, cosmic or microcosmic. The Scarlet Woman in the Therionic cult embraces both the inwardly directed or mystical current and the magical or outwardly directed current of consciousness. Whereas the mystical use of women operates at levels of sushupti, deep trance, their magical use operates at the swapnik or dream level, the level at which the astral archetypes may be modified with the purpose of influencing objective phenomena as experienced in Jagrat, the wakeful state of mundane consciousness. 4. The angel and the aeon. Al has been likened to a tantra, see Chapter 1. The term has much the same connotation in Hinduism and in Mahayana Buddhism as the word Kabbalah in the Western arcane tradition. Both terms imply a received tradition, something continuous that weaves and interweaves throughout the entire fabric of existence, at times visibly, at other times invisibly. Both the Tantric and the Kabbalistic systems are viewed askance by the orthodox adherents of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Judaism. They are also viewed with suspicion by those who fail to understand the sacramental nature of an act which an innate guilt complex condemns as bestial, and therefore degrading. The style in which Al is written, the use of literary and numerical ciphers calculated to conceal formulae for invoking the energies which inform it, are significant points of comparison with a large body of tantras. The peculiar intimacy existing between deity and scribe is another point in common. After communicating Al, Aiwass withdrew behind the veil of the abyss and gave no further direct message to the world at large. But he continued to traffic with Therion privately, and inspired the writing of several other holy books of Thelema wherein he identifies himself with Adonai. Adonai is usually translated as the Lord, but it has a more specific meaning. Adonai or Adoi is a form of Ad or Had, the Chaldean form of Set, the Lord of Hell, the Abyss or Underworld, in psychological terms, the subconscious. When Crowley was in subtle contact with Adonai, he became Perturabo, VVVVV, and Therion and spoke or wrote with the authority of the secret chiefs beyond the veil. Fei was Crowley's motto as a master of the temple. The 5 verses are described as 5 footprints of a camel, the camel being the totemic glyph of the path on the tree of life which is ascribed to the letter Ginyal. This path crosses the wilderness of sand, the desert home of Set, that divides the place of the sun, Tifereth, from the place of the hidden god, Kether. The sun behind the sun, the Trinity in unity beyond the abyss. To the path of Gimel is attributed Atu, the priestess of the silver star. It is her light alone that illumines the ultimate abyss. Her symbol is the arrow, which she bears at her loins and which identifies her with the arrow star, a name of Sothis, the star of Set. Fei are the footprints of her vehicle, the camel, which conveys the traveler across the desert of Set. Aleister Crowley and Frater Perturabo therefore represent entirely different expressions of an unknown and unknowable identity, which finds its apotheosis in VVVVV. Crowley once said to Frater Per Ardua, "If I tell you VVVVV is a Mr. Smith and lives at Clapham, you will at once go round and tell everybody that VVVVV is a Mr. Smith of Clapham, which is not true. Fei is the light of the world itself, the sole mediator between God and man, and in your present frame of mind, that of a poopstick, you cannot see that the two statements may be identical for the brothers of the A. As noted earlier, Crowley assumed leadership of the Golden Dawn after Mathers had lost contact with the secret chiefs, from whom a new current of occult knowledge was expected to flow. Members of the lower grades had risen individually to the summit of the Second Order, and there they remained, unable to advance for lack of initiated guidance. The ordeals had become empty formalities in the same manner as those of modern Freemasonry, and the congestion of members in the higher grades proved a source of embarrassment to Mathers. As an adeptus exemptus, 7 = 4L, he had not crossed the abyss. Faced with this critical ordeal, he floundered and failed. He made an attempt to destroy the order by asserting that he had fabricated it after the fashion of John Valentine Andrea, who claimed to have forged the Fania Fraternitatis and the Confessio Fraternitatis, thereby denying the occult origin of the Rosicrucians. The link which Crowley established with Aiwass enabled him to rehabilitate the Golden Dawn, and the contact brought with it the new current which Mathers had failed to transmit. In order to link up the first and second orders with the inner order, the Order of the Silver Star, Crowley had to undergo various ordeals and initiations. At the time of Mathers' fall, 1904, Crowley held the grade of 6 = L, Adeptus Major. He had, therefore, reached an understanding of the part he was to play in the great work, that of instructing aspirants in the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel. In a magical record entitled Joyern St. John, Perdurabo showed how a person living in a crowded city could triumph over his environment and achieve the great work. He taught that attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel is the basic spiritual experience, essential to a discovery of the true will. The formula, or word, of the will is also the name of the angel, and it is the ultimate and inviolable secret of each individual. The method which Crowley used in his own attainment derived from a Sumerian ritual of incalculable age which was translated into English at the turn of the century by C. V. Goodwin under the title A Fragment of a Greco-Egyptian Work upon Magic. MacGregor Mathers had used it as a preliminary invocation to the Goetia of Solomon the King, which he translated about 1899. Crowley published it in 1904 and again in 1929. After having restored the ritual and explained the barbarous names of Kvocation Nebo, he described it as the most potent invocation extant. The etymology of the term Goetia is doubtful, but one of its meanings is howling. The long strings of formidable words which roar and moan through so many conjurations have a real effect in exalting the consciousness of the magician to the proper pitch. The function of magic is to liberate consciousness from the thralldom of individual existence. It permits it to flow into cosmic immensity. The result is a divine madness, an inebriation of the senses which is none the less perfectly controlled. The magical will projects consciousness into transmundane dimensions and illumines with the LVX, or light of gnosis, the name and nature of the angel. The angel communicates its name, which is the formula of the true will. When this has been heard and correctly interpreted, the individual becomes aware of his orbit. He thenceforth knows his will and can proceed to fulfill it, confident that his Daemon will make available all that is necessary for its proper incarnation upon earth. AL contains the supreme spells for those who have discovered their true wills and who therefore understand the nature of the great work. The knowledge and conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel, and the degree of its assimilation by the human psyche, makes spiritual progress at all possible. Crowley describes the relationship between the angel or genius and its human embodiment in Liber LXXXI. 12. The only analogy is that of a noble thinker and his stupid, dishonest, and immoral secretary. The dictation is taken down correctly and given to the world. The last person to be enlightened by it is the secretary himself. So, I take it, is the case with all genius. Only in many cases the man is in more or less conscious harmony with his genius, and strives eternally to make himself a worthier instrument for his master's touch. The clever man, so-called the man of talent, shuts out his genius by setting up his conscious will as a positive entity. The true man of genius deliberately subordinates himself, reduces himself to a negative, and allows his genius to play through him as it will. All our little great men, our one-poem poets, our one-picture painters, have merely failed to perfect themselves as instruments. The genius who wrote The Ancient Mariner is no less sublime than he who wrote The Tempest. But Coleridge had some incapacity to catch and express the thoughts of his genius, was ever such wooden stuff as his conscious work. While Shakespeare had the knack of acquiring the knowledge necessary to the expression of every conceivable harmony, and his technique was sufficiently fluent to transcribe with ease. Thus we have two equal angels, one with a good secretary, the other with a bad one. To do one's will and nothing cisc is to fulfill the law which Aiwass communicated through AL. The law of Thelema permeates the A dot, of which the rehabilitated Golden Dawn was, for a time, the outer order. The candidate was led, in the second order, to the knowledge and conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel, which bestowed the magical competence necessary to the fulfillment of the great work. Crowley's magical task was to produce adepts and to prepare them to assist the Order of the Silver Star, A, in its work of establishing the new aeon along Thelemic lines. In the spring of 1909, Crowley published a sum of this particular aspect of the work, laying a scientific foundation for the study of supersensual phenomena. He proposed a properly controlled series of experiments designed to awaken the genius within each man and woman, the perfect fusion of solar and lunar energies in one organism, represented achemically by the androgyne, a glyph of the great work. The occult significance of androgynous emblems such as Zeus Arenophylos, Bacchus Dipheus, and Baphomet, which Crowley employed as symbolic of his own peculiar formula, bears a direct relation to the newly evolved psychosomatic structures which we see emerging in humanity today. Louis de Broglie has made the following relevant observation: we must never forget how limited our knowledge must always be, and in what unexpected ways it is likely to develop. If our human civilization endures, the physics of the future a few centuries hence could well be as different from the physics of today as the latter is different from the physics of Aristotle. The greatly extended range of knowledge to which we shall have access by then will perhaps enable us to incorporate in a general synthesis, in which each will have its own place, the whole body of physical and biological phenomena. If human thought, which by that time may have had its powers extended by some biological mutation, can one day rise to those heights, it will then perceive in its true perspective something of which, no doubt, we have no idea at present, namely, the unity of the phenomena which we distinguish with the help of adjectives such as physico-chemical, biological, or even psychic. This passage is quoted in The Dawn of Magic. The authors add the following significant comment: and what if this mutation has already taken place? One of the greatest French biologists, Morand, the inventor of the tranquilizers, admits that mutants have made their appearance all through the history of humanity. The incursion of extraterrestrial influences into the human life wave, unconsciously or consciously attracted to the individual embryo, would be a means of incarnating such mutants. The intense magical operations which Crowley performed, especially those which occurred between 1920 and 1924, could, and probably did, engender strange and unearthly children. There is an important allusion to these operations in a letter dated December 1952, from Marjorie Cameron to Jane Wolfe, in which Cameron writes, 7 years ago, Jack began an operation which he referred to as the Babylon work, and this set into motion the second part of a great force which was divided into 3. Aleister Crowley began the first 3 years before I was born. I never knew the man, and yet his desire gave me birth. His paternity sings in my veins. Crowley considered the crude brand of selfishness characteristic of today's generation to be another indication of elemental infusion into the life wave of human evolution. It is characteristic of the onset of the reign of child Horus. He rules the present period of 2,000 years, beginning in 1904. Everywhere his government is taking root. Observe for yourselves the decay of the sense of sin, the growth of innocence and irresponsibility, the strange modifications of the reproductive instinct with a tendency to become bisexual or epicene, the childlike confidence in progress combined with nightmare fear of catastrophe, against which we are yet half unwilling to take precautions. Democracy, communism, fascism, and similar political creeds he considered to be immature and abortive births of the crowned and conquering child, whose aeon is not yet properly underway. Newt, Hadit, Arehorquit, Ark, the chief protagonists of this new aeon. Their names terminate in it, a feminine ending signifying the great magic power, Uar-He-Cow, which the Egyptian priests symbolized by the thigh, haunch, or tail of a beast, which denotes the magical coup, anciently identified with the generative mouth that uttered the word made flesh. The succession of the eons is represented as a definite sequence of images basically expressive of a biological formula. Isis, woman, Osiris, man, and Horus, their child. The child conceals within itself its dark double, symbolized by Set. The Horus hawk, the solar spiritual Sui of light, represents the power of transcending Earth. Its terrestrial shadow is symbolized by the dragon or crocodile, the beast that devours the solar god as it sinks nocturnally and annually below the waters of the western horizon. The hawk of Horus resumes in a single symbol the concepts of height and depth, north and south, female and male, heaven and earth. The fourfold division of Earth, upon which the symbol of the solar cross or crossing was based, represents the metaphysical axis north and south, or heaven and hell, height and depth, intersecting the plane of the horizon, east and west. To the east was attributed the bull, or beast of earth, Taurus. To the west, the dragon of death and darkness, represented by the scarlet woman, Scorpio. Thus, north, comprising Nut and her son, Horus, and south, Hadit, Set, were typified terrestrially by the places of sunrise and sunset. The beast and Babylon represent the double equinox, and the beast and Babylon conjoined form the androgynous Baphomet, lord of the double horizon, the double wand one. North and south were typified celestially by Aquarius and Leo. Babylon and the beast therefore represent terrestrial embodiments of stellar infinity, Nut, and solar energy, Hadit, and Horus is described as a god of war and of vengeance, Al. 3:3. Horus and Ares, Mars, are identical in name and nature. The Greek version of the war god is based upon the Egyptian original, from which our word hero derives. Horus, or Heru, was the hero, the solar vanquisher of the demon of darkness and of the dragon of the deep. But the idea of Mars being a god of war and of bloodshed is merely a derivation from the primary one of shedding blood in conception for the first time. Thus, with the Egyptians, Mars was the primeval generative principle. Crowley recognized further evidence for the onset of the reign of Horus upon Earth in the widespread turbulence and unrest which had already resulted in several minor and one major war in the first decade of the new aeon. He indicated a possible occult connection between the publishing of Al and the occurrence of these wars. Shortly before its reissue in 1936, when Crowley took steps to see that Al was presented in accordance with the instructions given in the book itself, he published the warning reproduced in plate. Although the 1939–45 war failed to fulminate within 9 months of its publication, certain political incidents occurred which Crowley interpreted as proof of AL's intrinsic power of making itself felt. The actual outbreak of hostilities, which occurred a few months later, he considered to be the baptism of blood traditionally associated with the birth of a new aeon. There is a magical operation of maximum importance, the initiation of a new aeon. When it becomes necessary to utter a word, the whole planet must be bathed in blood. Before man is ready to accept the law of Thelema, the great war must be fought. This bloody sacrifice is the critical point of the world ceremony of the proclamation of Horus, the crowned and conquering child, as Lord of the Aeon. Although blood was the chief vehicle of magical energy in the Aeon of Osiris, which was characterized by blood sacrifice and by the dying god. In the current Aeon, the Aeon of Horus, the menstruum is semen. The change from blood to semen is symbolically implicit in the astronomical transition from Pisces to Aquarius, a change of equinoctial color. Pisces, with its fish and water symbolism, represents the vagina whose watery or liquid emanation, blood, was the source of magical energy. Its formula was change in matter. Aquarius, on the other hand, typifies the airy element, ether or infinite space, and its formula is change in spirit, and spirit or breath is symbolized by zero or zro, semen, and the fool of the tarot. It implies therefore a bloodless or spiritual revolution rather than a war of bloodshed. The formula of the current aeon is the passionate union of opposites, and it suggests the baptism of spirit to which Crowley looked forward when he wrote, "The one hope of avoiding a conflict which would be finally fatal lies in a spiritual revolution." The baptism of blood occasioned by the Great War was not an ushering in of the new aeon. Rather was it a farewell oblation to the old. Hence Crowley anticipated, in later life, a spiritual revolution as against bloodshed caused by war or proletarian revolt. According to obscure occult traditions, the present planetary life wave comprises 7 cycles, or eons numbered, for the sake of convenience, not to 6. The current aeon is the 5th. Eons O, I, and 2 are preval and nameless. That is to say, their names are unknown to history. They covered immense periods of time, their cycles not being limited to a 2,000-year period, which is the equivalent of a single change of equinoctial color. The perceval eons were dominated by the elder gods, of which the great one of the night of time was supreme. These elemental powers were divided into 2 major streams, the Chthonian Old Ones and the Lords of the Abyss, sometimes known as the Deep Ones. To the first aeon, the void was ascribed nothingness in the sense of the great abyss, sometimes called the primal sleep, the symbol of which is the bindu, seed, dot, or point. To the second aeon was attributed chaos, of which the phallus is the emblem. To the third aeon, earth or chaos stabilized, its emblem the ties. These three pre-eval icons are represented by the point, tau, the line, yang, and the circle, the cleft or the broken line, yin. In terms of the ancient Chinese trigrams, 0, 1, 2, this is equivalent to the initial cosmic vibration, represented by the letter A. Following these three eons came the Aeon of Isis, the mother, represented by the element water and typified by three angles and the planetary power, Saturn. The Aeon of Osiris, symbolized by the 4 points of the cross or square of the father, whose planetary emblem is Jupiter. The Aeon of Horus, the child of Isis and Osiris, whose vehicle is the fire or blood of Mars, the 5-rayed star of will. The 5th Aeon will be followed by that of Mot, the daughter, and the flowering of full solar consciousness imaged by the 6-rayed star. The 6-fold star of the daughter combined with the 5-fold star of the sun forms the 11-fold star of the great work accomplished. And this in a mystical sense, for the radiating bindu or root vibration of the 6-rayed star is the lunar light of Babylon, therefore a 7th and hidden ray to her manifested 6. This star is, then, a figure of 7, not of 6. Similarly, the energy center of the 5-rayed star is the Hadit point, or bindu, of their ion which, together with its manifest rays, forms the 6-fold star. The nature of the great work is therefore that of unity, exemplified by the marriage of the 6 and the 7, or the sun and the moon. The 6-rayed star also combines the Isis, V, and Horus, A, symbolism, the mother, and the child of the mother, in a transcendental unity that is glyphed by the star of will, Thelema, which is the star ruby and the symbol of the great work accomplished. Icons 3 to 6 comprise the phases of evolution of the life wave on this planet through the formulae of A. Parthenogenesis, Isis, B. Self-sacrifice, Osiris, C. Analysis or disintegration, Horus, D. Synthesis or reintegration, Mot. To recapitulate, Aeon O is of the void, darkness. Cf. The darkness on the face of the deep, Genesis I, 2. Aeon 1 is of chaos, preternic stage of evolution. Aeon 2 is of Earth, Anenta, the underworld star, moon, and Chthonian cults. Aeon 3 is pagan, mother goddesses, lunisolar cults. Aeon 4 is paternistic, father gods, solar cults. Aeon is thelemic, atomic cults, the sun behind the sun. Aeon 6 is Maatian. Note, human consciousness evolved in the pre-eval Aeon 2. Osiris, the Egyptian god of the dead, the broken, interrupted consciousness is exemplified by the Christian cult with its emphasis on death, suffering, sorrow, darkness, and similar negative qualities. The antithesis of all that is symbolized by Horus Mot, the androgyne that cometh forth in the full light of day. The 7-rayed star of Babylon, which is also the sacred seal of the A. Resumes not only the 7-fold eonology but also the 7 stations of Polaris, see Chapter 1 p. 2. Frater Akkad telescoped the Aeon of Horus into 44 years, and announced the commencement of the Aeon of Mot on April 2, 1948. As there is no sign that the Aeon of Truth and Justice, Mot, has yet made its appearance, and as there have been no previous cases of truncated eons, Akkad's claim does not appear to be valid. The first 3 eons, 02, are cryptically alluded to in Liber Trigarmaton, 31, a Class A publication which Crowley described as an account of the cosmic process, corresponding to the stanzas of Zion in another system. There is much of an illuminating nature concerning these eons in Blavatsky's comment on the Book of Zion. Liber Trigarmaton, subtitled The Book of the Trigrams of the Mutations of the Tao with the Yin and the Yang, is said to contain the ultimate foundation of the highest theoretical Kabbalah, which means that in some occult manner the progression of the 7 eons in their 4-fold elemental phases of evolution, 0.4/7, equate with the 28 trigrams of Liber Trigarmaton. If to each trigram is ascribed the correct letter of the English alphabet, a new Kabbalah will emerge. Crowley endeavored to discover this Kabbalah, and thereby to fulfill the prophecy of Al. 2ss. He did, in fact, attribute certain letters to each trigram, but was dissatisfied with the result. The attribution in Liber Trigarmaton is good theoretically, but no Kabbalah of merit has arisen therefrom. I am inclined to look further into the question of Sanskrit roots, and into the Enochian records in order to put this matter in more polished shape. It is doubtful, however, whether Crowley pursued this line of inquiry. The one place in Crowley's writings where he gives the meaning of the initials A is in his magical record, Cefalu 1921, where it appears as ACTHP-APIOC. This is a corrupt Greco-Coptic form of Argentinian Astern, the silver star. Yet it is the true occult key to the nature of the order, which is not expressed by the correct Latin version of the name. Argos derives from arg or arca, the female generative power symbolized by the moon, the womb-shaped urga used in the mysteries, synonymous with the Queen of Heaven. Arugya, Sanskrit, is the libation cup. Aster Argos is the lunar or silver star. The lunar component is represented by the Eye of Isis, and her star is Sirius, the dog star, Set. The order of the silver star is thus the order of Thc Eye of Set, the sun behind the sun, represented astronomically by the star of Isis, which is Sothis, Sirius. The constellation of which Sirius was the chief star was once named the Phoenix. This was the secret name of Baphomet Crowley, as the supreme head of the OTO. He assumed the god form of this bird, an emblem of the Sothic year or cycle, because it reached the meridian, i.e., attained supremacy at the moment of the rising of Sirius or Set. The silver star, is Sirius. As Hoare-Parkrot, whose formula is silence and strength, he is the undying god, beyond our solar system. Horus is the son of this god, and the son or father of our solar system. Horus is thus Hernachis, son of the star, Sirius. Sirius, Sothis or Seton, thus represents the supreme, the eternal light. The star, ATU 17, attributed to, is therefore the key to the present aeon of Horus, for it represents the energy of Satan that will permeate the earth during the present cycle. 5. The tantric element in the OTO. Unless one be asked, one must not explain to anybody, nor must he answer a person who asks improperly. Let the wise man, though he knows the answer, behave among men as if he were an idiot. Laws of Manu 2 IOIN. The year 1912, a curious though characteristically Crowleyan incident occurred. It arose from one of those misunderstandings that so often damaged Crowley's reputation through no fault of his own. But in this case, the incident proved fortunate rather than otherwise. Unaware that he had published, in plain terms, the most cherished secret of an occult society known as the Ordo Tenepli Orientis, he one day found himself confronted by the head of that order, Theodore Roos, who asked him for an explanation. On Crowley's assuring him that he was quite innocent of the offense of which he was being accused, Roos produced a copy of the Book of Lies. This is a curious work containing subtle and recondite mystical knowledge worked into a series of epigrams. Although they read like riddles and defy rational analysis, they a small volume published by Crowley in 1913. Aleister Crowley and the hidden god succeed in conveying strange flashes of illumination from unfamiliar spheres of consciousness. Roos indicated a specific passage which Crowley read with amazement, for it was only then that its significance dawned upon him. The passage to which Roos had taken exception later formed part of an official instruction of the A. It contained an important magical formula relating to sexual polarity. Crowley recalled writing the passage one night as he lay with a whore. He had, quite by chance, surprised the supreme secret of all practical magic, and had embodied it unintentionally in the text of the Book of Lies. From the summer of 1911, Crowley had been aware of the theoretical possibilities of this kind of magic, although he did not begin practicing the formula until January 1914. When he started the Paris Working Point 2 in 1913, he published an article entitled Energized Enthusiasm, the Equinox, I-9. It contains the kernel of the psychosexual technique which he developed more fully in the 9 OTO. Several years after the incident with Roos, the latter seceded from the headship of the OTO, in favor of Crowley, who took the name Baphomet and became the supreme and most holy king, Summus Rex Sanctissimus, ex-OTO, of Ireland, Lona, and all the Britons that are in the sanctuary of the Gnosis, past Grand Master of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, most puissant sovereign Grand Commander of the Holy Order of the Temple, and several other titles besides. The connection between the OTO and Orthodox Freemasonry was described by Crowley as follows. so far as the OTO is at all concerned with Freemasonry, it is that the whole of the knowledge of the 330 of the reduced rite is incorporated in the first 7 degrees of the OTO. But the degrees superior to the 7th of the OTO contain a vital magical secret, at which the whole of Masonry of any rite certainly hints, though it is nowhere openly disclosed. The OTO became the first officially Masonic body and the first great order of antiquity to accept the law of Thelema. Crowley reorganized and remodeled the grades above the 4th degree. The first 4 degrees retained their traditionally Masonic character, although with modifications to obviate infringement of the rules and regulations of Orthodox Freemasonry. With the 5th degree, however, an entirely new current appears. Crowley replaced the traditional rite of this degree with a symbolic abnegation of historic, as opposed to Gnostic Christianity, a ritual involving the crucifixion of a toad previously baptized in the name of Jesus of Nazareth. This was a magical affirmation of the supersession of the aeon of the dying God by that of Horus, the ever-living one. This ritual ensured the exclusion of believers in an historic interpretation of Christianity from the higher and more important degrees of the OTO. There was no malice or Satanism involved in this procedure, but Crowley was well aware that a person who subscribed to historic Christianity would be psychologically unable to use the formulae of sexual magic taught in the sovereign sanctuary. He maintained that it would be difficult, if not impossible, for a person born before 1904 to accept the law of Thelema without reservation, and especially the 3rd chapter of AL, which contains ideas that are totally incompatible with the ethics of historic Christianity. At that period, i.e., 1904, the tremendous influx of magical energy initiated by Aiwass dispelled much obstruction to the acceptance of the new word and the new law. Dr. Karl Kellner, who reformulated the OTO in modern times, for had been initiated into the use of the sexual current by an Arab named Solomon ben Ifa and 2 Indian tantrics Bhima Sen Pratap and Sri Mahatma Agamya Paranahamsa. It is not certain, but it is highly probable that they were initiates of the Vanya Marg or left-hand path. The distinctly tantric element in some of the OTO instructions which involve the use of sex then becomes clear. The term Vanya Marg, despite Sir John Woodruff's precise explanations, still lies under a cloud of misrepresentation generated by emotional reactions to ideas alien to Western thought. I do not expect to succeed where such an authority appears to have failed, but will say again that the expression left-hand path is a technical term indicating the magical use of the sexual energies, sometimes with the help of female assistants, Shaktis, as in the case of the Tantrics, and female companions, Nyanjaris, in the case of the Sahajiyas. The Tantrics, especially those of the Kaula sect, follow practices similar to those of certain African or Neo-African cults such as Voodoo and Obeah, but the assistance of women is not always implied, nor is it always used. A system of spiritual culture which includes the sexual use of the female and which establishes an exalted ideal of reverence for the female principle as the Shakti, or power aspect of the cosmos, is not the product of psychopaths, unless we posit the existence of an unbroken line of delinquents extending over untold centuries. Nor is the original African concept of sex in any way inferior to the highly evolved and complex formulae used by alchemists or Rosicrucians in their great work of transforming the base metal of earthly passion into the pure gold of spiritual light. It is the bigotry of orthodox religionists and the purblind gropings of materialistic psychologists that reads a diseased expression of the primal creative urge into these systems. Crowley's life was a struggle against an attitude of mind that led to killing, in the name of a servile creed, whether religious, humanistic, or scientific, the secret and sacred source of life, in favor of a deformed reflection of the psychological impotence which characterizes those who prescribe suppression and restriction as a way of life. The only sin which AL recognizes is that of restriction, the cause of all sins. When Crowley took over the OTO, it was with the purpose of promoting individual liberty in accordance with the law of Thelema. He incorporated the main tenets of this law in Liber Oz 6, which he published in 1942. In the space of a few hundred words, he declared what he described as the political program of the OTO. In the outer world, the old aeon, like any other event, was inevitable, and it excited the very current which its ministers strove to suppress, if not to destroy. The inhibited sexual energy of 2,000 years, therefore, is now spending itself in a tremendous orgasm, the impetus of which in physical terms will project human consciousness into transphysical realms. Projection is the formula of are hor quit, Horus in his active phase. There will be explosion, disintegration, and the reintegration of newly discharged elements into vehicles whose substance will be subtle and comparatively immaterial nature, approximating to the scientific conception of entity as envisaged in Al. During the dictation of Al, Crowley asked for a sign and Newt exclaimed, "The sign shall be my ecstasy, the consciousness of the continuity of existence, the omnipresence of my body." The last 5 words were originally heard by Crowley as the atomic fact of my universality. Supposing that this phrase would be incomprehensible, Crowley queried it, thinking, "People will never be able to understand this." Newt then replied to his unspoken doubt, "Write this in whiter words, but go forth," and Crowley replaced the words by the omnipresence of my body. As one aeon succeeds another, modifications will appear in the sexual nature of organisms which will develop this thelemic concept. The progenitrix predominated in the aeon of Isis. Parthenogenesis was the formula of that age. In the aeon of Osiris, the progenitor prevailed. The aeon of Horus, the aeon of the crowned and conquering child, will see the blending of the 2 sexes in one. The bisexual Baphomet of the Templars symbolizes this concept. In the language of Thelemic magic, Haruareha, the solar, phallic consciousness, manifests as the active current represented by Horus as Are Horquit, 9, and as the passive current represented by Set, or Shaitan, or Hor Parkrat, 11. These are the dual modes of the operation of Baphomet. Scientists aver that the nuclear particles discharged into the Earth's atmosphere will inevitably transform the psychosomatic constitution of humanity. AL 334 hints at a violent cataclysm that may affect a more rapid mutation than that prognosticated by official science. Before this transformation of consciousness occurs, the more tardily engendered modifications may change the psychosomatic vehicle of consciousness into a structure approximating to the ancient anthropomorphic conception of the hermaphrodite. Crowley notes the peculiar ambivalence of the sexual instinct, already discernible in certain human types. In the 1938 edition of Ale, Crowley writes concerning the advent of the Aeon of Horus, "Everywhere his government is taking root. Observe for yourselves the decay of the sense of sin, the growth of innocence and irresponsibility, the strange modifications of the reproductive instinct with a tendency to become bisexual or epicene, the childlike confidence in progress combined with nightmare fear of catastrophe, against which we are yet half unwilling to take precautions. In a word, the tendency to change is already so marked that it has begun to cause noticeable physical effects. V/hat does such a transformation imply in terms of the astral and etheric constitution of man? Intercourse between minds without apparent means of communication is now a matter of common occurrence. 50 years ago, telepathy, together with similar subtle modes of communication, was considered improbable, if not impossible. Today, it is widely accepted and has been demonstrated by ESP experiments. It is even accepted by philosophers of the caliber of C.D. Broad, the foremost exponent of emergent materialism. The prevalence of nervous and mental disorders, and the growing mania for abnormal experiences, often drug-induced, are indications of a thinning of the veil between material and immaterial realms that will eventually lead to a massive expansion of consciousness. Because of Crowley's magical workings, certain regions of natural though occult activity have become easier of access to occultists working with the current that accelerated his own attainment. Acceptance of the law of Thelema automatically makes it possible for a person willing to undergo the necessary training to work in accord with the energies of the new aeon, and this enables him to draw on immense reservoirs of elemental power sealed up in the current which it embodies. Such acceptance involves not only empathy with Al, the manifest image of Iwas, but a corresponding vitalization of the zones of magical energy known to the tantrics as marmis and sandhis. These are vital centers in the human body. They are indicated on the Sri Yantra, see Plate 6, where a threefold and a twofold junction of lines occur. Such junctions indicate zones of detumescence and tumescence respectively. The term sex magic has caused much misunderstanding, particularly with regard to Crowley and the Odatida. Even the innocuous performance of the rites of Eleusis, which he presented at Caxton Hall in 1910, was misrepresented by the critics. The popular newspaper conception of sex magic is as far removed from the operations of the magic of light as the Gnostic conception of love is removed from the blandishments of cabaret. There is a link, however nebulous, as Dion Fortune has observed, which makes it sometimes difficult to distinguish between the two. Crowley's attitude to sex is revealed in the following extract from a synopsis on 6 articles on drugs, which he wrote in 1923. Every man should learn to master his passions absolutely. The preliminary condition of success is to obtain a clear view of the subject in every detail, by accurate and intimate analysis. The first step is, obviously, to conquer the fear and fascination which the slightest allusion to the subject arouses in the ordinary man or woman. It is therefore essential for people to acquire a complete intellectual mastery of the subject. When they can contemplate any given sexual idea without emotion of any kind, they are well on the way to freedom. It is merely the same principle as that on which we act when we train a medical student to watch operations and dissect corpses, without weeping, fainting, getting cold feet, etc. The surgeon must look at his patient as an art critic looks at a picture, or a lawyer a brief. As long as he is excited about it, he cannot see straight. He becomes confused, and is totally unfit to pronounce just judgment or to take proper action. This may sound platitudinous. Yet most people cannot even understand such an explanation as the above. The mere mention of the subject throws them into a blind spasm of lust, either exploding in priapism or camouflaged into shocked indignation. Crowley sedulously fostered the legends that grew around his name. First a mist, then a fog of vilification, calumny and spite enveloped him. To anyone familiar with the ways of genius, particularly in occult and religious spheres, the veil of illusion which produced the mirage of the demon Crowley could and did have a single aim, that of weeding out the magically competent from the inept. Aspirants to the Order of the Silver Star were, and still are, expected to rely upon their intuitions. Their judgments and evaluations of a person or a system were not to be influenced by the reactions of the misinformed herd. Spiritual attainment is incompatible with bourgeois morality. Those who are afraid to admit their deviations from the latter will not possess the courage or the intelligence to aspire to the former. Helena Blavatsky used similar devices to sift the sheep from the goats. Crowley maintained that Blavatsky repelled unsuitable candidates by pretending to be a cheat. In a diary entry dated June 6, 1936, he wrote, "Her tricks and her troopers' oaths were her safeguards against going mad. As you would do if you had as many followers and disciples as she had." In a letter to Frater OPV. Norman Mudd. Crowley wrote concerning the demon Crowley. Note Legend of Beauty and the Beast. Note my title The Beast. The formula is to claim the highest kingship so that men say that's what I want and approach. They must then be disappointed and repelled at every point. If their sense of truth avails, they smile and proceed. Instantly, the illusion vanishes and they see that the original claim is just. Note H.P.B. Blavatsky, who persuaded seekers that she was a cheat, having claimed to be sent by the masters. She did this so well that I have to hang on like a bulldog to the voice of the silence to prevent myself doubting her adeptship. This formula is ancient. In Egypt, they took the candidate in search of spirituality, purity, etc., to a goat and then said, "This is our god and you have to kiss its arse." On his preparing to comply, he found the face of a young priestess awaiting his kiss. Note also the questing beast in the Arthurian cycle and very many similar legends. And in a postscript to a letter written in 1923 to OPV, Crowley continued the theme, "You'll have to make people take an absolute stand for or against me. This cowardly compromising with respectability, they call it polycystratagem at first, events always force them into real treachery. People must burn their boats and defy fate from the start. It is the only way to assure integrity and stay young." The results of this formula, known as the ordeal of the demon Crowley, were even more startling than those connected with Blavatsky. Apparently intelligent and enlightened individuals reacted in a manner reminiscent of the Victorianism they boasted of having surpassed. One of the main problems facing Crowley when he remodeled the degrees of the sovereign sanctuary of the OTO, the Viath, Vilith, Ixth, and Exit degrees, was precisely that of sex. The rigorously scientific approach of the Tantrics appealed to him, and he modeled the degrees largely along Tantric lines. According to Crowley, Magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. This requires a total fusion of mind and body. The mind is the source of the image, which it is the function of the body to reproduce on its own plane. In other words, the will has to be bodied forth and made flesh. Magic is the means of incarnating a will child, Thelema. Man is the mind, woman is the body. Their polarization in sexual congress generates a creative ecstasy which serves as the matrix from which the child emerges. The passionate union of opposites is the formula of the aeon of Horus, the aeon of the child, crowned and conquering, because it incarnates the word of its sire. In this sense, it is Arehorquit, the universe recreated in accordance with the will, the outcome of magic. Man is the word, woman is the act, the child is the word made flesh by the act. This is the magic of the 9OTO. Only when mind and body are thus in accord, and when the mind concentrates the image or child that the body is to bear, is an act of magical creation possible. This child is rarely a human child, but it is physical in the sense that it influences the material plane. Rots the soul. Even when they are honestly working, a mind is the 11th sense or subtle principle and resides in the Ajna chakra. Body is the sum total of the 5 sense organs and their corresponding objects, and it is concentrated in the Muladhara or fundament chakra. Mind is the magical engine that creates the image. Body is needed to give it expression and to project it into the material sphere. The aeon of the crowned and conquering child is a symbolic way of saying that in the present age man will learn how to materialize thought and make it truly creative. Such methods of birth will supersede the production of human children. By means of this sexual magic of Thelema, it will be possible to breed a race of beings in every way superior to that generated by the normal use, or more correctly, abuse of the sexual energies. In magical terms, the child is the offspring of the will, phallus, and the imagination, or image-making faculty, ties. In other words, the child is the logos of Thelema and agape. Crowned and conquering describes the love child as subject to the will. Hence, love under will is the formula of magic. It is also the formula of the 9OTO. The babe in the egg mentioned in AL is the magical thought child in its auric or akashic capsule, ready for launching into space, i.e., the womb of Newt. This is the magic that Crowley taught in the OTO, the occult order of indefinite antiquity which has appeared in different guises throughout the centuries. It achieved a high degree of notoriety in the 18th century when the Bavarian adept, Adam Weishaupt, reorganized it under the name of the Order of the Illuminati, in accordance with the needs of his period. He welded together all the underground currents of occult activity in Europe that culminated in the French Revolution. The order then disappeared from public notice. Uedel, in 1904, an Austrian adept named Karl Kielner once more concentrated its far-flung forces into a knot of intense activity, one result of which was the advent of Crowley, who took over the leadership of the order from Kellner's successor, Theodore Roos, in 1922. If Crowley had not revitalized the order with his doctrine of do what thou wilt, it might have remained completely hidden. But the secret chiefs ordained otherwise, and the OTO is now notorious. When Crowley took it over, the OTO was run on Masonic lines, with rituals hardly distinguishable from those of Orthodox Freemasonry. Crowley used these rituals as preparatory grades to the mysteries of sexual magic which Kellner had introduced into the order as a result of his contact with Eastern Tantric adepts of the Vama Marg. The mysteries themselves Crowley used as an engine for transmitting the law of Thelema, the doctrine contained in AL. The OTO is a body of initiates which aims at the universal establishment of the law of Thelema. Sometime prior to his death in 1947, Crowley had seen the need for reformulating the order on new Aeon lines. AL renders obsolete the old methods of promulgating the secret wisdom. Many of these methods involved elaborate ceremonies, as evidenced by the rites of such outwardly diverse religions as Hinduism and Christianity, and the vastly more ancient rituals of primitive African and Egyptian cults. Crowley observed that the OTO was the first great order of antiquity to accept the law of Thelema, to slough off the techniques of ceremonial magic, and to revive again the purely pagan elements of ecstasy and wonder that arc the keys to the mysteries of man. One of the earliest positive manifestations of the new OTO occurred, appropriately enough, in the New World in the latter half of the 1940s, at the Californian Lodge of the Order headed by John W. Parsons, Frater 210. Working with the formulae of Thelemic magic, Parsons established contact with extraterrestrial beings of the Order of Iwas. Unfortunately, he lost control of the entities he evoked, and one of them, obsessing the woman with whom he worked, drove him to self-destruction. This magical partner claimed to be the incarnation of the Scarlet Woman, and she whose word is life, love, liberty, and light proved too much for Parsons, who found in her a devouring flame. During this period of sex-magical operations, Parsons was engaged in nuclear research and, in 1952, blew himself to pieces when he dropped a phial of fulminate of mercury. Enemies of the order used the incident as proof of Crowley's satanic influence, though Crowley himself had repeatedly warned Parsons not to engage in traffic with entities whose credentials were suspect. For all his mistakes, Parsons made inroads on the unseen worlds. He was one of those who paved the way for the present-day passion for things strange and occult, for drugs, UFOs, black sex, mutations, and the probability, as against the mere possibility, of manes communicating with supermundane intelligences capable of transforming life on this planet, a phenomenon which Crowley had spent a lifetime trying to demonstrate. By 1945, Crowley had so surely sensed the future trend that he wrote in his diary that the structure of the OTO would have to undergo fundamental changes. Elaborate ceremonial and the establishment of fixed lodges in specific localities would be superseded by a fluid and far-flung web comprised of Thelemic power zones. These power zones would form a loosely knit network of occult groups using the Ophidian current to prepare human consciousness for intercourse with the denizens of other dimensions. Now, in the 1970s, these centers are branching out in all major countries of the Western Hemisphere. The next step will be to extend their influence to the East. This will prove to be not so difficult a task as may at first appear. The East today is in the stranglehold of communism, but this is a Western import, and like fascism, its shadow is only a temporary political device. The natural spirit of the East, in its deeper rootage, is in complete accord with the doctrine of Thelema. That this is so may be proved by comparing the basic tenets of Thelema with the Chinese way of the Tao, the Vedantic doctrine of Advaita, and the pivotal philosophy of Hindu and Buddhist Tantricism. The Tantras, in particular, achieve their full flowering in Thelema, with its accent on vital energy, spontaneity, and cosmic creative rapture intuited through the exercise of natural functions freed from unnatural restrictions. It is to this aspect of the Eastern psyche that Thelema makes its strongest appeal, and it may be through the Tantra-Thelemic affinities of Indian, Mongolian, Tibetan, and Chinese secret societies that the liberating power will upsurge to establish a linkage on the subtle planes with Western centers of Thelema. When this union is effected, the world will be able at long last to prepare itself for full expansion of consciousness in a sympathetic environment. AL may well be described as a Western Tantra, but unlike the Tantras that have preceded it, it is of cosmic scope and valid for all mankind, for it contains the universal keys to power. With these keys, man will gain access to the deepest cells of time and space, and be able to explore unknown dimensions without recourse to any of the cumbersome machinery necessary for the present kind of scientific approach to the objective universe. This, in effect, is a pseudoscientific approach, for it supposes that man may conquer space and time if he is prepared to pay enormous sums of money for equipment that will, in the course of the present aeon, prove to be totally unnecessary. Blavatsky hinted as much in The Secret Doctrine, published in the dusk of the old aeon. Crowley says in his Confessions, the OTO is in possession of one supreme secret. The whole of its system at the time when I became an initiate of the sanctuary of the Gnosis 9 was directed towards communicating to its members, by progressively plain hints, this all-important instruction. I personally believe that if this secret, which is a scientific secret, were perfectly understood, as it is not even by me after more than 12 years almost constant study and experiment, there would be nothing which the human imagination can conceive that could not be realized in practice. By this I mean such things as this, that if it were desired to have an element of atomic weight 6 times that of uranium, that element could be produced. If it were desired to devise an instrument by which the furthest stars or the electrons could be brought within the range of every one of our senses, that instrument could be invented. Or that, if we wished to develop senses through which we could appreciate all those qualities of matter which at present we observe indirectly by means of apparatus, the necessary nervous structure would appear. I make these remarks with absolute confidence, for even the insignificant approaches that I have been able to make towards the sanctuaries of this secret have shown me that the relations between phenomena are infinitely more complex than the wildest philosophers have ever imagined, and that the old proverb where there's a will there's a way needs no caveat. Before this secret can be openly divulged and employed, man must have achieved a degree of freedom from mere psychic and physical bondage that enables him to rise above the petty tie-ins engendered in him by a sense of competition with his fellows. This is a false sense and is the greatest single hindrance to true freedom. He can throw off these futile ambitions only by realizing that they are imposed upon him from without, in order to get from him a maximum amount of work at a minimal cost, to those who are appropriating his energies for their own ends. The immediate reaction of the majority of those intelligent enough to have sized up the situation has been to do precisely nothing, and to sink supinely in the mud of inertia. But this is not an effective solution, for it leads only to despair. It is therefore necessary not only to know but to realize the profound mystic truth that there are no others for whom one works, with whom one competes, or by whom one is exploited. It is necessary to realize that one is unique, that one has as a star in space a precise if erratic orbit. It is necessary to realize that successful fulfillment of one's role in the drama of manifested existence lies in the unshakable conviction of one's certain and eternal uniquity. It is the inability to realize the true nature of this sovereignty, this inherent kingliness, that has resulted in bondage, which is entirely self-imposed and caused by ignorance of one's real, i.e., royal nature. It is the role of the royal or kingly man that is extolled in Al. The slaves that serve are the people, too lazy, too servile, too cowardly to realize their true heritage. This is why it is written, "Ye are against the people, O my chosen." It was Adam Weishaupt who first emphasized the natural sovereignty of man in an essentially social and political context, but it was Aleister Crowley who traced the ramifying complexity of its occult implications as it affected the psychosexual constitution of man. This he was able to do because he had received, from Iwas, the keys to the mystery of human consciousness in the new aeon. The magical keys are made accessible in the Ordo Templi Orientis. They form the central secret to which allusion has already been made. But the supreme, the highest keys are mystical, and they repose in the sanctuary of that great order of the silver star known as the A. How may such a secret as the OTO possesses help those who are confirmed in their servility, who want to be bound, who have no urge to liberation? The answer is it cannot. The OTO is for those alone who realize the urgency of acquiring personal freedom to develop their true wills. The implication is that before a person is conscious of the fact that he has a true will, he will be unable to see any reason why or how he should fulfill it. But for the individual who has achieved this realization, which in itself constitutes a major initiation, the OTO forms a natural springboard for his leap towards freedom. Even so, he cannot take that leap without leaving in his wake the propulsive power that makes it possible, and this is the sole fee exacted of those who embrace this path. He must make this gesture, and its relative urgency determines the amount of freedom he contributes to the order. There is no compulsion, only impulsion. If the candidate fails to make the grade, he falls back into the old ways, the old servitude, and vegetates until he finally decomposes. But if he does make the grade, he absorbs into himself the entire reservoir of power that has been accumulated by his predecessors. This is the true significance of parampara, or spiritual, i.e., royal equals real lineage. Crowley therefore envisaged a total reorganization of the OTO along these lines because he realized that a person who truly identified himself with the current of magical energy symbolized by 93 Thelema will already, in a sense, be that current, will, in actuality, be the OTO and therefore a radiant zone of Thelema. Thelema represents a necessary stage in the spiritual development of the individual. Paradoxically, no one can create or contribute anything original or bring more to life than he takes from it, unless he is already a Thelemite. The term Thelemite has a wider connotation than its hitherto exclusive use in Crowleyan literature might suggest. The artist, the scientist, the inventor, the poet, is such only to the degree that he expresses his true will. There is much insistence today on schools, systems, orders, and traditions. Yet, when all is said and done, there is only the individual, and his will is unique, even though obscured by karmic commitments, personal prejudices, psychological blocks, and phobias. This does not mean that, in order to be a Thelemite, one must have formally accepted Al. A fully functioning Thelemite may not have heard of Al or of Aleister Crowley. There were fully functioning Christians before the birth of Christ. But Crowley insisted upon a formal acceptance of Al by all prospective candidates to the OTO. What then did this imply? It implied, and still does imply, above all, that an individual, of his own free will, has elected to establish contact with the particular current of magical power to which Al alone provides the only complete key. Al contains occult formulae of cosmic scope, some of which are openly expressed and some veiled in the most complex web of Kabbalistic ciphers ever woven into a single text. For whereas all other holy books and tantras are concerned with specific aspects of these formulae, Al comprehends them in their totality. It also contains, as Crowley claimed, the supreme spells. We are living today at the juncture and renewal of several major time cycles, some of which are immense, others not so protracted. The new Aeon, the Aeon of Horus, is in the latter category. It will endure for 2,000 years. As it is governed by a formula disruptive of old forms and beliefs, it is abhorred by the uninitiated, those who are unacquainted with the occult traditions relating to Aeonic cycles. Al relates specifically to the Aeon of Horus. It is in fact the word of Iwas, who is Shaitan or Set, a form of Horus. It is the repository of formulae peculiarly applicable to the needs of human consciousness at the present stage of evolution. Whereas the A provides for the ultimate and eternal aspects of spiritual evolution during the major cosmic cycles, the OTO is concerned exclusively with the lesser Aeonic cycle, that of Horus, and its magical formula LASHTAL. The magic of Horus is characterized by the passionate union of opposites. Crowley always spelt magic with a K when he wished to distinguish it from the magic of Osiris. The magic of Horus supersedes that of the previous Aeon of Osiris, which was characterized by the ritual procedures that formed the basis of old Aeon cults, particularly the Semitic creeds of Judaism, Mohammedanism, Christianity, and all those occult traditions that employ a ceremonial mode of consciousness control. Crowley maintained with good reason that the magical current transmitted by the OTO cannot be applied with impunity by a non-Thelemite, because only a Thelemite, by definition, can use it in the service of the true will. Each candidate must show beyond all doubt that he already knows the secrets of practical magic possessed by the OTO. It is the correct and effective use of the magical methods themselves that RMS the substance of instruction in the order. It is this proviso, so often misunderstood, that has caused many would-be candidates to turn back in disappointment, while others, who would appear to be ill-equipped for membership, sail right into the sovereign sanctuary itself owing to an innate aptitude and intuitive understanding of the use of the 93 current. 6. Dream control by sexual magic. We have reached a stage in our inquiry where, having explained Crowley's peculiar system of magic as a development of occult methods represented by and in the tantras, particularly those of the Lingakaras and the Yanakaras, we can proceed to examine its meaning as a consciously applied method of dream control by sexual magic. It is necessary to explain that the dream state comprises not only the dreams which occur during sleep, but also reveries or daydreams, hallucinations, visions, and the world of thought generally. The dream state, swapna, embraces the vast range of mental and astral activity that is bounded on one side by the thought-free void of dreamless sleep, sushupti, and on the other, by the activities of the body in the wakeful state, jagrat. All these activities have their origin in the dream state, whether they manifest as instinctual reflexes or as so-called volitional acts. Dion Fortune emphasized the importance of the consciously controlled daydream, basing her practices on aspects of the spiritual exercises of Saint Ignatius of Loyola. She demonstrated the magical value of dreaming true, an expression derived from George du Maurier's novel, Peter Ibbetson. The theory is that if one weaves a daydream with sufficient intensity, it induces so total an abstraction of the senses that the dreamer merges into a waking dream, wherein HC is the creator and master of his own fantasies. If powerfully formulated, these concretize, reify, and assume a reality equal in degree and often more so to that which is experienced in ordinary wakeful consciousness. The advantages of being able to induce such a state are evident, particularly if they are considered in relation to psychotherapy. The limitations, from a magical point of view, are also evident. Crowley reversed the process, thereby paving the way for a form of dream control that enables the dreamer to do infinitely more than abstract his complexes on the swapnic level, for to dream with intent is to function consciously on the astral plane. Merely to translate one's fantasies to the astral plane, however, is a retrogressive experience which, although it may be as lucid as a drug dream, is yet no more than an admission of failure to earth the dream and to influence the objective world. For although external events are ultimately illusory, they are none the less the results of obscure desires and drives existing at astral levels. True dream control, therefore, does not only require the satisfaction of desire, i.e., the fulfillment of the will while in the dream state, but, as Austin Spare noted, the living enactment of it now in full wakeful consciousness in the external world. There is little doubt that both Spare and Fortune practiced a form of dream control that made it possible for them, in their respective spheres, to reap the full benefit of such a practice. But Fortune, it seems, did not succeed in realizing her dream, and Spare translated his vivid inner experiences into works of art that the world has not yet properly evaluated. Crowley, on the other hand, earthed his great work, and the current which he initiated is now, less than 50 years after his death, inspiring one of the greatest bids for individual freedom since Adam Weishaupt and the Illuminati transmitted the spark which ignited the conflagration that changed history in the 18th century. In more recent times, the German occultist Eugen Grosch also seems to have been aware of the science of the Kullas. In his privately circulated Beelter für Lehenskimst, he showed how the required sexual polarity may be induced by manual passes made over the erogenous zones in the body of the woman selected as a channel for the transmission of magical forces. These passes, or mudras, whether made manually or with a wand or rod previously charged with ajas, can, though they need not always brush the surface of the woman's body. The idea is to arouse the bodily pranas and cause their convergence upon the basic chakra or yoni. The pranas saturate the kundalini, already inflamed by rhythmic breathing, mantra, ecstatic dancing, especially belly dancing, which provokes the latent fire, and sexual coupling in which the woman inhibits her orgasm. Crowley frequently supplemented these waniks with alcohol and drugs in order to induce a state of tumescence. When the woman has been excited to the utmost pitch, but not before, the magician begins the manual passes. The mudras collect the as that has accumulated at the erogenous zones until the woman's magical potential is wholly concentrated in the yoni. Success is indicated by a violent quivering in the region of the genitals and, in extreme cases, the entire body is convulsed with paroxysms that mark the withdrawal of energy from the various chakras. This should not be permitted to continue. If it does, it is a sign that purification of the nadis has not been properly achieved. It is at this stage, after the body becomes calm, that some operators absorb the kullas or vaginal vibrations that have accumulated in the magic cup. They appear there in the form of sexual fluids, but the kullas are not the ordinary sexual secretions as understood by physiologists. They are fluids charged with magical energy which represents the total potential of woman as an agent or vehicle of the goddess who is powerful at that moment to give birth to anything desired. Concerning this stage of the rite, bitter controversy has raged as to the correct manner of obtaining the vital 15th ray or kala. For when the woman becomes an actual fact, the goddess 15, she becomes oracular, a superhuman force capable of saving or, if the rite has been improperly performed, of blasting any person who approaches her. Hence the ferocious countenances of the dakinis, witch queens, depicted on the Tibetan sacred banners. In Oriental terms, wrong procedure at this stage of the rite is condemned as Vedic, that is, contrary to the Vedas and therefore heretical. This includes the actual imbibition of the fluids by cunnilingus, although some tantric sects follow the practice of regularly exercising the tongue by a sort of milking movement which prolongs it sufficiently to permit deep vaginal exploration. The higher forms of cunnilingus are performed without physical contact, but this method is a closely guarded secret in tantric circles. The Hatha Yoga Pradipika and the Shiva Sarnhita, which Crowley mentions in Magic as famous Hindu treatises on certain physical practices, describe a method known as Vajroy Medra in which the fluids are absorbed via the penis, which is used after the fashion of a siphon. Much practice under the guidance of an experienced guru is required to use the organ in this manner. No record survives of Crowley having used it himself. This oil, as it is called, appears to be Vedic and therefore acceptable as orthodox Hindu practice. The great Mudra Mahanudra of the Dharanic cult is exhibited in the STI of Ravine. It shows the star goddess Nut arched over the celebrant of the rite, and this is precisely the posture or mudra known as the Kailasa Prasthara of the Sri Chakra, in which a burja leaf is placed beneath the vulva of the priestess to receive the magnetized kayas. The leaf is then passed round the circle after the fashion of the earliest form of Holy Communion, when the cup of charis was offered to celebrants of the agape, the love feast of the Gnostics. It was the blood of charis, the female savior, that preceded the blood of the Christ. Hence its efficacy as compared with its later, masculine, substitute. That it was a substitute and not a counterpart is proved by the failure of the Christian formula. The Gnostics represented the earlier and genuine tradition. In this situation is pinpointed, perhaps more vividly than elsewhere, the eternal struggle between the Shaktiya and Shaivite elements of the mysteries. In the cult of Thelema, the conflict is finally reconciled by the exaltation of the child, or combined essences of both cults. But Horus the child is the child of the mother alone, and the masculine component, Bindu, that engendered him, though present, is unknown. As it is written in Al, in the sphere I am everywhere, the center, as she, the circumference, is nowhere found. The Roman conception of the Virgin Mother was a misunderstanding of this symbolism. Hence Crowley's definition of the Thelemic Trinity as comprising the beast, the whore, and the bastard. I have explained this symbolism at length in my previous book. There is thus no place in Thelema for asceticism of the kind practiced by the Christians, whose priests deny the very sacrament to which they themselves owe their existence. The formula of Thelema love under will is in accord with natural law, not a blasphemy against it. Having concentrated ojas in the basic chakra, the magician can either absorb it immediately or proceed with the rite and, by magnetic manipulation, take the energy up stage by stage, realize ing en route the potential of each chakra. Or, he can raise the power to a specific center, say the Ajna chakra, and explore the ethers. The Scarlet Woman is the gate of vision, and it is at this stage of the rite that dream control becomes possible, for the operator establishes direct contact with the swapnic state while remaining awake. He is thereby able to control the vision as the seer, i.e., the Scarlet Woman unfolds it. Crowley used many seers in the course of his career. 8 were of paramount importance. The list given in Chapter 2 dates from the Cephaloteunis period, 19203, when he was composing the long comment on Al. His later magical records show that many more candidates aspired to the office, most of them being rejected for one reason or another. It has been remarked by various of Crowley's critics that the women who did qualify for the role almost always ended their term of office in Coneyhatch, or some similar institution. This may be true, but it is not a valid criticism of Crowley's methods, for what is not considered is that a special kind of temperament is required to establish contact with the dream state while still awake. Western women who possess the required traits are rare, and as they have not the hereditary advantage of initiation into occult techniques, as have certain African and Oriental women, the sudden impact of magical energy on their personalities tends to disturb their sanity. Such women therefore easily astralize. It was their lack of proper preparation that resulted in ultimate lunacy. When it is considered that even in the East modern conditions make it almost impossible to find women with the necessary aptitude, how much greater must Crowley have found the problem in the years following the collapse of his abbey at Cefalu. Had the Cefalu experiment succeeded in the outer, we may by this time have had a powerful thelemic nucleus capable of transmitting the current to us, its heirs and successors. As it is, we can but preserve the formulae, confident that the present magical revival will discover genuine priestesses to serve our mass. It should be abundantly clear to anyone with any experience of astral working and dream control that there is in truth nothing but a wakeful state of consciousness. We call the dream state such after dreaming has ceased. During actual dreaming, no sense of illusion is experienced. Similarly, the state of dreamless sleep is described as a state of oblivion only from the wakeful state. While Sushupti, dreamless sleep, was being experienced, there was, on the contrary, full awareness, full consciousness, not of nothing, for that is impossible, but of the self, Atman. Atman is pure consciousness, i.e., self without any taint of ego. Because thought does not exist in Susliupti, the mind itself, which is but the functioning of thought, does not exist there either. Mind is not an entity in itself. Therefore, during the 3 states there is present only wakeful consciousness, i.e., vivid, immediate awareness. In the Jagrat, wakeful state, reality is masked by objects, which are crystallized thoughts. In the dreaming state, Swapna, reality is obscured by thoughts, which appear as real to the dreamer as do objects in the wakeful state. In the state of sushupti, deep and dreamless sleep, reality is masked by the absence of thoughts, and this state is mistaken by the unenlightened for unconsciousness or the void. The absence of mentation is taken to imply the absence of the self. In truth, it indicates the presence of the self in its pure state, bereft of all attributes, i.e., thoughts. Pure consciousness is the sole reality because it is the only factor common to all three states. There is no dream or dreamer. There is only reality, i.e., consciousness undivided by subject and object. If this substratum is realized, it will shine, totally unobscured, and the organism will automatically function with perfect spontaneity in all states. Why then use sex, alcohol, drugs, mantra, dance, etc.? Their use is an aid only for those who have not realized the unity of the three worlds, or states. By their use is aroused and later controlled that primal awareness that lies dormant as the Kim Dalini Shakti. She who has to be awakened in order to vitalize and integrate the three states of consciousness is symbolized by a serpent of 3.5 coils sleeping at the base of the spine. The half represents the number between numbers, the space between spaces where eternity abides and transcends the three states, where all dream, all thought, all activity merges in the clear light. Shakti is the mirror of Shiva. Therefore, the arousing of the primal fire in the priestess merely follows the ascent of the energy in the Shiva, the priest. If this is not so, then the process will not achieve the highest results, however far-reaching in scope or potential its side effects may be. The highest results are mystical. They concentrate the grace of that supreme Shakti, Kali, who grants Kaivalya. All lesser results are of a magical character. They lead by degrees to the ultimate reality. Heightened sensitivity, enhanced consciousness, total awareness is the object of the rite. To prevent the blunting of sensibility and the consequent inertia induced by an over-irritation of the vessels of the earth bow is a major concern of the priestess. In the Zoetic Grimoire of Zoes, Austin Spare refers to the witch queens who punish those who sink into sensuality as a result of inertia produced by overstimulation. Crowley's method of arousing the fire snake is contained in a paper entitled Erotocomatose Lucidity based on the experiments of Ida Nelidoff of the 9th degree OTO. There are many references in the Tantras to the power vested in the priestess to correct by punishment errors of ritual procedure. The ritual goddess should be young, well-developed, childless, healthy, and celibate. She should have been trained in the pranav mantra and its uses. She should be capable of using all the arrows of the senses in their reversions, and should be able to govern herself and punish wrongdoers during the ritual. Full consciousness must be maintained during the process of absorption in the dream world, and so on to the creative world of Bria. As Spare has shown, the real Sabbath of the witches had as its aim, and yet has, the reification of the inherent dream, which is another way of saying that it is the becoming conscious of, or realizing, the dream is identical with waking experience. In Crowley's terminology, the inherent dream is the true will, which it is the object of the magician to incarnate. The Sabbath of popular superstition is a grotesque caricature, when it is not a deliberate parody, of the secret rite which aimed at awakening the serpent woman by a positive use of the sexual current. The coven of 13 represents the true chakra or Kaula circle. 13 is the lunar number par excellence, the number of the female and her periodic manifestations. This is why the number 13 was considered accursed by the adherents of the solar cults. But there is another, Kabbalistic implication, which is that 13 is 31 in reverse and 31 is the number of Al Horus, of La Newt, and of Sht Set, which 331s constitute the 93 current represented by Shaitan Iwaz, whose formula is love underwool. In the Book of the Law, a direct allusion is made to this formula of reversion. Is a god to live in a dog? No. But the highest are of us. 20 at the earliest Sabbaths the god appeared in the form of a great dog. That is, the Grand Master or Chief Celebrant assumed the god form of the dog, typical of the stellar fire that was identified in ancient Egypt with Sothis and the fierce heat of the dog days. The doctrine of the reversion of the senses is so ancient that we find references to it as an already decayed tradition in tantras long anterior to the Christian epoch. The Tamil Siddhas, in particular, refer to practices in which the imbibition of female urine and incinerated dungal formed parts of a purificatory rite adopted by those who adored the goddess in the form of a living woman. In a secret comment on these practices appear the following interesting observations. The Vamamarga leads to retroversion of functions. Rhythm is also retroverted, death, the accompaniment of life, ceases to be so. It is a sort of viparita karani, remaining upside down, that is advised as an assistance in yoga practice. Things that provoke disgust are analyzed, made pure, and their values being extracted, they are used in the perfection of man. For instance, the urine of the healthy young female, which contains the internal secretions from various organs of therapeutic value and health-giving importance, is used as the medium for the imbibition of tonics. And c. The feces, calcined as directed in the Kalagnarudra Upanishad, are mixed with the urine and taken in as required. The ancient science of organotherapy of the East says that these products are of very potent and unimagined value. These ancients did not obtain their ductless glands extracts from brainless and dead cats, dogs, or pigs, from which the pure science of modern times obtains them, but from the excreta of living human beings, wherein there are substances of far more value than can be found in the dead animal. And in another place in the same comment, in the Shakta Tantra, Viparita Karani consists of habitually taking in repulsive and annoying things, such as urine, feces, cow, or human is a detail menstruum and bindu. Further, some adepts would take their nutriment via the anus and their drink via the sexual organs. While the Hatha Yogins would also take in the female fluids as per above, the Shakta Tantra refers only to those acts of viparita and venam that are required when physical contact is deprecated. Viparita is the exercise of abolishing disgust by taking in repulsive things which are useful, by enjoying the presence and company of ugly but gifted women, by doing extremely unconventional, nay disgusting things, which are yet purposeful and bettering, the living a better life than in an environment of prudery and mock modesty. This attitude is a natural outcome, affecting the mind, the attitude of which changes with that of Kundalini when she begins to take her Viparita return course. Austin Spark, a modern exponent of these mysteries, says of the genuine Sabbath, the witch so engaged is usually old, grotesque, worldly, and libidinously learned, and is as sexually attractive as a corpse. Yet she becomes the entire vehicle of consummation. This is necessary for transformation of the personal aesthetic culture, which is thereby destroyed. Perversion is used merely to overcome moral prejudice or conformity. By persistence, the mind and desire become amoral, focused, and made entirely acceptive, so the life force of the ID is free of inhibitions prior to final control. Spare similarly believed that the personal aesthetic culture as the value has destroyed more effective affinity than any other belief, but he who transmutes the traditionally ugly into another aesthetic value has new pleasures beyond fear. The later travesty of these ancient doctrines in the revolting rites of the Black Sabbath, which consisted of a mere inversion of Christian practices, are the distorted echoes of a doctrine which had at its heart the true Samadrisliti, or equal vision, that characterizes the most exalted levels of spirituality. The medieval alchemist perhaps came nearest to the pure doctrine with his analysis of substances popularly considered unclean. He knew that dross was the outer form of the hidden god, that the glowing gold of inestimable value lay in ores and metals that repelled those who could not discriminate between the valuable and the worthless. In this connection, one of the major god forms held holy by the earliest cults was that of the pig, sacred to Typhon, the dark lord of the draconian tradition. The pig was considered an unclean animal by later cults because it was known to be the only animal that ate human excrement. It is significant that the Jews cast it out as abhorrent when they switched from the stellar worship of El Shaddai, El-Shaitan, to that of the paternalistic and solar Jehovah. But the pig was originally a glyph of utmost sanctity, on account of a doctrine that involved the absorption of substances which the uninitiated shunned as repellent, which indeed they are in their unregenerate or non-sacramental form. When purified and consecrated to the service of the goddess, however, they are found to be valuable aids to the awakening of the fire snake. All food is intended to feed not the body, but Kundalini, hence the urine and feces and menstrual fluid extracts. It is not necessary to undergo any gymnastics or fatiguing exercises during the training of Kundalini. The slightest exercise affects her, and all is joy herein, if the attention and the vision are but devoted to HCR. That the famous, or perhaps infamous, rite of the 5 ms Panchitnakaras involves the use of substances that the present-day individual, raised in a milieu of false Christian values, regards as repulsive. There is a reference to this rite in Liber 7. Crowley translates the doctrine in terms of chemical affinity and repulsion, both being aspects of agape, which signifies love in its total sense of attraction-repulsion, love-hate. In Liber Aleph, Crowley explains that the amount of energy and ecstasy disengaged by union with new and often contrary elements is profounder, fiercer, more significant than the union of similars. By repeated marriage cometh toleration, so that ecstasy appeareth no more. Thus his half-grain of morphia, which at first opened the gates of heaven, is nothing worth to the self-poisoner after a year of daily practice. So too the lover findeth no more joy in union with his mistress, so soon as the original attraction between them is satisfied by repeated conjunctions. For this attraction is an antagonism, and the greater the antinomy, the more fierce the puissance of the magnetism, and the quantity of energy disengaged by the coition. Thus in the union of similars, as of halogens with each other, is no strong passion or explosive force, and the love between two persons of like character and taste is placid and without transmutation to higher planes. Yet know this, that every opposition is in its nature named sorrow, and the joy lieth in the destruction of the dyad. Therefore must thou seek ever those things which are to thee poisonous, and that in the highest degree, and make them thine by love. That which repels, that which disgusts, must thou assimilate in this vey of wholeness. Yet rest not in the joy of the destruction of every complex in thy nature, but press on to that ultimate marriage with the universe whose consummation shall destroy thee utterly, leaving only that nothingness which was before the beginning. The celebrated Bengali devotee of Kali, Sri Ramakrishna, observes also with the highest appraisal the ability of the enlightened to make no distinction between the contents of a dustbin and the plate prepared for the gourmet. This supreme attitude, or mudra, is exemplified by the devotee of Kali, who performs his mysterious rites in the cremation ground lit by the baleful radiance of a blood-tinged waning moon at dead of night. Surrounded by the decaying bodies of the dead, his mantric mutterings are accompanied by the ululations of the hyena. Yet this smashanam, cremation ground, is for the devotee none other than the flower-strewn yoni of the goddess, where all desires attain final satisfaction and ultimate extinction on the funerary pyre. Thou art a beautiful thing, whiter than a woman in the column of this vibration. I shoot up vertically like an arrow, and become that above. But it is death, and the flame of the pyre. Ascend in the flame of the pyre, O my soul! Thy God is like the cold emptiness of the utmost heaven, into which thou radiatest thy little light. When thou shalt know me, O empty God, my flame shall utterly expire in thy great Nox. The word nox, or night, contains the key to this passage, as it also contains the key to the formula of Nut arched over the celebrant and shedding her cullis upon him. This can be demonstrated Kabbalistically as well as literally, for Nox, knots equals 21 which is the number of a secret formula called Ampada, a word that conceals 3x70 i.e. 210, the three phases of Nut, or Nut in the three worlds or states of waking consciousness, dreaming consciousness, and the deep sleep or empty state. 210 is also the number of reversal, topsy-turvy, and therefore of the reversal of the senses described above. In Crowley's comment on Nox, the N is equated with Mentu, the phallus, the O with Amun, the hidden god, the X with Isis as virgin, i.e., asleep, unawakened. In other words, now readily understandable, that which is dreamt, if the dream be magically controlled, is more real than wakeful experience so-called. The Egyptian Book of the Dead is the most ancient yet detailed grimoire for those who will to come forth today in the light of full consciousness beyond the three states. Similarly, Al is for those who, as Austin Spare has phrased it, will to reify the inherent dream. In Al also there is emphasis on the unclean element of the pre-Christian gnosis. The best blood is of the moon, monthly, then the fresh blood of a child or dropping from the host of heaven, then of enemies, then of the priest or of the worshippers, last of some beast, no matter what.
This burn, of this make cakes and eat unto me.
The inversion of the senses to the point where repulsion and attraction negate each other in a supreme orgasm constitutes the agape, or love feast of the supersensualists. This feast was referred to by Spare in the Book of Pleasure, Love Feast of the Supersensualists being the title of an illustration which was unfortunately omitted from the book. It is easy to imagine what it would have depicted if we consider the nature of the repast in terms of the Shakta Tantra ritual of the Vama Marg. Spare made a point of engaging in sexual intercourse with the most repulsive types of women imaginable, which is reminiscent of an advertisement for models which Crowley composed during his residence in Greenwich Village, New York. Wanted dwarfs, hunchbacks, tattooed women, Harrison Fisher girls, freaks of all sorts, colored women, only if exceptionally ugly or deformed, to pose for artist. Apply by letter with a photograph. Austin Spare's penchant for ugly women, especially teratomas of the kind here illustrated with hypertrophied clitoris, was based upon the doctrine of sense reversion. But a contemporary commentator of one of the most secret forms of tantric worship emphasizes the non-necessity of searching for unusual women. Bhagavati, thou whose chief importance in worship is the bhaga, the genital outlet. Thy nature is ever new. Ever is the secretion fresh. Every day the nectar from women is fresh, it is sinless. It is the sadharana, the ordinary, normal women that is meant. There is no need to hunt for extraordinary women. Whatever there is as a remainder comes out from women as the sesha and seshi, dual of nature, bindu and rajas, and their mixture in the shivambu or urine. This is the science of the Bhairavas, the dog-faced deifications that have been from the time of ancient Egypt. Dog, so-called, because they valued the excretions, the sesha of human metabolism. Dog, because the partaker thereof did not know fear, Bhairava. The technique for cultivating sense reversion is described by the same commentator, and as it is of vital importance in understanding the nature of Crowley's cult, as well as that of Spare and others, I give it here in full. As far as possible and to obtain the best results, there should be a cultivation from the outside to the internals. There is reversal of the sense of taste by turning the tip of the tongue so as to make the uvula turn upwards, and, in time, close the hole in the roof of the palate. The reversal of the sense of touch by being negative to anything you come in contact with, maintaining a kind of inner untouchability by becoming repulsive yourself. By taking pleasure in things disgusting but valuable, such as the urine and feces, and by seeking smells where they are most potent, as in the ruts and secretions of women. One goes about this diversion in a systematic, thorough and scientific manner and understands that the processes of aging can be arrested and reversed by the use of disgust and the use of young females as was done of old by King David and Solomon. Crowley's Iwas current, Spares Zos Ki Occultus and Love Craftes Thulucult are different manifestations of an identical formula, that of dream control. Each of these magicians lived their lives within the context of cosmic dream myths which, somehow, they relayed or transmitted to man from other dimensions. The formula of dream control is in a sense used by all creative artists, though few succeed in bringing human consciousness into such close proximity with other spheres. Although people are not yet generally aware of the subtle influences that Crowley has been instrumental in focusing, nevertheless the breakdown of obsolete religious formulae, the abrupt change in values and the presentability of certain types of mind to respond to the current show clearly that Crowley, Spare, Lovecraft, Grosh, Fortune, etc. are not the originators of such a current but merely its transmitters. This is the touchstone of the real worth and greatness of art. Does it act as a channel for such cosmic influences or, like so much of so-called modern art, is it merely the expression of a private and dislocated psyche, faultily connected with or even entirely cut off from the extra-dimensional sources of creative energy that inspires all true artists? It is not easy and sometimes exceedingly difficult to discriminate between the two forms of expression, which may be divided in this instance, and this instance only into acts of white and black magic. Lovecraft's art would have been black indeed had it really been spun, as he supposed, from the depths of his own disconnected psyche. That it was not so I think I have demonstrated. 7. The Sabbatic Wine and the Devil's Grawl. According to ancient occult lore, the microcosm is a replica of the macrocosm, which is the repository of all cosmic power. These powerhouses may be tapped when the kundalini is at the appropriate center or force field in the human organism. There are many more of these force fields than the well-known Sayachakras. The fire snake shifts its focus and concentrates different types of energy on varying planes of consciousness, and this throws corresponding patterns of objectivity on the screen of consciousness. For example, it is possible that a being of Saturn differs from a denizen of Earth, animal, vegetable, or mineral, merely by virtue of the kundalini being normally active in a bodily center different to that through which she operates in earthly entities. I use the expression earthly, although of course it is the goddess who produces in consciousness the illusion of Earth, just as she produces the illusion of any other planet, star, or celestial body. It is, after all, Kundalini who creates the illusion of the human body, the microcosm wherein the macrocosm is said to be contained. Non-human entities in which Kundalini is partially arisen, partially, though permanently in relation to a specific life cycle, possess different anatomies and types of intelligence to those in which it remains dormant. The planets themselves are an expression of Kundalini at particular levels. It is therefore possible to equate the force fields, the Kundalini in the chakras, with planetary and stellar powers. How then are we conscious of such planets, etc., if the fire snake has not arisen in ourselves to the corresponding microcosmic power zone? The answer is that we are but vaguely conscious of their outer existence, though not of their real nature and power, in the same way that we are vaguely aware of the existence of a snail, a stone, the ocean, sun, moon, and stars, without being able to realize our identity with their essential nature, without in fact being able to share their states of consciousness. We cannot identify ourselves with these states until the Kundalini unites us with them through appropriate force fields. The Kundalini can be stirred and sometimes fully awakened by any of the following methods. 1. Total concentration and absorption of the mind in its source, brought on by intense study or research, or by absolute introversion, or by some state of mental quiescence, or 1. Pointed concentration of mental energy on a magical symbol or sigil. 2. Drugs and alcohol. To worship me take wine and strange drugs, whereof I will tell my prophet, ye be drunk thereof. They shall not harm ye at all. 3. Shock, in the form of intense surprise, grief, ecstasy, etc. Any sudden release of subconscious energy affects the Kundalini. 4. Ecstasy induced by music, jazz, kirtana, rhythmic drumming, mantra. 5. Speed, which has a tendency to loosen the astral body and thus make possible a willed influx of cosmic energy. The whirling dance of the dervishes and the frenzied gyrations of the voodoo practitioners induce a similar condition of receptivity to cosmic influences. This acts directly upon the fire snake. 6. Magically controlled sexual activity of which the Kundalini is the immediate object. This is a dangerous method and demands a high grade of initiation in the practitioner. As the Kularnava Tantra declares, one reaches heaven by the very things which may lead to hell. 7. Absolute compassion for all created things. This is the Buddhist formula par excellence. It leads to the highest trances and to that Silaja Samadhi, or state of natural and permanent self-realization, achieved by Advaitins. 8. Aesthetic ecstasy or impersonal rapture induced by the contemplation of supreme artistry. 9. Religious enthusiasm induced by total devotion to the Absolute conceived under the form of a personal deity. The resulting obsession leads to a transcendence of the individuality and taps cosmic energy. The devotee is caught up into the heaven of his God. 10. Violence carried to the pitch of frenzy, either masochistic or the reverse. This unseals primal atavisms, the resurgence of which leads directly to the most ancient, i.e., the original state of consciousness which, being pure, is cosmic, unlimited. Once the Kundalini is awakened, it forces its way up the Sushumna and, as it does so, its progress is marked by wonderful visions and the acquisition of hitherto unknown powers, provided, that is, the chakras are duly sealed. The danger of this kind of yoga is that one may awaken the primal power before all is properly balanced. A discharge occurs in some wrong direction and obsession results. It is possible to draw off stellar or transmundane energy by using the human organism as a condenser. This is achieved by tapping the appropriate power zone, after Kundalini has animated and magnetized it. A magus could, if so he willed, breed a race of entities capable of reaching, even by mundane means such as the rocket, the stars, and planets. The cosmic energy remains dormant in the entity until it is launched, either magically or mechanically, into the atmosphere of the star whose energy it represents and condenses. Such an entity will have no interest in, or point of contact with, mundane concerns beyond that which is essential for its physical existence. It may even exhibit intense apathy and inertia and, at the same time, a profound nostalgia for a vaguely sensed lost paradise. This imbues it with an overwhelming urge to leave Earth and seek its true home in the stars. An analogous situation occurs among men when the artist sacrifices all for his ideal of beauty, when the devotee dies for the sake of his God, in order to enjoy eternal beatitude in the divine presence. The particles of fine sand-like substance in the Ajna chakra are permeated with energy radiating from the Kundalini. By bringing the will into direct alignment with this center, the fire snake is aroused and induced to ascend. In the secret mystery schools of the East, magnetic metal discs are placed upon the intervening chakras with the purpose of collecting the energies released by the ascent of the fire snake. These energies are preserved in hermetically sealed vessels and later infused into the ajas of the priest who has awakened them. The Scarlet Woman is then inseminated with fluid charged with this ajas. She eventually bears a child able to exist on the particular star which is the outer sheath of the soul which the child embodies. The astral anatomy of man is built around the niyarmas and sandhis which act as receiving stations for emanations from other planes, other dimensions. They are gates through which the kalas are transmitted to the endocrine system for distribution in the subtle network of nadis. This highly complex web is formed by junctures or cross-currents of energy which, seen clairvoyantly, constitute a map of magnetic vibrations flashing like continuous lightning. The moon is the pivot of this system and her beams illumine all the power zones in the solar system. The macrocosm of Vitruvius is a partial Western interpretation of this secret science of Sri Vidya. But the complete system is concealed exclusively in one mystical figure, the Sri Chakra of the Hindu Tantras. Witchcraft, as generally understood or misunderstood, is a degradation and an abomination of this science, at one time universally used by initiates. It is now known and practiced only in the most hidden retreats of Asia and in South America, where the science was preserved intact beneath the mask of African witchcraft that had degenerated outwardly into voodooism, in rather the same way as its European counterpart degenerated into mere sorcery mixed up with an inversion of Orthodox Christian rites. The use of menstrual blood and the urine of whores in the sabbatic rites sprang from misinterpretation of the real nature of the lunar current and its confusion with chaotic sexual practices which, over the centuries, infiltrated some of the lesser tantras and earned for them the abhorrence and detestation of initiates. A certain closely guarded tradition of Peruvian origin which has never been committed to writing describes the raising of the fire snake by means of electro-magnetic stimulation of the enarmas, the zones of detumescence in the body of the Scarlet Woman. Thin metal discs, previously charged with electromagnetic energy by exposure to stellar radiation, are laid upon the woman's body, which has previously been seethed in liquefied ajas. The Peruvians, like the Egyptians, did not only measure time by means of pyramidal shafts. They also received the stellar rays through specially fashioned discs, wafer thin to transparent, into basins filled with liquid ajas. The gold discs and squares inscribed with hieroglyphics and used as talismans are mere echoes of their infinitely more ancient usage when they were indeed potent talismans imbued with the living emanations of the goddess. Her vaginal vibrations were enshrined in the amulet, whose seals represented the idras, postures, attitudes, assumed by the Scarlet Woman during the transmission of cosmic energy through the battery of her body. The Oriental adepts, Arabs and Indians particularly, brought on this lore. They mapped out the bodily marmas through which the kalas are transmitted from the skies and discharged into the bloodstream via the endocrine glands. Astrology, originally, was the science of the interaction of micro and macrocosmic energies. The true science has been lost to the West, but in certain concealed sanctuaries of the East, the most ancient science of the intercosmic star, fire, is still known and practiced. In this science, known to the South Indian tantrics as Chandrakala, the moon, Chandra, is all-important. She is the prism, as is the Scarlet Woman, her earthly analogue, through which all the cosmic kalas pass. The sacred yantras are patterns created by vectors of energy flowing through the enarmas and sandhis when the influx of the kalas impinges upon them. Inversely, dharana on a particular yantra invokes the cosmic influx and causes it to operate. The occultist consequently uses the yantra as a focus in his endeavor to invoke any required force or to penetrate any desired ether. It is probable that the Arab initiate Solomon ben Ifa inducted Karl Kellner into sonic of these mysteries. It should be remembered that Crowley received these teachings via Theocler Rus, who, according to his own degree of attainment and ability to translate them in terms of the Western Hermetic tradition, had incorporated them into the lections which he prepared for the higher grades of the OTO. And here lies a great stumbling block to a correct understanding of Crowley's work in the sphere of sexual magic. In the interests of magical knowledge, therefore, it must be stated that neither Rus nor Kellner before him proved capable of transmitting, without distortion, this exceedingly subtle science. Crowley recognized the deficiency in the system as represented to him by Rus, but it was not until late in his own life that he was made aware of the supreme formula that Kellner and Rus had grasped only with relevance to the sexual process, the most material aspect of the fire snake. In an invaluable contemporary comment on a text of the Vama Marg which bears special reference to Sri Vidya in its Chandrakala recension, Degree Crowley is mentioned as having failed to understand the real nature of the psychosexual techniques which he received from the Arab initiate via Kielner and Roos. In a marginal note to a typed copy of this comment, Crowley denies the charge of failure and adds that the commentator has not seen my manuscript on the subject. It is a matter of conjecture to which manuscript Crowley refers. That it must have postdated his essay on the elixir of life written in Cefalu seems certain, for none of his records of sex magical workings include any references to the Kulas except in their densest form. Yet Crowley recognized the highly esoteric nature of the secretions referred to in AL. This can be proved by his observations in a letter to Norman Mudd, Frater OPV, dated October 30, 1923. I doubt whether the word secret is used in AL in its vulgar sense. I assimilate it to ideas in secretion. This, and certain references to chemical processes show that as early as 1923 Crowley was alive to the real import of these secrets. Concerning these Kulas, the Tantric comment observes as follows: what is not generally known is that these secretions are not mere excretions but arc-valuable fluids which contain in themselves the secretions of the endocrine glands in a much purer form, and more fit for human USC than THC gland extracts and desiccated gland products of the present-day organotherapy. It must be remembered that the extracts of the endocrine glands, chemically made, are taken from the dead glands of animals which lack certain essences that exist only in living beings. Also, they are different in humans from what they are in animals. The secretions of women are made in the laboratory of the deity, the temple of the mother, and they supply just what is needed by the human in just the right proportions. According to Arthur Avalon, H1 Kamrup 2 is an earthly tirtha or power zone which is represented by the yoni of the goddess. Here, at her shrine, the menstruation of the earth is said to manifest itself. In other words, Karnrup concentrates the vaginal essences in their lunar aspect. This place is accordingly the seat of Tantra, of that continuous or cyclic manifestation of cosmic power represented in the microcosm by the periodic heat of the human female, the period which divides chaos from cosmos. It typifies the rut, ritu, or rite, emblematic of the right time of sexual or creative congress. There is a certain secret temple in Assam in which an ever-burning fire, reminiscent of the ever-burning light of the Rosicrucians, flickers before an image of Kundalini wrought in metals condensed from vibrations from outer space. It is in the form of an entity having breasts of electrum magicum and a body of vitrified ajas. From its yoni flow continuous waves of energy that change color 15 times during a half-lunation. This primordial image of the goddess or scarlet woman is the type of all those occults glyphs symbolic of the fire snake, the kundalini in its scorpionic phase of regeneration through corruption. The manifold hues or rays of iridescent light are sometimes seen by yogis during meditation. They are the basis of the rainbow symbolism represented in Christian hermeneutics in connection with a threatened deluge of waters, chaos, and interpreted as a promise that such a deluge will not utterly overwhelm mankind. The name of the rainbow, Kashay or Kasht, is Kabbalistically identical with the mystical Kadosh known to Jewish initiates. This is a form of sexual magic frequently practiced by Crowley when the moon was full. The symbolism of the multi-hued fan or yoni is reflected in the ancient rite of the Hindu tantrics where it is glyphed as the flower-strewn yoni of the goddess. In an earlier cult, the outfan tail of the peacock, worshipped by the Yezidi of Mesopotamia, was a cognate symbol. In medieval alchemical lore, the formula of corruption was represented by that stage of the elixir characterized by a certain iridescence reminiscent of the rainbow deluge symbolism of the biblical tradition. The essential formula of corruption was typified by the Christians in the figure of the whore of Babylon, the scarlet woman of the Apocalypse. But they failed to understand that this was a symbolic reference only and, like certain Hindus, they regarded particular feminine manifestations as excremental and filthy. The initiate, on the contrary, considers these essences as living, not dead, matter, the very matrix of the vital elixirs used in the mystical rites of regeneration. Only the misinformed regard these substances as unclean. Such people have lost touch or never had contact with the primordial magical tradition. They are ridden by feelings of guilt engendered by internal conflicts and unresolved psychic complexes. Such attitudes have been grafted upon the psyche by the priests of paternalistic cults of which the later Judaism and historic Christianity are typical examples. Regarded in the light of a natural and therefore magical formula. For there is nothing at all supernatural, nothing that is outside or beyond nature. The multicolored culus of the goddess, the rainbow symbolism connected with the deluge and the iridescent lights which flash and glow during the performance of the great work are, each in their way, manifestations of an identical stage of the work, that of corruption, decomposition, the ultimate dissolution typified in the tantras by the synashionum, or cremation ground, the supreme altar of Kali whereupon the multitudinous desires of the devotee are burned to blackness, hail, on the funerary pyre. The blackening phasal is represented alchemically by the black dragon and astronomically by Scorpio, the glyph of the scarlet woman and the fire snake. The virgin becomes the whore, on her way to becoming Capricornus, Pan, the all. This is the threefold formula of Babylon, whose cup is the repository of cosmic vibrations. This also is the magical significance of the formula of Lao, Isis, Apophis, Osiris, the key to so much of Crowley's system that we cannot omit an explanation of it here. Yod, the hermit of the tarot, is the solitary seed attributed to Ti, represented by the Virgin. A is Apophis, the evil serpent of corruption and dissolution, represented by the whore. O is the true Ayin or Yoni attributed to the scarlet women represented by the full moon, the goddess 15, in which the concentration of all color or kala achieves its apotheosis. This is the secret meaning of Lao, which conceals a formula that has been practiced for long ages by occultists working the draconian current in places as far removed from each other as Kem, Sumer, Assam, Mongolia, and Peru, to mention a few of the most ancient seats of this power. Crowley developed the formula of Lao into that of Fiaof, thereby bringing it into line with, and assuming it to, the ultimate godhead of Thelema Arehorquit. By thus emphasizing the child, F equals Vav, V, the son, he established the cult of love under will as a dynamic expression of the original formula. This enables the magician to incarnate the child of his will. It is the beast's will, child to Babylon's love child. The epithet crowned and conquering, as applied to this child, indicates the sovereignty of the will in Crowley's cult. In Liber Aleph, Crowley refers to the child as the bud will, and this is the mainspring of the process of dream control previously explained. The child is formulated at astral levels of consciousness and reified in Asaya, the material world, by the formula of sexual magic. The sacred catamites attendant upon the temples of ancient India were trained especially in the art of controlling the periodic discharge of the kulus used as a menstruum for the incarnation of the child, the specific object for which the magic circle, chakra, was formed. The rite was performed at the time of the full moon, i.e., when both the celestial and the physiological moons, in macrocosm and microcosm respectively, coincided. Crowley frequently attempted to materialize gold or attract wealth by means of the elixir rubeus, the red fluid. This is why the partner used in the rite is known as the Scarlet Woman. Crowley, at the period of his most frequent use of this lunar current, seems to have been unaware that the iridescent nature of the cycle as a whole makes some of the kulus or colors invisible, and that various circles of 7, 14, 28, etc. Different women in the ancient Kaula system were necessitated by the fact that each Suvasini represented one digit, or day, of the full lunar cycle in both its dark and bright phases. The South Indian adepts, particularly, tabulated with care the precise nature of the astral or dream phenomena that it was possible to reify on each day of the dark and bright fortnights. The nearest approximation to this complex science of the kulus in the extant writings of Western adepts appears in a comment to the Secret OTO. Workings that Crowley revised in accordance with his own research. He therein refers to the use of the lunar current as follows. It is said that the second party is useless, even dangerous, when the influence of the moon first shows itself. But on the second day and after, though perhaps not on the last day, the sacrament is more efficacious than at any other time, as is figured by our ancient brethren the alchemists in their preference of the red tincture to the white. This we believe, although we hold it hitherto not proven. Crowley seems also to have been unaware that the real function of the Kadeshim related not to a homosexual technique but to the formula here discussed. Gerald Massey, before Crowley, correctly assessed the nature of this practice in his monumental elucidation of the occult phases of human thought, The Natural Genesis, published in 1883. It seems therefore highly probable that the formula of the Cade-churn involved the use of the unmentionable vessel, which Crowley misinterpreted as the anus and to which he referred frequently, in connection with magical workings, as PVN. This is a source of error that could lead to endless confusion if occultists do not bear in mind the magical etymology of the terms employed. This is, as always, an infallible key to the nature of the elements involved. Consider, for instance, the word cachet, a bow, and kadosh, that which is sacred or secret, i.e., the secretion. The bow is a symbol of Nut. In the Book of Thoth, it is attributed to the path of Gimel, which in turn is attributed to the moon. The title of the ATU is the Priestess of the Silver Star. She is depicted with the bow across her thighs. The bow is also the rainbow, that iridescent commingling of colors that announces the deluge. These are the secret colors which the Kadeshim or temple prostitutes secrete during the phases of cyclic manifestation. The formula was sometimes ideographed as the Eye of Set. This was the silver star, Sothis, the star of Annunciation. Its appearance heralded the inundation of the Nile, the river whose rich red alluvial mud literally deposited, or reified, the land of Kern, Egypt. This symbolism has been explained in the Magical Revival. Here it is necessary only to emphasize the connection between the lunar phase of the formula and the Eye of Set, known in this phase as the blind Horus, i.e., Horus in the dark of the underworld, Anenta, Horus at astral levels, the god who sees things in the glamour of physiological upset. Ancient lore testifies to the supremacy of PVN, not in an anal sense, but in that sense in which the Eye of Set is represented by the lunar Kala of Nut in her material phases of manifestation as the scarlet V/Oman. It is here suggested that this formula is the basis of the 11 degree, as distinct from the sodomitical practice with either sex which, in its inversion of all creativity, resembles rather the practices of witchcraft in their later, debased forms. The genuine left-hand or backward path does not involve unnatural practices such as those which occasioned the degeneration of the Greek mysteries, but the use of the primordial stellar current. For mystical attainment by the introversion of the senses, for magical attainment by the materialization of the bud, will formulated at astral levels and incarnated on the plane of Asaya. This is the formula of the hidden god, Arehorquit, the child Horus whose manifestation is made possible by the complementary formula of Hor-Parkrat. The blind Horus whose power, Sht Set, is concealed in the venom of the serpent and whose stroke deals instant death. It is through the scarlet woman Nun, whose glyph is the fish, that Set vibrates his word. The correct interpretation of the rite of the rainbow, QSHT, and of the rite of Kadosh, QDSH, i.e., of the Eye of Set as distinct from the Eye of Horus, is to be sought in this symbolism. There is an Asiatic goddess named Katesh, Kach. She is depicted standing upon a lioness, bearing in her right hand a noose and flowers, and in her left hand 2 serpents. The lioness is Sekhet, typical of sexual heat, represented by the letters Shin and Taith, SHT. The noose or ring, the flowers and serpents, are ideographs of the letter Kof, which means literally the back of the head, which is the seat of the sexual energies in man. Kof is attributed to the tarot key entitled the Moon. It is the lunar aspect of sexual energy that is represented by QTSH or Kach, the goddess whose name resumes her mystical nature. This symbolism reveals the formula of the 11 degree OTO, which is the reverse and complementary rite of the 9 degree. It does not involve the sodomitical use of sex, as Crowley supposed, but the use of the lunar current as indicated in his magical record by the phrase El Rub. Elixir Rubius. The ancient draconian mysteries of Chem upon which the cult of Shaitan, Iwas, is ultimately based are silent concerning any sodomitical formula except as a perversion of magical practice. In that tradition, the most ancient in the word, Horus and Set originally represented north and south. The heat of Set was symbolized by the blackening or reddening power of the sun in the south, also by Sothis, the star which announced the periodic inundation of the Nile, mystically interpreted as a phenomenon of the feminine mysteries. The red mud, the inundation, the blind Horus, the Osiris swathed in bandages, the weeping or eclipsed sun, all were equally symbolic of the periodic cycle of female nature. Set, as the seat, did not symbolize the literal fundament, but the foundation in the lunar and esoteric sense of the physiological flux that is the true basis of manifestation and stability. Degree similarly, the retrogressive symbolism of the medieval parody of these ancient mysteries, with its so-called witches' Sabbath and os obscenum, was a still readable reference to the lunar formula. The misinterpretation of these mysteries in anal terms is, to the initiate, as much a perversion of doctrine, and as such a sacramental blasphemy, as is the recital of the Lord's Prayer backwards and defilement of the sacraments to the Orthodox Christian. A further proof of the antiquity and pre-solar origin of the rite of the Scarlet Woman may be found in the image of the cat which presided over the Sabbath. The cat, another form of the lioness, symbolizes the lunar current. Its name, even, supplies the vulgar type, name for the vaginal cut or cleft, and the priestesses, i.e., the Kachurn who served the mass of the goddess were trained catamites, trained, as were the Indian Suvasinis, in the magical control of the cat or periodic catamenial flow that slew, eclipsed or absorbed the solar light. As such, the cat is the unmentionable vessel, and it was a misinterpretation of symbolism that caused Crowley to confuse it with the anus. This is not to say that the sodomitical use of sex for magical purposes is not a valid formula. It is such in a destructive sense and is only legitimately employed in certain types of working. It was condemned as a formula in both the ancient Egyptian and the later Indian mysteries where its use was associated almost invariably with baleful sorceries. According to Dion Fortune, it was the abuse of this formula that led to the dissolution of the Greek esoteric tradition. It is significant that the Greeks, who were unable to fathom the real meaning of the mysteries, became, as Gerald Massey described them, mere mystifiers having eyes touch with the physiological gnosis upon which the mysteries were based. The Greeks could not master the system of Egyptian mythology, and the hieroglyphics were to them the dead letter of a dead language. What Herodotus knew of the mysteries he kept religiously concealed. What Plato had learned made him jealous of the allegories to which he did not possess the clue. Outside their own mysteries, the Greeks stood altogether outside of the subject. They, as their writers allege, had inherited their mythology and the names of the divinities without knowing their origin or meaning. They supplied their own free versions to stories of which they never possessed the key. Whenever they met with anything they did not understand, they turned it the more effectively to their own account. Nothing could be more fatal than to try to read the thoughts of the remoter pass through their eyes. The reproduction of the primitive myths from the Aryan stage of language in Greece is on a par with the modern manufacture of ancient masters carried on in Rome. The utterly misleading way in which Egyptian physics were converted by Plato and his followers into Greek metaphysics makes Platonism only another name for imposture. Philo complains that the Greeks had brought a mist upon learning which made it impossible to discover the truth. The same charge may be substantialized on other grounds against his own countrymen. In India, the myths have been vaporized. In the Vedas, the shapes are in process of disliming and being evaporated into doctrinal abstractions. The concrete facts of early Earth are passing into the fading phantoms of cloudland. The decadence of mythology is to be found in the Greek poetizing, Hebrew euphemizing, and Vedic vagueness. What the myths have to tell us depends on their having preserved the earliest shape. Diodorus Siculus confirms these remarks. He noted that the Egyptians regarded the Greeks as impostors who reissued the ancient mythology as their own history. If for mythology in these quotations we substitute the word mysteries, it will be seen how important it is to adhere to the earliest phases of the Egyptian cults as represented by the stellar and lunar traditions, i.e., all pre-solar traditions, which it is one object of this book to elucidate. St. Paul, in those few passages with which his enemies did not tamper, also adds his testimony. Howbeit that was not first which is spiritual, but that which is natural, and afterwards that which is spiritual. Another way in which the formula of the Scarlet Woman is adumbrated in the symbolism of the medieval witch cult, how, ever distortedly, is in the old crone and her cat or familiar spirit. The crone, the hag or grandmother, is the ancient or first mother, the Adhikalika or primordial Kala, personalized in the Indian tantras as the goddess Kali. She is the Adisakti, the primordial power who shows her true colors, or kalas, periodically, when the sun is eclipsed. The cat, her familiar spirit, stalks that utter dusk in a form of blackness which is the hue typical of Kali. This is the night of time in which are concealed the radiant splendors of the dawning sun, or sun, her child. It is thus that Set or Sut opens his eye and projects the sun, the moon child, HC that cometh forth as the day. The practical implications of both the formulae of Set and of the Scarlet Woman amount almost to the same thing. The production of Arehorquit, the crowned and conquering child that sets its seal of sovereignty upon the most exalted magic of Thelema, for love, Babylon, is the law, love under will, Horus, had it. Thus is the Scarlet Woman able to achieve had it by the law of the beast. 8 Moon Power, its names, numbers, and reverberant atavisms. Magic was brought to perfection, historically speaking, in ancient Egypt. But long interior to the systematized exploration and control of subconsciousness, the African sorcerer was already controlling unseen forces by means of a peculiar charm or fetish known as the dimamu or effigy of blood, which was later typified by the mummy. Being the true magical link with the unseen world, the dimamu is still the basis of all practical occultism, although its form changes with the times. In antiquity, it often took the form of a chance object which has become associated by the sorcerer with the object of his desire, or somehow identified with his magical power. Once it had been charged with his vitality, it was no longer an ordinary object, and it was then burnt or concealed. According to whether the magical working involved the element earth, fire, air, or water, the object was buried, burnt, hidden in the foliage of a lofty tree, or submerged in a lake or river. This act affirmed a forgetting by the conscious mind, a sinking of the talisman in the abyss of subconsciousness. It was in the dark womb of forgetfulness that the hidden desire germinated. Fragments of ritual surviving from the remotest times show that the dead underwent a transformation in the abyss or underworld. The deceased arose as a Sarah-Nefer. Legend relates that Osiris was dismembered or cut in pieces by Set, who typified night, forgetfulness. Isis found all the pieces of the body with the exception of the phallus. It was Horus who supplied the missing member, thus enabling the Osirified to rise to new life. The remembered form of the god symbolizes spiritual wholeness and perfection. The goddess Isis represents the spontaneous operation of nature healing the breach of consciousness by revealing the hidden key to the subconscious. In one legend, she copulates with the corpse of Osiris in order to bring forth Horus. This congress takes place in Arnenta, the hidden land, i.e., subconsciousness, the underworld of the ancient Egyptian magical topography. The Egyptian priest identified himself with his god by inwardly assuming its superhuman nature and by outwardly assuming some part, usually the horns or tail, of the animal that represented that nature. By thus identifying his consciousness with that of a beast, the priest himself became a living dimamu, fetish, or sigil. He was then cast into the abyss by ceremonially entering the underworld in a consecrated bark, after which he was immured in a sealed shrine until the god's power manifested. Certain indications, in the papyri and on the monuments, suggest that such a process formed part of a regular investigation of underworld or occult realms. In ancient India, the great perfection was, and still is, sought by continuous service to a deity whose god form was assumed by his devotees. In the cult of Radha Krishna, for instance, there is an elaborate ritual of ecstatic adoration wherein Krishna is worshipped at the time of the autumn full moon in a magic circle formed by devotees, female and male, who assume the god forms of Radha and Krishna respectively. The direct worship of Krishna in his own realm as distinct from prayer, temple service, or household rites focused upon an image of the deity, requires the assumption of the pramadeha or body of divine loves on the part of the devotee. This body and the mystique of its cultivation and development depend upon the devotee's ability to merge himself in Krishna's all-pervasive sweetness. After lives of intense devotion to Krishna, the devotee's physical body becomes transmuted into a praniya, deha, and he is able to enter Krishna's heaven and live in the divine presence. It is in such a pramadeha that transdivine forces manifest on earth, but the uninitiated can see no difference between a genuine god form and a body of flesh and blood. This supreme assumption of the god form is of course rare, but it does happen and has been demonstrated in recent times by the appearance on earth of such avatars as Thakur Hernath, the saint of West Bengal, 1865 to 1927. The secret of bodily transformation lies in vibration. Thakur Hernath urged his followers to repeat the mantra Kusuma Hernath with mind concentrated on Krishna. Kusuma 6 being the Shakti or objectivizing aspect of Hernath. Radha is to Krishna what Kusuma is to Hernath. The mantra Kusuma Hernath is therefore identical with Radha Krishna and, on becoming reverberant through vibration, transforms the physical sheath into a body of pure bliss. The seed, Bua, mantra of Dakshinakalika is Krifni. This Bua, Krim, is a concentration of the word Karparam, which denotes a mysterious substance used in tantric worship. It is usually translated as camphor, the incense sacred to Shiva, the Indian form of the god Set. In the list of perfumes given in Liber 777, Table I, Column 42, Line 13, camphor is attributed to path 13. Cognate ideas are menstrual blood, the dog, zootype of Sothis. His name means the dark or black one, thus equating him with the night, the dog star, the bow and arrow, the left eye, moonstone, the bottom point of the heavenly hexagram, the number 9, and Atu2, the priestess of the silver star, the formula of Alam degree. In terms of the sand Hyabasa, H1, the secret language of the Tantras, Shukra and Rakta are known as Karparane, camphor. Shukra is semen virile, and in Liber 777 Rakta is equated with the gall of Rook, the specific incense of the lunar current whose vehicle is menstrual fluid. Rook, or Ruk, is a Sanskrit word meaning pleasurable or lovable in a sexual sense. Rdkd, a derivative word, signifies the girl in whom menstruation has just commenced. In the Hebrew tradition, the Ruk becomes the Ruachal, the spirit. It was female in the original tradition but was assumed to the masculine nature when the stellar cult of Al Shaddai, Set, degenerated into that of Jehovah, wherein the male was considered primary. Richt was also the name of a goddess who presides over the actual day of the full moon, and Rika, another derivative of Ruk, signifies a magical incantation. The Raki is a Hindu talisman or charm. In other words, a primal fetish which, like its African original, was charged with the vibrations of the lunar current. Karparati or Kali, the adored of Shiva, thus expressed in her secret name, Krim, a formula of sexual polarity which makes possible her invocation. An alternative translation of Karparam is the Kalpaka or fashioner of the world, the combined sexual fluids. Some of the esoteric meanings of the letter K have already been noted. See Chapter 1. The Tantra Raja says of the mother or world, fashioning potency. Letter Ka is thy form. This is the initial letter of Krim. The second letter, R, is the letter of fire, passion, heat, and light. The penultimate letter, I or long vowel, I, is known in the Tantras as the left eye which accomplishes all desires. The left eye is the Ayin, the eye of Set. Crowley attributed it to the image of Baphomet, the devil of the Book of Thoth. The eye refers to the goddess 15 whose formula is concealed in Atu 15. The final letter, M, is not strictly speaking a letter at all, but the subtle vibration represented in Sanskrit by the Chandra Bindu, seed of the moon. This is depicted in the form of a crescent and inscribed above a figure resembling the Arabic 30, 30. Thus, in the later, solar version of the mysteries, this number denotes the completion of a cycle, the full moon or month, etc. The Chandra Bindu consequently represents absorption in the void, the reality beyond time, Dakshinakalika. Krim, the essence of Kali, is expressed achemically as electromagnetic vibration composed of emanations which flow periodically from the genital outlet of the consecrated priestess. Statuary of Kali depict her with a dual stream of blood flowing from the corners of her mouth. This indicates the scarlet or Rajaguna, the double liquid of life typified in the zodiac by the glyph for Aquarius, the mystical water of life. Crowley equated with the North, Newt, as the prototype of Babylon, whose symbol is the fire snake. According to the Nirvana Tantra, the son of the sun is death, and he is established in the south, Dakshina. The power of Kali, i.e., the elixir of immortality, makes him flee in all directions with fear. Hence, she is called Dakshina. But, according to the Kamakaya Tantra, the sun behind the sun is on the right and becomes the grantaire of liberation, immortality. Hence, she is called Dakshinakalika in the three worlds, past, present, future. The meaning of this symbolism is that Dakshinikālika reconciles North and South, Nut and Hadit, Horus and Set. She polarizes these dual terminals for purposes of manifestation. She stands upon Shiva as Nut arches over Hadit on the stele, whose number is twice 359, the number of Shaitan. The stele is called the Abomination of Desolation, AL 3 IC. It is significant in this connection that the number 19, the number of the verse in AL which names the stele, is the feminine glyph because the void, Nut, ultimately absorbs the totality of manifested existence or conceptual thought. This state of affairs is regarded with horror and fear by unliberated beings who continue to mistake for reality the realm of illusory phenomena. Kali is also depicted with 3 eyes which represent the 3 states of consciousness, waking, dreaming, and sleeping, and the kalas upon which these states are based. The solar, creative current, exemplified by the waking state, the lunar, formative current, exemplified by the astral or dream state, and the state of the total dissolution of form in the fire of Sushupti, exemplified by the void of deep sleep. The right eye is the solar ray, the left eye, the lunar, the ajna, the third eye, is the supreme seat of the will, and it is symbolized by the stellar fire of annihilation, which is the formula known as the opening of the eye of Shiva. In the Egyptian mysteries as revived by Crowley, Ajna, the hidden eye, is the eye of Set. The other 2 eyes are those of Horus as Arehorquit and Hor-Parkrat, sun and moon respectively. Creation is unnatural in the sense that thought is a disease of consciousness. Thus, when the goddess assumes the dominant role in union with Shiva, consciousness, in the process known as Viparita Maithuna, creation occurs and the universe of name and number becomes apparent. Shiva, the unchanging substratum of pure awareness whereupon all forms arise, is figured as Shava. Hence the saying Shiva is Shava without Shakti. This symbolism leads on to the corpse-strewn Smashanam, burning ground, wherein the devotee invokes the goddess. The Smashanan is also the flower-strewn yoni of the goddess which emanates the forms of creation. Crowley maintains in his magical record that all magic is an acta rebhours, against the natural state of consciousness which is thought-free, pure, bereft of mentation. The Buddhists call this thought-free state Mahasunya, great void. It is the sole reality wherein Mayanaswara, the great goddess, plays her eternal and fantastic game of make-believe, fantastic because it is wholly deceptive, a glamour. According to the Niratara Tantra, the mantra of Kali does not become active without Kalakara. This means that the formula of the Kaula circle, as practiced in the Vama Marg, alone energizes the fire snake in the woman chosen to represent the goddess. On the other hand, the Fetkarna Tantra declares that if the devotee is without a Shakti, woman, the vibration of the mantra of Kali, with mind free from all restlessness, equally activates the Kundalini. This implies that the power is in the mind, not in its physical adjuncts, the senses, which are mere projections of the mind. This highlights the distinction between the mystical and the magical paths. The bough of flowers borne by the god of Kama, sexual passion, is synonymous with the bough held by the priestess of the silver star, and the rainbow symbolism already discussed. There is a phrase in the Tantra Kalpadruma translated as the flower-covered yoni of Shakti, and, in the Matrikabheda Tantra, the self-generating flower or flow, which charms all, is identical with the Ritu which first appears in a married girl. The Ritu is the rutilant and primordial rite that first suggested itself to primitive man when the girl flowered into nobility and became the red flower sacred to Kali, the initiator of periods and cycles of time. This was the right or right time decreed for coitus. In the Sidnaya, Rahasya, this flower is called Supuspa, which means a pleasing or fragrant flower. It refers to the Suvasini or sweetly smelling woman chosen to represent the goddess whose emblem is the scarlet hibiscus. She secretes the mystic dew which bathes the priest's body in a sweet, smelling perfume of sweat. Ale, I, 27. She is the one palak that contains all rare scents, jasmine rose, and the emblems of death. In the Mahanirvanatantra, it is said that wine is the savior, Tara, in liquid form, Dravamai. Tara Dravamai is therefore not ordinary wine but the mystical fluid, the moon juice that contains the kalas of immortality. To worship me take wine and strange drugs, says Hadit in AL 2:22. The drugs also are not ordinary, being compounded of equally occult essences. In his description of the crown of the magician, Crowley refers to the 3 pentagrams with which it is adorned. They represent the goddess 15X, i.e., the lunar power concealed in the circle. He also mentions the great arrow, embroidered from neck to hem on the magician's robe, the downward pointing symbol of Nut and of the bough of flowers already explained. The periodic eclipse of a celestial body was compared in ancient times with the regular occultation and effusion of the female cynocephaly, which acted as a natural horologe in the Egyptian temples. At a later stage in the evolution of magical ideas, the waning or sickening moon was typified as the Osiris swathed as a mummy, or bound up in linen like the human female at the time of her periodic sickness. The mummified image of the sun, God at night, i.e., the moon, thus became an image of resurrection. Similarly, the deluge of blood was likened to the inundation of the Nile, which was a promise of fruitfulness. The woman's period, the lunar eclipse, and the burial of the mummified Osiris all resumed the formula of waning, sickening, dying, of being buried in order to wax and bear fruit, i.e., to resurrect. The drama of the moon waning, waxing, and attaining to fullness features in all world religions. It is implicit in the relationship between Jesus and John. John typifies the dark diminishing moon, the precursor of the waxing light that is the mystical Christ of the Gnostics, not the historical Jesus of the later perverters of the mysteries whose Christ was no longer mystical but merely mythical. The Chandrakala recension of the Sri Vidya treats in great detail of the days and nights of the dark and bright lunar fortnights. To uninitiated scholars, this preoccupation of the Tamil adepts appears to have been carried to the point of mania. This is not surprising. Anything inexplicable in the light of modern ignorance is classified automatically as superstition. The relegation of the number 13 to the realm of witchcraft and black magic is a typical example. This number signifies unity because 13 moons constitute a full circle or CYCLC, the lunar year of 13 months of 28 days. Because the number 13 typified the moon and the female, the later cults, which based their reckoning of time not on the moon but on the sun, regarded the lunar images as accursed and identified them with ideas of darkness, disease, and death. The number 13 thereafter became the type number of misfortune and uncleanness. 13 was the accepted number of the witches' coven because the rites of the Sabbath were recognized as being of lunar origin. The vinum sabbati, wine of the Sabbath, was the mystical effusion of the Scarlet Woman, the ever-virgin whore of the stars. 13, however, has a very special significance in Crowley's cult. In the system of reversion, 13 becomes 31, the key number of Al and the highest aliquot component of the number of Iwas, Thelema, and Agape. It was in the lunar phase of the evolution of these concepts that 13 became the number of unity or the return to perfection, the fulfillment in both time and space of the cycle, full circle. All circle craft is based either upon the original, stellar, circle of the Great Bear, goddess of the 7 stars, on the moon and her 13-fold annual cycle, or on the later and final solar circle of the 12 celestial houses of the sun, zodiac. In the lesser lunar cycle of 28 days, 14 are dark with diminishing light, 14 wax bright. The 15th day thus became the day of the goddess. The moon takes 28 days to traverse the 12 zodiacal stations, and the number 28 consequently became a glyph of the female, as did 30 of the male. As 31 is the highest aliquot component of 93, so 5 is the highest aliquot component of 15. 5 was the primal number of woman as the genetrix long before the stellar 7 and the lunar 28. For 5 days woman was engulfed in darkness and eclipsed. From her issued the deluge that primitive man rightly identified as the substance which would later congeal and flesh forth progeny. Blood was recognized as liquid flesh, and the female expressed, through the number 5, her nobility, which was the archetypal nobility because the only known lineage was of the blood of the mother alone. The male's role in the procreative process was at that time unknown. The 5-day eclipse was the seal of woman's nobility, the nobility that wears the scarlet mantle of nature herself, the one unimpeachable rubric of her sovereignty. And because she was seen to renew life upon earth, woman was likened to the goddess in the sky, who renewed herself through celestial cycles, as a type of resurrection, a return to unity and ultimate perfection in the heavens and the hells. The number 5 thus became the seal of authority in the world of spirits. It was represented by the pentagram or 5-pointed star, still used by magicians for establishing contact with and controlling transmundane entities. The origin of the magical pentagram can thus be traced to the first observed facts of elemental nature. 5 was the number of the female. 6, or sex, that of the male, insofar as sexual activity again became lawful after the cessation of the deluge. In I 24, Newt proclaims, "I am Newt and my word is 6 and 50, which is her manner of saying, or the and the indicating that she is the virgin and the mother combined, thus identifying herself with the whore of the stars, the moon, the breeder who brings forth independently of the individualized father. In other words, her cult, whether stellar or lunar, is pre-solar. This is important because it implies that Horus, her child, the crowned and conquering child of the Therionic cult, is the child or essence of the mother alone. This is borne out by Al 2. Yet she shall be known I never. Sni is Tiani Gossictus 13, I is Tiani Inavions 1, the male component, the Bindu or hidden god. Ancient Greece also was not without its techniques for energizing the fetish or dinayamu. There existed a sacerdotal caste known as the Eninx, and its practices involved the use of urns or vessels, in many cases indistinguishable from ordinary vases. The urns were charged with sigils which a priest had previously consecrated. As in the case of the African fetish and the Egyptian deceased, the urn was subsequently buried or cast into the appropriate element. The ancients were steeped in magic, and it is unlikely that Thc Vexus buried with the dead had always the culinary purpose which modern scholars attribute to them. It may be true that the subtle fumes of drink and meat offering are absorbed by the spirits of the dead, but the Greeks undoubtedly used some of their vases for more creatively magical purposes associated with death and resurrection. When hermetically sealed, the urn formed a womb for the germination of the inherent dream, represented by the sigil. In the dark, silent, vacuous receptacle, the sigil or linear mantra bred its reality and fulfilled its will in the hidden places of earth or in the depths of ocean. Mantra yoga, or the magically charged vibration of sacred words and phrases, is one of the oldest occult practices known to man. The spell or incantation did not always have a rational meaning. More often than not, the phrase had no intrinsic significance. As Wei Wu Wei observes, a niantram is not intended to be subjected to conceptual interpretation. Therefore, it need not be given in literal translation. It is not an exoteric resume of doctrine, but an esoteric, chiefly auditive medium for the apperception of what universally we are. Concerning the mantra in Tantric Buddhism, S.B. Dasgupta observes, on the whole, it seems that most of the mantras are composed of a string of syllables which have lost their etymological meaning or which had never an etymological meaning. Vajabandhu says in his Bodhisattva Bhimi that this absolute meaninglessness is the real significance of the mantras. A sadhaka aspirant is to meditate on these mantras as something absolutely meaningless, and this constant meditation will gradually lead to a state of mind where it will be very easy for him to meditate on the ultimate nature of the dharmas, principle of existence, as absolutely meaningless. This meaningless ness is the void nature of the dharmas, and thus the meditation on the mantras will gradually lead a sadhaka to the realization of the void nature of the dharmas. Dasgupta goes on to say, in the hands of Vajabandhu, the mantras obtain a deeper significance than the mere invocation of any particular god or goddess who might confer mundane benefit on us or fulfill some of our selfish desires. The idea behind the apparently absurd repetition of a meaningless word or phrase is similar to the theory behind the sigil having no linear form that the conscious mind can recognize. By thus bypassing the endopsychic sensor, the vibration is free to return the mind to its subconscious source without its being able to breed images from the mantra, for the conception and birth of images would render the whole process abortive. Even the mantras which have definite meaning become bereft of meaning in the process of constant repetition. The Tantric Buddhists had sufficient strength of mind to dispense with meaning at the outset. Other traditions were more cautious, no doubt supposing that if the mantra was known to have no meaning, the rational mind of the aspirant would rebel at the outset. A simple experiment will demonstrate that even the most ordinary word, repeated continuously, will empty itself of all meaning in a very short time. All words and things, names and numbers, whether sacred or profane, are similarly and ultimately empty. The voidness of all things can be realized by this process of mantric reverberation. If performed with profound attentiveness, the practice results in ecstasy as the mind dissolves and merges with the rhythmic flow of sound. This gives way to ineffable tranquility as the ecstasy abates and the mind becomes merged in the void. This is the mystical path that descends from the reservoir of cosmic consciousness through Sushupti, individualized as the dreamless sleep state. Complementary to this is the magical path which ascends from the subconscious through Swapna, the astral or dream state. The subconscious mind is the repository of all images, all ideas, all concepts. Communication with it is possible only through symbols, and in order to traffic with it, a symbolical language is necessary. The only magically effective symbols are those charged with the peculiar vitality of subconsciousness. Therefore, desire must be formulated in symbolic terms and projected into the underworld. It must also circumvent the endopsychic censor. A consciously formulated desire achieves fulfillment gradually and is often realized after the desire itself has ceased. This sort of desiring should be eschewed as a dissipation of time and energy, since it is evidently not an essential part of the true will or inherent dream. For the sake of convenience, subconsciousness may be considered as a series of strata containing faculties and powers which reach back indefinitely. Each phase of evolution, from the aquatic to the human, is characterized by various powers, and as new ones are evolved, others become obsolete and are sloughed. They are pressed into latency and may be reawakened by magical means. For example, some of the earliest forms of manifested life were possessed of enormous physical strength, though feeble intelligence. Some were able to travel at great speed. Others could change their appearance and blend with their environment or renew themselves periodically by shedding their outworn skins. Still others could climb to heights inaccessible to man. It is the principle behind these powers, the superhuman strength and swiftness of movement, the power of transformation and regeneration, etc., that the magician seeks to revive. Yet if the desire for any of these powers remains conscious, it will mature and flower only after much time. The individual may grow old and die before the mechanical means of acquiring the power have been invented and made available. There are various ways of projecting desire into the underworld. Austin Spare evolved a simple yet potent method. Write down a short sentence embodying the nature of the desire, e.g., I desire magical knowledge. Extract any letters that are repeated, such as the letter I, which appears 3 times, leaving but one of them. In this way, the following series of letters remains: IDSRMAGCLKNOW. Of the original 23 letters, 14 remain. Arrange them in the form of a sigil. It should be simple and easily memorized. Furthermore, it should not in any way suggest the object of desire. The conscious mind must forget the rational significance of the sigil. Only then can it beget its image. The sigil, once designed and memorized, is then destroyed by consigning it to the appropriate element, as previously explained. The act of destruction, or rather of absorption, for the sigil is the seed that impregnates the womb of the void, must be substantiated by an act of sexual magic which Spare, and others, deemed it inadvisable to commit to writing. Although this is not the only way of trafficking with elementals and of facilitating the revivification of ancient atavisms, it has the advantage of being direct. Traditional symbols such as the eye within the triangle, the ankh, the swastika, the cross, etc., although possessing power to awaken subtle forces, are too familiar to the conscious mind to have a direct and immediate impact on subconsciousness. Such universal symbols are more effectual when used in connection with the mystical path. Magic employs essentially individualistic formulae. Mysticism altogether transcends the individual. There are 2 different processes involved, and they may be likened to the difference between a bar of pure gold and current coinage of identical value. Although the gold has intrinsic value and the current coinage none, it is no good tendering gold in a shop. Its value has to be assessed and converted into base currency. The base currency of subconsciousness is, so to speak, the apparently meaningless sigil. Like most analogies, however, this is not strictly true because in the subconscious the bar of gold would be recognized by the elementals and would influence them accordingly, whereas mere banknotes would have no meaning for them at all. Crowley, writing to Frater Saturnus in this connection, warned him against the use of paper money in magical operations for wealth, on the ground that the gnomes have no understanding of meaning as such. He advised the use of actual gold or silver. The sigil is a receptacle or chalice enshrining a given quantity and type of energy. It matters little what form the sigil takes so long as it is simple and complete in itself. It is important not to add superfluous ornaments since this will enable the subconscious to breed unwanted images or phantoms which will obscure and therefore distort the original desire. This also is a principle of artistic creation. Useless decoration is bad art. Great art is always simple. Each line is genetic and functional in a sense not to be confused with utility. It is functional in that it appeals immediately to the subconscious component of the observer. This appeal is hindered, even destroyed, by useless decoration. Art then degenerates into something which appeals only to surface consciousness. It expresses a merely transient fashion, whereas true art expresses eternity. The simpler the sigil, the more potent it is, yet completeness should not be sacrificed to simplicity for its own sake, for if the sigil is incomplete, it is also inaccurate and will breed a monster. Any form of sigil construction is valid, the more individualized the better, being then closer to the subconscious mind upon which it is intended to work. If the operator is more potently influenced by sound or color, then the sigil should take the form of an incantation or a poem, a painting or a pentateuch. The ancient Egyptians were skilled in this method. The great care with which they preserved their dead was equaled only by the care with which they designed their hieroglyphics, those magical sigils that were passwords in Arnenta. The body, swathed in the featureless cerements of forgetfulness, fulfilled perfectly the role of the sigil and enabled the deceased to travel without hindrance in the underworld. Examination of the devices inscribed upon sarcophagi reveals a knowledge of sigillography unrivaled in any other system. The animal-headed deities were guardians and guides to the secret pylons of the underworld. They unlocked those strata of subconsciousness which contained the powers attributed to the animals in question. Humanity has lost the key to the meaning of these god forms because that key does not exist on the plane of rational interpretation. Like the dream, it is comprehensible only upon its own plane. Distinction should be drawn between a conscious and a subconscious thought. The former is a subjective replica of a tangible or intangible object. A subconscious thought, on the other hand, is an astral entity, an object as tactual to astral awareness as a chair is to physical sensation. This is why dreams are claimed to be actual occurrences while they are being experienced, and they are such to the astral senses. But nobody claims that thoughts are real, even while they are being experienced. The difference lies solely in our criterion of what constitutes direct experience. Conscious thoughts are considered unreal because their impact is not sensual. They are thought, not felt. Subconscious thoughts, astral entities, however, are felt, and the resulting impression is one of vivid actuality. Hence, dreams are sometimes so realistic that they overshadow and influence waking consciousness in a way unparalleled by the myriad flow of conscious thoughts. Magic is successful, therefore, when it works through subconscious thought, for then only is the corresponding experience a sensual reality. Conscious minds may communicate with each other by speech, by the written word, by telephonic means, etc., but without these physical aids communication is impossible. Not so with the subconscious mind, yet even here a link, a truly magical link, is essential. This is precisely the function of the sigil. A conscious thought is an unsubstantial entity compared with its subconscious counterpart. It cannot penetrate the magical, i.e., subconscious aura of another person. But an astral elemental, or a thought generated from a sigil, may be projected into a person's aura and there breed further thoughts. The hypnotist performs an analogous operation when, after paralyzing his patient's conscious mind, he lays open the subconscious. He does this by the use of magnetic passes, bright lights, or rhythmic vibrations which stupefy normal consciousness. But the magician has no need of all this. His patient may be quite unaware of his activities, may not in the least suspect that the thought newly born within him is not of his own generation. This is the basis of magical suggestion. When the patient is aware of the intrusion, he either resists or accepts the thought. In order to repel it, however, he has to have magical power of a higher order than he who projected it. If magic is approached with the attitude, I, with my small mind, want to compel my larger, subconscious mind to get something from cosmic mind, rather like a rich man with amnesia planning to rob himself, failure will be the sole result. But when it is understood that cosmic mind is all, and that all is performed in, through, and by it, then the cramp of so-called power will be dissolved forever and all desires will be fulfilled. This is working without lust of result degree, and it is the only way to work if the true will is to be realized. When we pride ourselves on the success of a sigil, we imagine that we are the cause of the effect which it produces. But the very impulse towards the formulation of the desire that suggested the construction of the sigil did not have its roots in the surface mind, and even the subconsciousness in which it first appeared is but a print of the negative already existing in the formless or pre-conceptual spheres. The current is from Sushupti to Swapna to Jagrat, not, as we vainly suppose, the other way round. Ecstasy is the lever whereby the sigil is cast into the void. The sigil should be remembered only at times of psychological tension. Otherwise, it should be resolutely banished from consciousness. During any intense emotional stress, the sigil should glow in the mind. Concentration at such times will lead to the generation of ecstasy, an ecstasis that will terminate the tension and lead ultimately to the realization of the sigilized desire. A psychological vacuity follows the experience of ecstasy. In this void, where mind itself is absent, occurs the vitalizing of the sigil. The degree of absent-mindedness is dependent upon the intensity of ecstasy which precedes it. If the ecstasy is weak, the vacuity is short-lived. If it is strong, the degree of voidness is correspondingly strong and of longer duration. There may at this point be difficulty in recollecting individual identity when surface consciousness is regained. In actual fact, the ego is a mere phantom created to lend an appearance of personality and coherence to a disconnected yet perpetual series of impressions. But the only thread of continuity joining these disconnected psychic states is cosmic mind. Because ecstasy has temporarily unseated the ego, it is difficult to conform once more to the false set of values imposed by a mere figment of reality. No effort need be made. The old tendencies are strong and only too eager to establish the illusion of separative existence. When the ancient Egyptians embalmed the sigil before dispatching it into the underworld, all traces of personality, i.e., recognizable qualities, were obliterated. Death, symbolized by the mummy in its swathings of uniform and undifferentiated sameness, was followed by resurrection in Amenta. 9. The Witch's Sabbath and the Reincarnation of Primal Obsessions. The ancient Egyptians possessed a profound knowledge of the subconscious in its magical, if not psychological, aspects. They understood the mechanics of manifesting past atavisms in the present. These past selves, latent in prehuman consciousness, were symbolized by gods wearing animal masks. The psychology behind this mode of magic, which united the bestial and human potencies in one image, was based upon the awareness of a supreme identity. An identity not only of animality with humanity, of the past with the present, but also with divinity, represented by the future. For the gods typified the ever-coming one, the ever-recurring present moment which embraces the entire gamut of animality, humanity, and divinity. The rite of coming forth by day enacted the subtle transformations undergone by the deceased in the underworld. The priest-magician identified himself with one particular sigil. He assumed a particular god form and resurrected his old self from the dead, appearing in any form he chose. The hawk, for instance, represented the transformation of subconscious, automatic existence into conscious awareness of divinity, which was, for the ancient Egyptians, the highest reality. The expression coming forth by day or coming forth today indicated an emergence from the dark realm of night or death into the day of conscious participation in reality. Although the witch's Sabbath seems a far cry from this formula, it derives, like the mediaeval sorcery which it parallels, from vastly ancient sources. The mode of transaction which enabled the witch to attend the Sabbath was an astral phenomenon, and the unguent rubbed into the body was undoubtedly composed of sleep and ecstasy-producing ingredients. The elevation of the witch on the besom or broom handle is symbolic of the originally feminine character of the Sabbath, for it shows the exaltation of the lunar over the solar forces. This is a typically medieval manner of symbolism which had a highly sophisticated origin in the Egyptian image of the sky goddess arched over the earth, the latter being depicted, in some papyri, in unmistakably masculine form. But the fundamental symbolism reached even further back, to the African origins of magic, when the female was exalted above the male as a channel through which the gods communicated with earth. The landscapes usually associated with sabbatic rites immediately betray their lunar and astral nature. The desolate, remote high places, or concealed groves by running streams, are always illumined by baleful moonlight. The devil or horned deity that presides over the Sabbath is the prototype and sigil of desire. The obscene kiss is applied to the back, not the front, to the bottom, not the top. This formula of reversal has already been explained. It is also apparent in the circular Widdershins dance performed by witches and their familiars, or partners, in which they caper with their backs turned to the enthroned sigil of desire. The litany is read backwards and the accompanying ritual gestures, madras, are executed in reverse, or back to front. The astral plane is the junction or confluence of two manifestations of perconceptual energy. One is an outgoing, the other an ingoing flow. In Crowley's system, Are Hoarquit and Hoarparkrat typify these twin energies. When they fuse, a magical current is discharged into the body of the Scarlet Woman, i.e., the witch. It is in the substance of this effluvium that the witch incarnates the atavism for which the Sabbath is convened. It is at the climax of this explosive release of the sigil that the astral plane densifies to a degree of substantiality that endows the whole rite with the glamour of reality. The Sabbath is a form of mass hysteria which releases almost unlimited quantities of preconceptual energy. It is the actual, tactual, or factual realization of the sigil in its densest form that is the object of this much misunderstood ritual, and its real meaning becomes plain as soon as the underlying mechanism of its dynamics is understood. The magical formulae implied in sabbatic symbolism involve the invocation and redirection of preconceptual energy downwards and backwards to the required atavism. The uprushing energy is then converted for specific purposes such as therapy, transformation, initiation, creation, destruction, and so on. The original Sabbath was performed by a priest-magician who assumed a particular god form. The celebrants used this god form as a focus in the same way that the sigil is used as a vehicle for the concentrated outfying of mental energy. This produced ecstasy and then the sacrifice. That is to say, all ideas and concepts including the god form sigil itself are sacrificed, forgotten. The void moment following upon the ecstasy is the moment of subconscious release during which each celebrant becomes the god, i.e., assumes the god form. He is, for the time being, possessed by the god and endowed with superhuman powers. The participants either incarnate their own secret wishes and fantasies or the newly released energy is used, massively, for a communal purpose. The litanies and incantations used at the Sabbath varied according to the nature of the desired metamorphoses. An invoca tie-in of the god was followed by ceremonial worship or simulation of sexual congress, which was literally enacted when identity with the god had been achieved. The old crone at the Sabbath who is believed to have regained youth and loveliness represents the past, the form which is dissolved to give birth to the ever-young or ever-coming one, the reality of the present moment. The sloughing of the old skin is symbolic of shedding the false shape of the conscious mind and assuming the true or subconscious form. The witch's Sabbath, like the alchemical process, was the veil of an ineffable sacrament deliberately misrepresented by its adepts to preserve its secrets from the profane. Arthur Machen has suggested that fairy lore also concerns itself with analogous and equally unsuspected formulae which involve traffic with elemental and reverberant atavisms. Obsession and vibration form the basis of all magic concerned with transformation and materialization. The obsessive idea overrides and nullifies all lesser ideas. Ecstasy itself is the flowering of the obsessive idea. Furthermore, vibration induces ecstasy, which results in the emotional exhaustion that adumbrates the vacuous state. Each individual mind is haunted in its deeper layers by lurking obsessions which, in the average person, are symbolically veiled or concealed altogether from waking consciousness. Magicians have been tireless in formulating ways of invoking these obsessions. Salvador Dali's method of paranoiac critical activity is one way. Austin Sparrow's formula of atavistic resurgence is another. Crowley's formula of sexual magic energized by the true will is yet another. For the true will, the unconscious will is, paradoxically, the non-volitional or spontaneous expression of cosmic mind. There exist also what may be termed local obsessions, automatic habit responses to subconscious energy blocks associated with types of spirit which, as far as I am aware, Austin Spark alone has noted and named elemental automata. Unlike the greater obsessional familiars, these do not stem from remote atavisms but proceed from deep, though individualized, subconscious strata. The symbolic shapes of these obsessive phantoms sometimes reveal themselves through the simple process of automatic drawing. A particular shape recurs repeatedly in slightly modified but none the less recognizable form. If this shape is seized and isolated, it can be sigillized and imbued with magical energy. The accompanying sigil, see below, was obtained by this means. It is an atavistic resurgence in pictorial form concise enough to sigillize. It suggests the form of a bat. This concept, being associated in the conscious mind with ideas of vampirism, will, if concentrated upon, arouse connective ideas and fantasies. It is primarily, however, a subconscious image materialized by a conscious though absent-minded process. Its shape is thus the sigil of a force behind a recurring obsession that can become reverberant and awaken latent atavisms. It is, in fact, the signature of the automaton which generates the psychic stress and which nourishes itself on the energy swept into the magical vortex which the obsession has created. If this obsession is substantiated by means of sexual magic, or fed with lunar vibrations, an actual entity will be bred from the depths. It will gain substance on the astral plane as a subconscious thought entity and may even generate its simulacra on the material plane and be seen by objective witnesses. Such an atavism can be extremely dangerous and should be dissolved as soon as its purpose has been achieved. The process has a cathartic value. The compulsive habit that masked the obsession subsides and the elemental now has a vehicle through which it may function directly. A subconscious entity, like a sea monster, has been isolated in a tank specially prepared for it. If the sigil is remembered during moments of emotional stress, anxiety, depression, elation, ecstasy, the force normally energizing the compulsion now vitalizes the sigil. The energy automaton will perform any task assigned to it so far as lies within its power. The astrals of great trees, for instance, reveal secrets not only of air but of earth and chthonian regions also. When a concentration of psychosomatic energy attains bursting point, an individual either becomes insane, or he sloughs the physical body, as if so fragile a chalice were incapable of sustaining such primal pressure. It is at the split second of the force's upsurge that the magician, relinquishing all surface control, permits the force to sweep through him. The sheer impact of its onset exhausts him utterly, and a mental vacuum is created in which the sigil acts upon remote strata of subconscious memory. Back and down it reaches until an answering energy upsurges and indwells the sigil. This intrusion from the cells of ancient memory comes in the form of a vital atavism, a force long dormant but familiar to the magician by virtue of its once having been his own self. Aroused from its age-long sleep, it responds to the suggestion of the sigil which alone exists in the otherwise vacuous mind. Becoming conscious once more, it acts as an intrusive familiar. When the exhaustion of spirit, body, and mind subsides, the magician awakes to find superhuman power at his command. Rather, he has regained an old power. By virtue of his present environment and his infinitely more specialized psychosomatic apparatus, the power is in many ways quite new and he can use it in a manner undreamed of at the time he originally possessed it. This he calls the singular transformations undergone by the Egyptian priest-magicians. The nature of the gods or atavisms may be interpreted with reference to their zoomorphic attributes, and there is no reason why such powers should not come out of the future as well as the past. Some contemporary artists have delineated future atavisms, the shapes of which are limited only by artistic ability. The condition known as genius is due to obsession by intrusive familiars for the creative artist. No less than the scientist, receives certain intimations of future atavisms. All discovery and invention is an atavistic endowment. It is almost always the result of inspiration occurring in a state of vacuity, absent-mindedness, or psychosomatic exhaustion. Great discoveries are made by accident, by a stroke of genius. There is discernible in every historical case of genius a profound emotional, intellectual, or spiritual upheaval, from the resulting chaos of which upsurges the atavism in the form of inspiration. Magic is the full iring of the obsessive idea. As such, it endows with genius. Whether this is positive, i.e., creative, constructive, inventive, or whether it assumes the passive aspect of ability to receive impressions depends upon the individual. In either case, ecstasy, anguish, and obsession are component parts of the process, whether consciously acknowledged or not. Compared with the great intrusive familiars, elemental automata represent lesser powers, entities of a more personal nature generated by blockages in the current of desire. Whereas intrusive familiars spring from a reservoir of energy unbounded by the personality, elemental automata are individualized expressions of cosmic energy. A man may hear celestial melodies, see miraculous visions, feel wonderful sensations, and yet be totally incapable of communicating his experiences. But his inner being will not, for that reason, remain untransformed merely because he does not possess the ability to transform others. One purpose of magic is to understand the nature of obsession in such a way as to be able to reify its power, not merely to express or observe its operation. The formulation of the atavistic current does not always appear in graphic or linear form. It sometimes expresses itself in word patterns or mantric spells. The word that repeats itself and becomes magically reverberant will be the name not of the obsession but of the elemental whose energy informs JT. When an unfamiliar word appears repeatedly in an automatic script, it may be a key word capable of unsealing subconscious cells. The names of the gods are the polished or forms of elemental automata and intrusive familiars, for the gods' arc are past selves. Their names have become corrupt during the eons, especially during the phase of medieval magic when great ignorance reigned in these matters and the gods and demons were confused. Broadly speaking, these two major streams of subconscious energy, typified respectively as elemental automata and intrusive familiars, correspond to the devils and gods of antiquity. The gods represent cosmic powers, remote both in time and space. The demons are the unresolved complexes within the psyche that may be controlled and made to respond to magical suggestion by means of sigil and dream control. The demons are deposits in the psychic nervous system which are stirred to baleful activity when there is a serious blockage of energy. These blocks can be dissolved and the liberated energy redirected to creative, magical ends. The moon is assigned to the realm of the subconscious as the seer in darkness, the eye of night, the illuminator of the underworld. The Egyptian ritual of Amenta is illustrated by vignettes which show the deceased on a bier carved in the likeness of great cats. The cat as the seer in darkness is a zoomorphic emblem, as the moon is a celestial emblem of an identical principle. The cat accompanied the witch on her nocturnal exploits at a later, degenerate stage of the symbolism, and as the moon accompanies the great gods of heaven, so the cat accompanies the elemental automata, the demons of the personal subconsciousness. Once the name of an obsessing entity has been ascertained and isolated, the conscious mind reverberates it. The name forms a magnet which raises the dead, the required god or demon, from subconscious levels. The spell should be composed of insistent, compelling rhythms, and the name should be woven into it so as to sound the latent depths. Skill is required, for the invocation should adumbrate an actual past experience in the crucible of the present. The invocation culminates in ecstasy. With the onset of oblivion, the name is the final sound heard. It trails off into the unutterable dusk of unconsciousness. The familiar or elemental spirit then indwells the sigil and fulfills the purpose of the rite. Incantations, magic spells, barbarous names of evocation, magical formulae, etc., are so many methods of locating and controlling subconscious energies. The names of ancient gods and demons are corrupt in that the vowels and consonants have been confused. In many cases, the corruption was introduced deliberately by the priests to preserve their secrets. The best example of a restoration of such names and formulae occurs in Liber Samek, which is based upon a ritual that Crowley considered to be supremely potent. He who knows how to pronounce the name possesses the key to the realm which the god typifies. Such was the power attributed to god names that in ancient India it was, and still is, maintained that even the god himself is not as powerful as his name. Magic utilizes such names to bring the surface mind into direct contact with super or subconscious levels. By their means, the mind is dissolved in cosmic consciousness. In other words, by experiencing the reality behind the name or word, the mind merges in the ecstasy created by impact with its greater, i.e., cosmic self. Some quite ordinary names, words, and images possess a degree of power quite disproportionate to their meanings. They are charged with the peculiar vitality of subconscious energy that lends them a special significance and an incredible durability. For example, certain archaic words which until recently were considered unmentionable in polite society have, by a process of continuous suppression, become endowed with a power similar to that of forgotten sigils. Although the power of such words is a mere shadow beside that of subconscious symbols, they affect people very strongly. Power exists in such words not only because of a conscious denial of them but also because they are usually associated with instinctual functions. If continually suppressed consciously conceived images contain great power, how much greater must be the power of subconsciously conceived words and images that occasionally reveal themselves in automatic writing or magic rituals. Each magician must discover the word that conceals his dominant obsession and must vibrate it until its energizing elemental is awakened. The lost word of the Freemasons, the most corrupt of chemonic names in medieval grimoires, no less than the true name of God known to the ancients, is no other than a consciously formulated link with the source of all conceptual energy. Such words contain genuine magical power in the sense that they embody specific vibrations. It is well known that if a certain musical note is sounded repeatedly, it will shatter a glass or crystal vessel. If the string of a violin or guitar is plucked, precise patterns are formed in particles of sand placed in the vicinity of the vibrating gut. Similarly, spells or incantations awaken subconscious depths to which they are the key. The name or word is more than a mere designation. The name cat, for instance, partakes in itself of the element with which it has affinity. Unlike cat in relation to the animal, the magical name may be compared with a match in relation to the fire to which it gives rise. It is not merely a symbol of fire, it is fire in latent form. This form may become what it is, i.e., fire, by correct vibration. If the magician is holding on to the wrong end of the symbol when it becomes sentient, that is not the fault of the symbol. Yet many a name and symbol has been called evil for no better reason. Subconscious sigils transcend symbols in that they are charged with the actual energy which they symbolize. They are sentient symbols, one in nature with that which they symbolize, whereas the letters cat form an arbitrary rather than a vital symbol, having no direct affinity with the elemental realm of felines. All conceptual and therefore all sentient symbols proceed from preconceptual energy, which is the unrealized potential of reality awaiting reification. Obsessional energy, which generates gods, angels, demons, humans, animals, etc., upsurges in proportion to its successive liberation from the sentient forms with which it becomes identified through arbitrary belief. When the magician frees himself from the compulsive habit of conceptualization, he becomes free to experience reality in itself. The mind returns to its source, and form dissolves in the void. Matter decomposes, dissolves into its elemental energies, which then flow back into the earth to rest before believing again in new forms. Man's desire for woman is based on the necessity for returning to his source in the void of preconceptual bliss. He desires to relive the primal ecstasy, to know his origin directly, immediately, magically. But woman is the sigil of Isis, nature. She conceives in terms of form, so man is imprisoned in further belief. During coition alone, he fleetingly tastes the bliss of his true nature, his preconceptual source. There are rare cases, however, when nature does not conceptualize in this manner, when she delivers herself of a preconceptual form. Dreams, desires, wishes are future events which man pours from himself into the primal sigil, the woman nature, which then manifests them. When this occurs, the dreams are already past and tending toward decomposition. The junction of the future, superconsciousness, with the past, subconsciousness, is the seat of reality or direct experience. Austin Spare declares that by hindering belief and semen from conception, they become simple and cosmic. This liberates the vital current from necessity, the necessity of being confined in a specific form or belief. The future and the past have no meaning and the present is void of conception. The image then exists beyond time, subjectivity, and space, objectivity. Both that which is implicit future and that which is explicit past are realized as a formless continuum of consciousness characterized by supreme bliss, which is the essence of sentience. Such direct experience or spontaneous living is the translation of a tendency in terms of immediate action before conception occurs. The external universe is real. What is not real are thoughts concerning it. A tree is seen and a thought is born. The thought is called a tree. But the thought is an illusion which causes a sense of separation from direct experience. To vitalize the apparently objective universe, therefore, requires the cessation of conceptual thought. The tree must be realized directly, immediately, as a form of the self. One type of non-conceptualism set before humanity in the West is the birth of Christ from the virgin womb. It indicates the operation of preconceptual energy concentrated in a form of belief that remains non-conceptual. Born of the void, it is the supreme sigil of realization, redemption from matter. By the worship of Meryl, the realization of cosmic consciousness becomes a matter of direct experience. The crucifixion or destruction of the sigil, Christ on the cross, signifies the dissolution of the mind. The cross or crossing is the juncture at which flesh and spirit meet, at which past and future, horizontal and vertical, fuse. The ensuing resurrection occurs in the flesh, i.e., as immediate experience. It is the incarnation of knowledge as knowing, of bliss as feeling, of existence as being, the being of Christ, Krishna, the Rayan, Kia, according to the type of the primal obsession, belief. This symbolism has been distorted as history to satisfy the mentalities of non-initiates and the adherents of materialistic religion. The unity has been divided in thought and in time so that few people understand its universal import. The formula of the goddess Nut represents a more universal type of non-conceptualism. The sky goddess arches over the earth. In her body, infinite space, appear the sun, moon, and stars which illumine the earth, mundane consciousness. The sun is the concentration of the superconscious mind, the moon of the subconscious. The stars arc the children of these two chakras of cosmic mind, the lesser luminaries born of the experience of the greater. They, too, become suns and moons in their season, each gathering about itself a cosmos identical with the one over which the goddess is arched. Each impact and experience of reality gives birth to a new star, a soul in her infinite womb. Her son is Horus, the liberated consciousness, the crowned and conquering child who is free because unconfined to any particular mode of belief. He is the one that goeth forth from the underworld subconsciousness by day, by the light of the sun. The symbolism is both beautiful and faithful to the facts of the psychosomatic complex. We exist, as the stars exist, in the void of infinitely unsullied consciousness. Between each brilliant point lies space, sleep or death. Physical space is symbolic of the void in which our potential is concealed. This in-betweenness state is the pathway between ecstasies. The stars shine by virtue of the dark void between manifestation, by virtue of sleep which separates waking from dreaming, and death which separates being from non-being. But between these shining points we exist as pure consciousness, truth, even as we exist continuously, unfragmentedly, through sleep, death, and absent-mindedness. Were we always manifest, were day perpetual, we should know, be, and feel nothing. By virtue of the body alone is the spirit realized. Similarly, it is by virtue of the moment that eternity is realized, and by falsehood, truth. Nirvana and samsara are not two. Sperus' formula of the death posture conceals the mechanism of magical obsession. It consists of the concentration or confinement of consciousness in one part of the body. The part thus vitalized becomes instinct with all the sensation of which the entire body is capable. The essence of this sensation is then exteriorized in objective form. The self-generated phantom springing from apparent cath proceeds from dynamic suppressed cerebral activity, although consciousness is no longer centered in the head, but in the specific organ chosen for the reception of cosmic energy. The flowering of this total concentration of the body's potential yields the material basis for the phantom's astral manifestation in much the same way as the mummy formed the material basis for the kul of the Egyptian priest. The ensuing congress of spirit and matter constitutes resurrection to a new life, a new viewpoint, a new awareness. Every such act is an initiation, a journey inwards to the secret recesses of consciousness. Spark calls this union self-love, the highest form of knowledge. The death posture is paralleled by Ida and 11 Idolf's formula of erotocomatose lucidity, which Crowley incorporated in The Secret Enchiridion of the that I quoted here. The candidate is made ready for the ordeal by general athletic training and by fasting. On the appointed day he is attended by one or more chosen and experienced attendants, whose duty is a. to exhaust him sexually by every known means, b. to rouse him sexually by every known means. Every device and artifice of the courtesan is to be employed, and every stimulant known to the physician. Alcohol, ether, and strychnine may be employed freely, but cocaine should be exhibited with a certain prudence. Frictions of brandy, and even slightly diluted eau de cologne, may be used for the phallus itself, and a spray of capsicum in ether may be applied to the abdominal muscles. Nor should the attendants reck of danger, but hunt down ruthlessly their appointed prey. Finally, the candidate will sink into a sleep of titter exhaustion, resembling coma, and it is now that delicacy and skill must be exquisite. Let him be roused from this sleep by stimulation of a definitely and exclusively sexual type. Yet, if convenient, music wisely regulated will assist. The attendants will watch with assiduity for signs of waking, and, the moment these occur, all stimulation must cease instantly, and the candidate be allowed to fall again into sleep. But no sooner has this happened than the former practice is resumed. This alternation is to continue indefinitely until the candidate is in a state which is either sleep nor waking, and in which his spirit, set free by perfect exhaustion of the body, and yet prevented from entering the city of sleep, communes with the Most High and the Most Holy Lord God of its being, maker of heaven and earth. The ordeal terminates by failure, the occurrence of sleep invincible, or by success, in which ultimate waking is followed by a final performance of the sexual act. The initiate may then be allowed to sleep, or the practice may be renewed and persisted in until death ends all. The most favorable death is that occurring during the orgasm, and is called mors justi. As it is written, "Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like his." In an ancient Egyptian creation legend recorded in the papyrus of Nisi Amsu, the sun god Adam is described as having thrust his phallus into his hand and performed his desire, thus producing the twins Shu and Tufhut. These two children are the mystical fire and water, the humid, moist womb, necessary for materializing the obsessional entity. The womb emanates the shape of a succuba, a glamour with which the magician copulates in order to materialize the magical phantom. In the same papyrus, the god Khepra is recorded as having had union with his hand and of embracing his shadow in a love embrace. The shadow or chaya is the halo of the risen Kundalini. She is depicted in the Puranas as a Huri. The shadow is the succuba which appears in rabbinical lore as Lilith, the first wife of Adam. This is the shadow of Set in the velvet darkness of which the primal obsession gestates. 10. New Isis and the radiance beyond space. There is a legend known to initiates concerning the secret abode of the goddess. The spirit of Nodensgokl of the great deep flashed forth as lightning from the depths and formed a throne in celestial realms, a seat of stone whereon the goddess was established. She ruled from the throne of stone which Nodens had fashioned, and about her the temple of New Isis grew into being. This also was of stone, hollowed out, and of the lightning. And this seat of stone whirled forth in the heavens, the vehicle of Nodens, fire veiled from mortal eyes by a vitreous curtain of deep unyielding ocean. The scat of stone, in its macrocosmic aspect, is identified by initiates with a certain transbyutonic planet which is the focus of the goddess whose formula is New Isis. The heart of the sigil of Nodens is identical with the mark of the beast, the fusion of 0 and X which produces the lightning flash. Nodens is the god of the great deep or abyss, microcosmically identical with subconsciousness. He reigns over the abyss and controls and harnesses its lightnings. Flashed forth as lightning from the depths describes the act involved in the establishing of the seat. The seat of stone is Isis, and upon this foundation the goddess is established and rules the heavens, the earth and the deeps beneath the earth. In other words, the goddess who grants all desires is invoked by the union of the X and the 0, the phallus and the ties, the scat being the vehicle of her power. Isis is therefore her vehicle, for Isis bears the fire of Nodens within her womb, and her vehicle in the macrocosm is the transbyutonic planet known to occult tradition also as Isis. The moon is the most material expression of New Isis so far as concerns the earth. The emanations of the lunar Dharmonic principle are extremely powerful. They are concentrated in the moon's mundane vehicle, which is the body-mind complex of the female. Their restrictive forces have to be transmuted if the earth is to prepare for the influx of power which flows from the throne of New Isis. The moon is also the vehicle of the astral fluid of the lower elemental regions, and the method of materializing these DC mentals is through the physical menstruum of blood. In all genuinely initiated orders, woman is therefore periodically segregated for magical purposes. The elementals, which may be bound by blood and manifested by the use of the kalas, are useful links with certain types of extraterrestrial intelligence. If these beings rise unbidden from the deep, they can be a grave danger to the magician unless he has thoroughly mastered his instinctual nature. To a certain extent, this mastery will give him a corresponding control over woman as the manifestation of nature functioning on lunar or emotional levels. Woman is bound by lunar cosmic principles so long as she does not respond to the vibrations of the new aeon. The magician must therefore guard against this lunar current, either by ceremonial methods or by forms of sexual magic in which he is careful to repel the larvae of the lower elemental and astral planes which woman transmits during her lunar phase. Although Luna is Isis, she is Isis in her Nephthyian or Sethian phase. This is the scarlet avatar assumed by Babylon in contradistinction to that imperial purple which combines the blood of Mars, Kali, with the royal blue of Jupiter. At the heart of Mars is the essential red fire that permeates the veins of Babylon. Not the fire of physical creation as reflected in the cold fire of the moon, but the highest generative potential which manifests only by means of the vibrations emanating from New Isis. The prominence accorded to the Great Mother by the stellar cults was based upon the fire of procreative and physically generative energy whereby the sun incarnated on earth. Woman will fulfill a different function in the new aeon. As the Isiac currents gather strength about the astral atmosphere of the earth, more of her earthly vehicles will be prepared to propagate a race of magically generated beings able, by virtue of the subtle complexity of their mechanism, to probe extraterrestrial dimensions. In other words, human consciousness, which contains all worlds, all systems and universes, will be further illumined by a light greater than sunlight, greater even than the light shed by the sun who concentrates the essence of the sun. For the fire that lights them all will focus its rays through New Isis, and all that cannot be assumed to the spirit of the new aeon will be consumed. Horus, the sun, symbolizes the lost word or phallus, the immortal principle of Osiris. In the present aeon, Isis will rediscover this principle, and man will consciously use the formula of love under will to advance his spiritual development. The aeon of Horus will endure until the aeon of Mot supersedes it, when another magical formula becomes valid. The conflicts now raging in the world are due to the birth pangs of the aeon of Horus. Sexual methods of establishing contact with entities more evolved than man will be perfected, and there are already signs of their development. Science has to a certain extent been shorn of the dogmatism of superstition. Religion has not yet found its true place in the scheme, for the accent on science has eclipsed the finer sensibilities that must ultimately guide all successful inquiry into nature, Isis. If this is not effected, man will be destroyed by the elemental forks he has rashly invoked. It is therefore essential that all the superstitious doctrines that oppress mankind be swept away. Religion, as popularly understood, being the foremost. The Sphinx symbolizes deliberate sacrifice of the sexual energies, the beast, to higher powers, in order to establish conscious communication with extraterrestrial entities. Isis, who manifests her influence through the medium of the planet bearing her name, represents with her cynocephalic companion Minus guide towards a proper understanding of the sexual energies, divested at last of the accretions with which false belief has surrounded them. It is this mass of unvital belief that has warped humanity's spiritual progress. Pluto guards the underworld, subconsciousness, the region that contains the key to the magical revival promised in the present aeon. The esoteric interpretation of the myth of Osiris and Isis is therefore as follows. Osiris is man. The solar principle of life and light within him is Horus, immortality. Isis is woman. The lunar principle of death and dissolution within her is Set, manifestation. Set slew Horus, which means that man confused the times and seasons, sexually speaking, so that his Horus principle was defiled and blasted. Isis mourns the loss of this principle as represented by the loss of the phallus of Osiris. Nature is seen as catastrophic and ephemeral, as opposed to continuous and eternal. She searches for the phallus, immortal principle, in order to restore it to its rightful place within her. It is Horus who finally avenges his father's destruction by slaying Set and by restoring nature by revealing the true nature of time, or the goddess. Osiris, man, was slain by his misuse of the seat of power, which is the scat of the fire snake or primal goddess. In the present aeon, man will acquire the magical use of the power of Set, the power of the seat. Those who fail to assimilate the formula of love under will automatically invoke the Osirian current of death. They will forfeit their immortal principle until Isis restores it to them and Horus leaps up in their hearts to avenge the abuse of his mother, nature. In her search for the lost phallus or word, the cynocephaly aids her. There is concealed in Set a formula of redemption which implies a certain interpretation of the lunar cycle known to initiates of the 11 OTO. The formula of Lao also resumes this secret, for Isis is separated from Osiris by Apophis or Set, yet Set is the link which unites them. The formula of IHVH may also be similarly interpreted: I, Osiris, Chakma, Uranus.
H, Isis, Bina, Saturne.
Horus, Tiphertztehe, Sol.
H, Set, Yesod, Luna. New Isis is nature purged of false accretions such as ethics, morality, and man-made laws. She must be worshipped by love under will. This is the work that Crowley undertook to accomplish. In the Confessional, Crowley refers to his /Vark in an earlier incarnation. My own task was to bring Oriental wisdom to Europe and restore paganism in a purer form. It is the impetus of his labors at that time that has resulted in the swift onset of New Aeon phenomena today. The functions of Osiris and Horus are expressed in Christianity by the Father and the Son. The latter is the dynamic aspect of the former, the immortal principle continuing through ages. The ancient Egyptian representation of the dwarf child, Hor-Parkrat, represents the phallic energy which was to grow to manhood and avenge its father, lain low by the wiles of Set, the satanic dark opposer. Set was the flood that swamped the seed of light, ate up the sun god, and turned it into a thing of abomination. Man fell foul of that aspect of Isis which manifests merely upon the material plane, the densest, thus obstructing the entry of more rarefied, spiritual intelligences. The Redeemer of the Light, or lost word of the Spirit, is Horus, the resurrected Christ who is the original Osiris, fully conscious of his immortal nature as man, no longer enslaved by the demonic forces, lunar currents, which Isis periodically embodies. Thus today, during a critical period of transition from superstition to knowledge, the lunar clephotic force is sweeping the planet unhindered. It threatens man with destruction by admitting hosts of elemental creatures into the human life wave. These entities are attracted by the mass of lunar energy which seethes chaotically about the Earth, and adepts who are initiated into its magical uses are too few as yet to organize and direct it towards the creation of a superhuman race, which is its real object and purpose. Hidden within Horus are two poles of one energy known as Hor-Parkrat and Are-Horquit. Their unity is known as Hur-Are-Ha, and they may be equated with other dual concepts such as the child Harpocrates and the elder Horus, the weak dwarf Crut or Cart, and the strong elder brother, the dark side of the moon and the bright fortnight, and so on. Horus represents the immortal principle in man, symbolized by the sun in the macrocosm and by the phallus in the microcosm. Yet this symbolism is imperfect, for neither the sun nor the phallus in themselves have power beyond that which flows through them from another source. In the case of the sun, this power is refracted through Sirius, the star of Set. In the case of the phallus, it is this same fire, but adapted to a different purpose. Both are creative aspects of the one fire, but their functions are different in scope and in magnitude. The sun drenches the earth with its creative rays. The phallus drenches the womb with its seed. The energy that flows through the sun and through the phallus is known by the name of Horus. It has two aspects, even as the lower Isis has two aspects, lunar and Venusian. The lunar aspect, known as Hor-Parkrat, signifies the withdrawal of energy into quiescence prior to its projection by the formula of Are-Horquit. The formula of Hor-Parkrat implies that the magician silently concentrates his mental forces upon one point. He vibrates the god names. This creates a stress in the astral light. He then proceeds to the formula of Are-Horquit. The stream of outpouring energy illumines the image and hurls it into the astral light. The method of vibrating the image and sinking it into deep subconscious strata is by the system of sentient symbols already described. The formula of Horus is thus twofold. Harpocrates represents the silence consequent upon impregnation. It is the gestatory silence of darkness and moist growth wherein the seed stirs in the womb and gathers its appropriate elements about it prior to incarnating in the astral and then the physical universe. In this interpretation, the formula of Arehoarquit precedes that of Harpocrates. Arehoarquit is the lord of the Aeon of Horus, the god of war and of vengeance who avenges the death of his father, the abuse of his mother. The sign of Horus is the sign of the penetration of the veil of Isis. The formula of Harpocrates is implicit in this gesture. It is vitally important that the magical name is correctly vibrated in the astral light. An ill-formed image will result in abortion. The formula of Horus is then the formula of this Aeon, and it is the mode whereby the magician enters the inmost sanctum of New Isis. The earthly Isis has her focus of radiation and influence through the moon. In the macrocosm, the moon lightens the earth at night. In the microcosm, it illumines the dark phase, the Typhonian night of the female cycle. This current is inimical to the uninitiated, but the adept is aware of a subtle perfume in it, a vibration that partakes of the heavenly Isis, New Isis, she who has her focus of radiation macrocosmically speaking in the trans-Plutonic planet that bears her name. In the microcosm, her influence plays through a certain odic emanation or perfume which Oriental adepts have long known as the 15th Kala. The heavenly Isis is Nut, Our Lady of the Stars. Her earthly counterpart is Luna, also a Lady of the Stars but after a different manner, for whereas the rays of the moon are red with the blood of Typhon and Set, the stars of Nut are red with the Martian vibrations which burn with a subtle perfume at the core of Neptune. Horus is the natural child of Nut. Set is the child of the dark lunar currents. As Cain was the child of Adam by Lilith, and Abel, Baal, by Eve. There is in this distinction a doctrine of vital importance to the magical application of new Aeon formulae. Mars is the force aspect of the goddess, as Luna is the reflective and glamour-creating aspect. The one engenders beings of force and fire, the other phantoms of enchantment and corruption, soulless and dark. As the moon brings night in its wake, so woman brings darkness to the man who is unaware of the hidden light within her, the Horus babe in her womb. In order to penetrate Nut in her microcosmic or human aspect, man must resist the tendency to idolize particular manifestations of the beloved. He must seek the essence, the impersonal soul of pure desire which every woman embodies. Thus will desire fulfill its supreme function of stimulating man to create beings of a higher order than those reified through the refracting lunar prism of demonic cosmic vibrations. This, then, is the threefold formula of woman, the earthly vehicle of Nut. The lower Isis, unwed, all-pleasuring Luna. The middle Isis, procreatrix, mother of earth, Venus. The heavenly Isis, bride of Hadat, Set, New Isis. New Isis alone incarnates spiritual forces through the formula of love under will. The lower Isis is identical with Lilith, the middle Isis with Eve, the heavenly Isis with Nut. These are Babylon, Venus, and Nut, the Scarlet Woman, the Mother, and the Priestess of the Silver Star, the Transpeutonic planet Isis. The esoteric interpretation of ATU X122 is given in the Book of Thoth, where the true nature of Babylon the whore is also made evident. The symbolism of the sacred seat of stone resumes the threefold formula of Isis in the following manner. The scat is divided into three parts. I, the footrest represents the Lilith aspect. 2, the actual seat represents the bearing mother, the support or foundation of the human race. The slim backrest not always visible in the hieroglyphics represents the heavenly Isis or Nut, the higher throne or support of the spirit. The lunar and Venusian aspects are indissolubly merged. The feet represent the red earth and the support of the body. The seat is Set as well as the support. The Yesod symbolism thus denotes the foundation of the physical world, Venusian aspect, and the phantom world of spirits, lunar aspect. The three macrocosmic seats of power, Isis, Venus, Luna, equate with these three aspects. Isis, transplutonic, is not of the solar system but of its outer rim. It is the pylon of another system vaster than ours. Therefore, in this Aeon of Horus, man will reach up and into the transcosmic regions through the formula of love under will, which is the special formula of Babylon and the beast. The part played by Mars, Horus, is both subtle and secret, for Mars has an inner core of mystic fire known to initiates as Vulcan. It is this fire that tinges the robe of the mother with vermilion. This, not the red of the moon, is the dye of Babylon. For her sovereignty does not lie in her physical generative potential, but in her ability to conceive ideas of extra-terrestrial realms begotten on her by the beast. In order, therefore, that Venus and Luna may be perfectly blended, there must be a perfect balance and control of the lunar and Venusian forces in the earthly Isis. The Venusian aspect must be fulfilled not only in a downwardly directed sense, but also in the sense of spiritual procreation, which can occur only through the formula of love under will. This is the 93 current, and in order that it may be effective, special vehicles are required. These are already appearing as the strange mutations noted in Chapter 4. When man achieves cosmic initiation, he will fulfill the formula of Babylon and the beast conjoined. Babylon, as the lower Isis, has no admixture of Venusian or Nuisiac elements except the martial element of Vulcan, which links her with Nut. She is pure sexual energy. Thus, lewd madness is divine enlightenment. The beast is given over to lust, but behind the active power stand the true celebrants of this natural right, stripped of their apparent personalities. They are untouched by the passion, Mars, raging in their earthly servants. Behind Babylon is Isis. Behind the beast is Horus, the glorified phallus of Ra or Osiris, which Isis has found, i.e., established. Man's realization of identity with the Horus principle is conterminous with the equally vivid consciousness of woman's identity with Nut, the Nuisiac center of instinctual divinity. This implies a pristine state regained, a transcendent state re-realized. The ego sense must be transcended by pure will, Thelema. Such is the mode of the resurrection of Osiris in the form of Hadit. Isis sometimes appears in the form of a lion or a cat-headed deity. The lion represents the solar fiery heat of the sexual energy combined with the female, lunar, image. A type of the Sphinx is thus formed, and it resumes the formula of love under will. The Sphinx is Bast or Pasht, sacred to that sexual passion which, magically controlled, expresses the law of Thelema. The image of Nu is set up in the east of the temple because the east is Ast or Hest, that holy seat of stone which symbolizes the full formula of New Isis. Therefore, by uniting the symbolism of Nut arched over the earth with that of Set or the seat, the foundation of the world, we have a key to the manner whereby the energies of New Isis may be rectified and consciously directed. The east is the place off-rising. It is also the place of the high altar and the reason why the order of the Temple of the East, OTO, assumed the name which it did. The formula of New Isis may be further elucidated by an understanding of the twin aspects of Nut, Isis and Nephthys. In this particular symbolism, Isis is the heavenly mother, Nephthys the earthly. Isis symbolizes the increative process, Nephthys the excreative formula of birth of a purely physical order. The adept is concerned with the process which hinders conception. Isis is represented by the zodiacal sign Virgo, Nephthys by Pisces. Yod is the secret seat of creativity latent in the Virgin, while Koph, Pisces, is the symbol of illusion and lunar glamour. Similarly, the vulture represents Maat or Maut, goddess of truth and justice, perfect balance, Libra. Woman represents the lunar forces seeking to embody the phantoms of the lower astral plane which hinder man's spiritual ascent. The new aeon stress is on non-conceptual, magical, working as opposed to previously manifestatory processes when magicians worked almost exclusively through the lunar vibrations of the Nephthyian current. The new formula is of New Isis as opposed to the lunar and clephotic Piscean formula of the old aeon. As Spare has explained in the Book of Pleasure, belief to be vital must spring from subconscious lunar regions. These are under direct Piscean domination. It is therefore essential to charge every sigil with love under will. In order to maintain the virginity of the original concept, the formula of Nut must be employed so that the seed is nourished by the water of Isis, not by the air of Nephthys. This water, or blood, is not the lunar blood but the blood of the inner core of Mars which, vibrating in harmony with the transplutonic Isis, constitutes the draft of ecstasy characteristic of the present aeon. The magic of the new aeon may in this way be distinguished from the lunar and Piscean magic of the old. Virgo and Pisces conceal a potent magical formula, their letters being Yod and Koph respectively. Their combination yields the number Io. Io is the number of MVSD, a Chaldean word signifying foundation, basis. In Egyptian, it signifies sole of the foot, to be generated, born. The foot is symbolical of the yoni, which equates with the red source of creation. 110 is also the number of anithma, meaning a votive offering, and of edra, an altar or temple. These concepts not only suggest a sacrifice to some deity upon an altar in a temple but also indicate the nature of the offering, which involves the feminine principle. Newt declares, "My incense is of resinous woods gums, and there is no blood therein. Because of my hair the trees of eternity." The fact that blood is absent from Nut's incense supports the Nuisiac interpretation of the heavenly flowers or stars under which her love rites are to be performed. The zodiacal symbolism of Virgo and Pisces contains the reason why. Virgo shows the serpent indrawn, not projected as in the Scorpionic sign where it leaps forth aggressively. Virgo, the virgin, shows the increative process of mystical ecstasy, as Scorpio formulates its excreative or magical potential. The sign of Pisces, on the other hand, shows the extroverted circle with the bar across its two lunar arcs, which are depicted back to back. The verse just quoted from Al precedes these words of Newt. "My number is 2, as all their numbers who are of us." The 5-pointed star with a circle in the middle, and the circle is red. "My color is black to the blind, but the bluey gold are seen of the seeing. Also I have a secret glory for them that love me." This verse points unmistakably to the transpeutonic Isis as being the source of that incense or starlight which contains no blood because of my hair the trees of eternity. It is not the lunar blood that is to be offered, for this is the excreative materializing agency, but the inner Martian incense, the blood of burning air, as Pisces is the blood of water. These mysteries concern the 11 kalas or petals of which New Isis is the inmost and most subtle, the earth being the outermost, most dense. As it is written, "The manifestation of Nut is at an end." This verse is to be read positively, and in this fact lies the key to its hidden meaning. The formula of the Paikan or Old Aeon, the Aeon of manifestation through the lunar blood, is now obsolete. Mankind has taken a step towards more tenuous realms where manifestation as such does not occur, but where through the electrical intensity of her hair power is linked to its source in the transpeutonic Isis, which is now producing upon Earth a different type of vehicle for the channeling of its energies. Woman as such is becoming increasingly dynamic and electric. She no longer concentrates merely a lunar and Venusian type of energy. She is instinct with a fierce lust which is driving her beyond the bearing of merely physical children. She is beginning to glimpse freedom and to make certain her release from the ancient and restrictive formulae of the Typhonian forces of the Piscean current. The ancient rites of Isis veiled certain secret signs or chakras which are only now beginning to revolve in the psychoastral vehicles of the new priestesses. Within the next few centuries, many such priestesses will enter the stream of the human life wave which animates this planet. The most exalted intracosmic reflection of New Isis is Saturn, which acts as an intermediary between the lower and higher transuranian spheres. Saturn is the great transformer in the process of change from the lunar current manifested by Venus to the Martian current manifested by Neptune. Isis and Saturn correspond to these spheres as Osiris and Horus do to Set and Nephthys. In Al 3:2, it is said, "Let the woman be girt with a sword before me." This indicates the dominance of the Martian element. Woman will lead the initiatory system of the new Aeon. Her priests are veiled and out of sight, even as Hadit is not perceptible at the center of the circle, or the Bindu in the Shri chakra. "With my force shall she see strike at the worship of Nu. She shall achieve Hadit." 3:44. That is, the old magic, more properly sorcery, which utilizes the lunar Typhonian fluid will be superseded by the new formula. Woman will achieve a Sui, a center of her own, independent of the male intervention at present necessary for her full initiation. She will be able to initiate not only herself but others also. "My color is black to the blind" indicates blindness or eclipse caused by the Typhonian fluid, which renders spirit opaque by giving it a physical sheath for its functioning upon mundane levels. Hitherto spirit has not been able to act fully upon matter unless it had a material medium through which to work. Now, however, the life wave is attenuating with the passing of every minor cycle. It will, during the course of the present Aeon, be possible to create magically and to effect material changes directly, unhindered by the encumbrances peculiar to physical organisms. It is to this end that the Saturnian element is brought into play. Ale hints repeatedly at the new type of feminine vehicle. Invoke me under my stars. Love is the law, love under will. There is the dove and there is the serpent. Choose ye well. This is a direct reference to the change from the lunar, serpent, current to the Isiac, dove, current. The Saturnian transformation from the one to the other lies outside mere abstract and ethical realms. It lies also in a physical realm, for Babylon must be released from the accretions of false belief which have encrusted her with the conventions of a decaying age. She must be free to extricate her essentials from their veiling particles. The best blood is of the moon, monthly refers to this aspect of the matter. It is the lunar force which, on being liberated from its association with the solar current of Horus once and for all, will be freed for magical use in the preparation of pantacles and eidolons, astral and physical. Babylon and the beast, the lunar and solar currents, will be free to unite impersonally, amorally, unhindered by the accessories of false belief. When the lion and the woman, the sun and the moon, have been purified in their manifestation, they will become the chalice for the wine of Isis. All these old letters of my book are aright. But is not the star. This also refers to the Great Transition. Sadi equals 90, which represents the full manifestation of the materializing agent itself, XIO. It thus refers to the lunar, nine-fold star. He equals the pentagram of Mars. He is the Shakti of the new Aeon, as was Luna of the old. Nodens, god of the great deep, is the initiated subconsciousness of the adept, the fully illumined consciousness perfectly aligned with the true will and therefore with cosmic consciousness. Pluto is the son of Saturn, the great mother of the Earth system, and the brother of Neptune and Jupiter. Uranus, on the other hand, is related to Saturn as the light-bearer of that current which is specifically associated with New Isis. Pluto therefore resumes the fourfold concept of the great cosmic current represented by Jupiter, Lopater, the biune parent of the gods, Saturn, the mother of the gods, Uranus, the secret power seed manifesting through the mother as the lower power zones about Sun and Earth, bringing in its wake the brilliance of the New Isis current, Neptune, the chalice of the feminine principle which is reflected into Saturn via the twin Neptune-Uranus streams of energy, and Pluto, who abides in the outer reaches of the system and who guards the void that veils New Isis. Both the STL of revealing and the 11th ATU of Thoth conceal formulae concerning the physiological basis of magic. The heavenly Isis, portrayed upon the STL in the dark sea-green hue of the new transpeutonic energy, is identical with the scarlet or vermilion woman who rides the beast in the 11th ATU. The goddess Nut typifies the all-embracing vastness of infinite space which encloses the sphere of Earth as an immense inverted bowl, star-sown and brilliant. The dome of stars is the heaven of the Earth. In a metaphysical sense, this void is the self in which all event acts appear as stars. The sky of Nut is the supernal womb within whose waters swim the stars, the Suis of her creation. The sun, blazing in her midst, is Horus, the son of Isis, the celestial Nut. But there is an earlier version of this ancient symbolism in which the arching goddess represents woman in the attitude of giving birth. The sun, as the sun, was born from the thigh as the great goddess crouched upon the earth. This image represented the first table of cyclic law, the first bringer forth of the seasons, times, and cycles of existence. In a primitive phase of mythology, woman was recognized as bringing the immortal principle into the round of manifestation by fleshing the father in the habiliments of the sun. This strictly physiological formula reveals the attitude of the priestess in the cult of Isis, which facilitates the free flowing of the starfire of Nut. In the space formed by Nut's body appear the three forms of Hadit: the winged globe, Ankaf Nakansu, and the phallus, represented by the ibis wand. The STL tells the story of the transformation undergone by the priest of the moon, Afnakansu. During the ceremony of gathering power which Isis is emitting in the sacred enclosure of the temple, the moon symbolizes the lunar cosmic forces, Horus, the control of these forces and of the phallic power consecrated to its highest purpose by the formula of Nut. Of the 11 major seats of cosmic, celestial power, New Isis is the 11th and most important for the present Aeon. There are 10 stars of great magnitude in the body of Isis and 1 star of vast magnitude, which is her heart. These celestial bodies appear in the bright and dark fortnights. They also are 11 in number. They are the same stars, but their influences differ according to the nature of the earthly power zones through which they operate. These 22 radiances, perfumes or celestial flowers, accord with the 22 Adis of Thoth and the 22 paths of the Tree of Life. A further 6 stars, dark stars, also exist, but these with one exception are of the Cliffith, Typhonian. Newt has manifested these stars in the heights, heavens, of Manas consciousness, as well as in the depths, hells, of her vehicles on earth. To manifest these kalas in their fullness is a work of great delicacy and skill. A profound magnetic sleep must engulf the priestess chosen for the ritual. The influence of New Isis concentrates the occult tradition in both its Eastern and Western forms. It also embodies the new current of energy pervading human consciousness at the present stage of its evolution. This current flows with a peculiar rhythm from secret zones in the human body and finds its outer focus and center of radiation in the transbiotonic Isis. Al was communicated to Crowley at the precise moment of the Earth's initiation into the new Aeon, and it contains the secret formulae whereby the rites of New Isis can be performed. Al therefore contains formulae of the most transcendental aspects of the magical energies of Horus, and the manner of harnessing and utilizing them in the sphere of human consciousness. Hitherto this sphere has used 10 major kinds of magic: earth magic, the magic of materialization; moon magic, better-termed sorcery; the magic of witchcraft, glamour and illusion; mercurial magic, involving such techniques as telepathy, electromagnetic radiation and kindred phenomena; Venusian magic, the magic of love for earthly ends; martial magic, that of energy and the dissolution of energy; solar magic, the magic of the human consciousness in its highest and most sublime phase; Jupiterian magic, the magic of conservation and control; Saturnian magic, the magic of change and the mysteries of death; Uranian magic, the magic of the true will; and Neptunian magic, a highly secret form of magic involving dream control. There is also an 11th form of magic unknown to the generality of men, Plutonian magic, which is identical with that of New Isis in the sense of being its mask, symbol, or god form. In a technical sense, Pluto is the wand of Isis projecting her rays into the earth sphere. In yet another, deeper sense, Pluto is the dog of the virgin huntress Artemis or Isis, and this is reflected in the most secret sexual magic of the 11th degree, OTO. These several kinds of magic were not always and at all times known and practiced by mankind, although at certain places on the Earth's surface one or other of them flourished and energized a particular tradition. It is the overflow, the waste aspect of this energy of which people today are vaguely aware and to which they refer, indiscriminately, as magic. Thus, for example, earth magic has been associated with mere fertility cults, not with the esoteric earth tattva of the mother goddess; moon magic with the puerilities of medieval witchcraft, not with the mysteries of the sun at midnight; Venusian magic with love philters and sensual delight, not with the feast of the super_sensualists, and so on. As the Earth's aura continues to be impregnated by the star rays of an alien system, new and subtle kalas also penetrate human consciousness. But until man becomes aware of receiving their impact from a crystallized zone of energy from outer space, he cannot evoke the corresponding kalas in his own body-mind complex and make them spatial and dynamic. Thus, when Isis transbiotonic first attracted Manas' attention, it became possible to unseal certain centers of energy which immediately received and transmitted power from the spatial power zone. This was made manifest in Al. But what appeared to some readers of Al as a mere recapitulation of the stellar tradition of Draconian Egypt proved on the contrary to be not stellar, lunar, or solar symbolism, but something including and transcending them, viz. the new Isiac mythos adumbrated by the zoomorphic mudra of Nut as figured in the STL 718, the resurgent New Isis, the secret silver star shining at noon in the depths of the earth. The STL resumes Al in pictorial form, even to the sacred seat which forms the foundation of the sun's light. The adept is instructed to follow the Iov of Nu in the starlit heaven. L. 2:76. Nu is described in the second chapter of Al as the hiding of Hadit. This is so in a literal sense, for Nu is the formula of reification, the veil, skin or hide that substantiates the spirit Hadit. To follow the Iov of new means to realize the spirit in the flesh, and the mysterious words in Al 3, with my force shall she see and my color is black to the blind, but the bluey gold are seen of the seeing. Also I have a secret glory for them that love me. This verse points unmistakably to the transpeutonic Isis as being the source of that incense or starlight which contains no blood because of my hair the trees of eternity. It is not the lunar blood that is to be offered, for this is the excretive materializing agency, but the inner Martian incense, the blood of burning air, as Pisces is the blood of water. These mysteries concern the 11 kalas or petals of which New Isis is the inmost and most subtle, the earth being the outermost, most dense. As it is written, the manifestation of Nut is at an end. This verse is to be read positively, and in this fact lies the key to its hidden meaning. The formula of the Paikan or Old Aeon, the Aeon of manifestation through the lunar blood, is now obsolete. Mankind has taken a step towards more tenuous realms where manifestation as such does not occur, but where through the electrical intensity of her hair power is linked to its source in the transpeutonic Isis, which is now producing upon Earth a different type of vehicle for the channeling of its energies. Woman as such is becoming increasingly dynamic and electric. She no longer concentrates merely a lunar and Venusian type of energy. She is instinct with a fierce lust which is driving her beyond the bearing of merely physical children. She is beginning to glimpse freedom and to make certain her release from the ancient and restrictive formulae of the Typhonian forces of the Piscean current. The ancient rites of Isis veiled certain secret signs or chakras which are only now beginning to revolve in the psychoastral vehicles of the new priestesses. Within the next few centuries, many such priestesses will enter the stream of the human life wave which animates this planet. The most exalted intracosmic reflection of New Isis is Saturn, which acts as an intermediary between the lower and higher transuranian spheres. Saturn is the great transformer in the process of change from the lunar current manifested by Venus to the Martian current manifested by Neptune. Isis and Saturn correspond to these spheres as Osiris and Horus do to Set and Nephthys. In Al 3:2, it is said, "Let the woman be girt with a sword before me." This indicates the dominance of the Martian element. Woman will lead the initiatory system of the new Aeon. Her priests are veiled and out of sight, even as Hadit is not perceptible at the center of the circle, or the Bindu in the Shri chakra. With my force shall she see strike at the worship of Nu. She shall achieve Hadit 3:44. That is, the old magic, more properly sorcery, which utilizes the lunar Typhonian fluid will be superseded by the new formula. Woman will achieve a Sui, a center of her own, independent of the male intervention at present necessary for her full initiation. She will be able to initiate not only herself but others also. My color is black to the blind indicates blindness or eclipse caused by the Typhonian fluid which renders spirit opaque by giving it a physical sheath for its functioning upon mundane levels. Hitherto spirit has not been able to act fully upon matter unless it had a material medium through which to work. Now, however, the life wave is attenuating with the passing of every minor cycle. It will, during the course of the present Aeon, be possible to create magically and to effect material changes directly, unhindered by the encumbrances peculiar to physical organisms. It is to this end that the Saturnian element is brought into play. El hints repeatedly at the new type of feminine vehicle. Invoke me under my stars. Love is the law, love under will. There is the dove and there is the serpent. Choose ye well. This is a direct reference to the change from the lunar, serpent, current to the Isiac, dove, current. The Saturnian transformation from the one to the other lies outside mere abstract and ethical realms. It lies also in a physical realm, for Babylon must be released from the accretions of false belief which have encrusted her with the conventions of a decaying age. She must be free to extricate her essentials from their veiling particles. The best blood is of the moon, monthly refers to this aspect of the matter. It is the lunar force which, on being liberated from its association with the solar current of Horus once and for all, will be freed for magical use in the preparation of pantacles and eidolons, astral and physical. Babylon and the beast, the lunar and solar currents, will be free to unite impersonally, amorally, unhindered by the accessories of false belief. When the lion and the woman, the sun and the moon, have been purified in their manifestation, they will become the chalice for the wine of Isis. All these old letters of my book are aright. But is not the star. This also refers to the Great Transition. Sadi equals 90, which represents the full manifestation of the materializing agent itself, XIO. It thus refers to the lunar, nine-fold star. He equals the pentagram of Mars. He is the Shakti of the new Aeon, as was Luna of the old. Nodens, god of the great deep, is the initiated subconsciousness of the adept, the fully illumined consciousness perfectly aligned with the true will and therefore with cosmic consciousness. Pluto is the son of Saturn, the great mother of the Earth system, and the brother of Neptune and Jupiter. Uranus, on the other hand, is related to Saturn as the light-bearer of that current which is specifically associated with New Isis. Pluto therefore resumes the fourfold concept of the great cosmic current represented by Jupiter, Lopater, the biune parent of the gods, Saturn, the mother of the gods, Uranus, the secret power seed manifesting through the mother as the lower power zones about Sun and Earth, bringing in its wake the brilliance of the New Isis current, Neptune, the chalice of the feminine principle which is reflected into Saturn via the twin Neptune-Uranus streams of energy, and Pluto, who abides in the outer reaches of the system and who guards the void that veils New Isis. Both the STL of revealing and the 11th ATU of Thoth conceal formulae concerning the physiological basis of magic. The heavenly Isis, portrayed upon the STL in the dark sea-green hue of the new transpeutonic energy, is identical with the scarlet or vermilion woman who rides the beast in the 11th ATU. The goddess Nut typifies the all-embracing vastness of infinite space which encloses the sphere of Earth as an immense inverted bowl, star-sown and brilliant. The dome of stars is the heaven of the Earth. In a metaphysical sense, this void is the self in which all event acts appear as stars. The sky of Nut is the supernal womb within whose waters swim the stars, the Suis of her creation. The sun, blazing in her midst, is Horus, the son of Isis, the celestial Nut. But there is an earlier version of this ancient symbolism in which the arching goddess represents woman in the attitude of giving birth. The sun, as the sun, was born from the thigh as the great goddess crouched upon the earth. This image represented the first table of cyclic law, the first bringer forth of the seasons, times, and cycles of existence. In a primitive phase of mythology, woman was recognized as bringing the immortal principle into the round of manifestation by fleshing the father in the habiliments of the sun. This strictly physiological formula reveals the attitude of the priestess in the cult of Isis, which facilitates the free flowing of the starfire of Nut. In the space formed by Nut's body appear the three forms of Hadit: the winged globe, Ankaf Nakansu, and the phallus, represented by the ibis wand. The STL tells the story of the transformation undergone by the priest of the moon, Afnakansu. During the ceremony of gathering power which Isis is emitting in the sacred enclosure of the temple, the moon symbolizes the lunar cosmic forces, Horus, the control of these forces and of the phallic power consecrated to its highest purpose by the formula of Nut. Of the 11 major seats of cosmic celestial power, New Isis is the 11th and most important for the present Aeon. There are 10 stars of great magnitude in the body of Isis and 1 star of vast magnitude, which is her heart. These celestial bodies appear in the bright and dark fortnights. They also are 11 in number. They are the same stars, but their influences differ according to the nature of the earthly power zones through which they operate. These 22 radiances, perfumes or celestial flowers, accord with the 22 Atis of Thoth and the 22 paths of the Tree of Life. A further 6 stars, dark stars, also exist, but these with one exception are of the Cliffith, Typhonian. Nut has manifested these stars in the heights, heavens, of Manas consciousness, as well as in the depths, hells, of her vehicles on earth. To manifest these kalas in their fullness is a work of great delicacy and skill. A profound magnetic sleep must engulf the priestess chosen for the ritual. The influence of New Isis concentrates the occult tradition in both its Eastern and Western forms. It also embodies the new current of energy pervading human consciousness at the present stage of its evolution. This current flows with a peculiar rhythm from secret zones in the human body and finds its outer focus and center of radiation in the transbiotonic Isis. Al was communicated to Crowley at the precise moment of the Earth's initiation into the new Aeon, and it contains the secret formulae whereby the rites of new Isis can be performed. Al therefore contains formulae of the most transcendental aspects of the magical energies of Horus, and the manner of harnessing and utilizing them in the sphere of human consciousness. Hitherto this sphere has used 10 major kinds of magic: earth magic, the magic of materialization; moon magic, better-termed sorcery; the magic of witchcraft, glamour and illusion; mercurial magic, involving such techniques as telepathy, electromagnetic radiation and kindred phenomena; Venusian magic, the magic of love for earthly ends; martial magic, that of energy and the dissolution of energy; solar magic, the magic of the human consciousness in its highest and most sublime phase; Jupiterian magic, the magic of conservation and control; Saturnian magic, the magic of change and the mysteries of death; Uranian magic, the magic of the true will; and Neptunian magic, a highly secret form of magic involving dream control. There is also an 11th form of magic unknown to the generality of men, Plutonian magic, which is identical with that of New Isis in the sense of being its mask, symbol, or god form. In a technical sense, Pluto is the wand of Isis projecting her rays into the Earth sphere. In yet another, deeper sense, Pluto is the dog of the virgin huntress Artemis or Isis, and this is reflected in the most secret sexual magic of the 11th degree, OTO. These several kinds of magic were not always and at all times known and practiced by mankind, although at certain places on the Earth's surface one or other of them flourished and energized a particular tradition. It is the overflow, the waste aspect of this energy of which people today are vaguely aware and to which they refer, indiscriminately, as magic. Thus, for example, earth magic has been associated with mere fertility cults, not with the esoteric earth tattva of the mother goddess; moon magic with the puerilities of medieval witchcraft, not with the mysteries of the sun at midnight; Venusian magic with love philters and sensual delight, not with the feast of the super_sensualists, and so on. As the Earth's aura continues to be impregnated by the star rays of an alien system, new and subtle colors also penetrate human consciousness. But until man becomes aware of receiving their impact from a crystallized zone of energy from outer space, he cannot evoke the corresponding colors in his own body-mind complex and make them spatial and dynamic. Thus, when Isis transbiotonic first attracted man's attention, it became possible to unseal certain centers of energy which immediately received and transmitted power from the spatial power zone. This was made manifest in Al. But what appeared to some readers of Al as a mere recapitulation of the stellar tradition of Draconian Egypt proved on the contrary to be not stellar, lunar, or solar symbolism, but something including and transcending them, viz. the new Isiac mythos adumbrated by the zoomorphic mudra of Nut as figured in the STL 718, the resurgent new Isis, the secret silver star shining at noon in the depths of the earth. The STL resumes Al in pictorial form, even to the sacred seat which forms the foundation of the sun's light. The adept is instructed to follow the Iov of Nu in the starlit heaven. L. 2:76. Nu is described in the second chapter of Al as the hiding of Hadit. This is so in a literal sense, for Nu is the formula of reification, the veil, skin, or hide that substantiates the spirit, Hadit. To follow the Iov of Nu means to realize the spirit in the flesh, and the mysterious words in Al 3, "With my force shall she see strike at the worship of Nu," mean that Isis shall realize herself in man through the formula of increation rather than through Nu's formula of reification or the continued production of external phenomena. Nu Isis therefore concentrates two stages in a single formula. By reification of the inherent dream, that is, by pouring out the self-subsessional image of ecstasy and then withdrawing it, it is possible to effect the formula of increation, having dissolved subject and object. In the hieroglyphics of ancient Egypt, Nu is represented by a vase pouring out liquid, the blood of reification. The best blood is of the moon monthly. This expresses the formula of Nu, whereas the formula of Isis is expressed in the words, "My incense is of resinous woods gums, and there is no blood therein, because of my hair the trees of eternity." The assumption of the god form of Baphomet, Bacchus Dipus, Ardhanarkswara, etc., is affected by and through the formula of New Isis. In the Aeon of Horus, the rays proceeding from her newly discovered focus of power can be harnessed by the use of this formula. The difference now as compared with its use in antiquity lies in the immediately sexual nature of its mechanism. Woman is for the first time acquiring the new Isiac attitude. She is relinquishing the baleful lunar influence which has held her in thrall for long ages, and which she in turn has used to exercise so potent a fascination over man as to render him, except in the most exceptional cases, the total slave of his animal propensities. L276 contains a hint of this formula. But remember, O chosen one, to be me, to follow the love of new in the starlit heaven, to look forth upon men, to tell them this glad word. The word me is identical Kabbalistically with Adam, ADM, which is applied to the female sex in Numbers 31:35, and to the menstrual flux in Leviticus 12 verse 7 and 15:27. Adam equates with the Egyptian Atum, the mother goddess of time, or periodicity. Hadit commands the following of the love of Nu in the starlit heaven, for Nu is Hadit's hiding, the veil of the spirit, and by knowing the veil the spirit also is known. Hadit also declares, I am the Empress the Hierophant. Thus 11, as my bride is 11. This is a direct reference to Nu Isis, the 11th power zone. Hadit says, I and my Nut are one. This may be read, I, Shiva, and my Nut, Shakti, are one, for the function of Shakti is to negate, and Nut is the great negative. Kabbalistically expressed, I one, I and my Nut not, O are one. One added to not is still one, but when placed against not it is 10 IO, i.e., the entire creation. The one beyond 10 is 11 Nu Isis radiating power through the twin terminals of Hadit and Nut. It is a sign of the universality of the new current that Austin Spare revealed the same technique as that given in AL, though in different terms. Spare's Zos Kia Cultus and Nu Isis Lodge are different names for the invisible house, or lodge, which radiates magical knowledge of the new Aeon. Ankaf Nakansu is the illuminator or life of the moon. He is the hidden god, the sun god in the depths of darkness. He is Horus the sun, depicted on the stele as founded upon the sacred seat of stone which is the symbol of Isis. Isis is the gate of Nvrti, while Nephthys, her sister, is the gate of Pravriti. Isis implies increation, Nephthys excreation. Together they form Nu Isis, which synthesizes subjectivity and objectivity and transcends them both. Increation is affected by a total reversal of the outwardly directed current represented by Nephthys, but Nephthys must have been realized before being recognized as the inner Isis. It is necessary therefore to understand the distinction between the ingoing Isiac current and its outgoing Nephthyian counterpart. On the stele, Nut embraces all as the outer veil of the universe, Nephthys, while Isis is disguised as the seat of the sun, Horus. Ankaf Nakansu faces him as his reflection. Between them stands the altar with the 12 rays symbolic of the solar heaven, the sacrificial emblems and the ibis-headed or lunar wand, held by the sun, Horus. The globe surmounting Horus typifies the spiritual creative power, the sun, star of Nu, Isis. The winged globe, Hadit, typifies its transmitter or carrier. The lunar current is implicit in Ankaf Nakansu himself. The sacrifices that feed the 12 flames or rays of the altar consist of oxen, geese, wine, and bread, symbols of the qualities which man must sacrifice in order to realize his identity with the hidden god to whom they are offered. Nu, Isis equates also with the twin terminals of Haru Areha, Arehorquit being Nephthys, Horparkrat, Isis. Their explosive fusion as Nu Isis equates with Kumbhakum, the absolute abolition of the outgoing and ingoing currents in a bliss that transcends their opposite modes of being. This supreme state of Nu Isis may be achieved by a perfect balance resulting in cessation of the Nvrti, Pravriti currents, when there is neither subjectivity nor objectivity but the witness alone of these states who knows, not only that there is neither within nor without, but also that there is not even the absence of these concepts. As AL too has it, for I am perfect, being not. This is the mystical manner of attaining the highest vision of Samvit. It is otherwise with the magician, He elects to keep separate the apparent modes of being implicit in Nephthys and Isis. Israel Regardie has compared Crowley with Sri Rama Krishna in this respect, and I think the comparison is a just one. Ramakrishna declared that he wished only to enjoy the beloved, not to be absorbed into her and to suffer loss of identity thereby. He wished to remain apart as a separate and imagined, i.e., magical entity. He wanted to taste the sugar, not be the sugar. In a similar way, the magician identifies himself first with one and then the other of the new, Isiac nodes in order first to transform the outer world by his alchemy, then withdraw it into the inviolable sanctuary of his being.
2. Living beyond time.
All secret keys of the former magic of the aeon of the dying god are now useless, since the lord of this new aeon of which I am the prophet is the crowned and conquering child. Asar, the man who suffers, is no longer the type of godhead to which man must aspire. He needs no more to die and rise again. His great work is now to come to know himself as the child ever, living, sinless, perfect, the all-shining sun. The emergence of the aeon of Horus from that of Osiris may be compared with the magical formula of the Egyptians known as Piriam_Hru. The mummified Osiris, having lain inert in Arnenta for long ages, stirs once more and emerges as his own child, Horus, crowned and conquering. The child is twin, containing within itself Hor, Parkrot and Are-Hor-Quit, the former reaching back to an indefinite unknown past, the latter projecting towards an equally unknown future. The point in time at which they meet is the present moment, the event act created by the explosive union of these two contraries. At this point, the past and future are obliterated and known to be unreal. The now alone exists, and existence is now, not of time but of eternity. Hor-Par, Krot is traditionally represented by the beast or dragon of the waters, the priest of whose mysteries is the dwarf god, the phallus. Hor-Quit is represented by the beast or bird of the air, the hawk of gold or the sacred peacock which the Yezidi adored, the priestess of whose mysteries is Babylon, the scarlet woman. Uniting these concepts in the ring of eternity is Nut, arched over the earth as if embracing the past and future in the limitless void of continuous consciousness. The magical doctrine contained in this glyph explicates the doctrine of Tetragrammaton. The components of this formula have been attributed to the successive phases of Ionic evolution. Yod I to Osiris, He H to Isis, Vav He VH to Horus. This formula transposed as HIVH Hiva forms the name of the beast, Hiva or Chiva. In the Equinox of the Gods, Crowley shows the numerical value of ACHIHA, a form of Chiva, to be 666. The beast, Chiva or EVA, was originally conceived of as female, as the manifester in flesh. The word therefore expresses the succession of the eons as the gradual unfolding of the powers of the beast, and the mode of creating the future by the magical formula of atavistic resurgence. That is, by the evoking of future states of consciousness, by the power of nostalgia's resurging from a forgotten past. This replaces the infinitely slower mode of evolutionary progression. The scientific possibility of such a process is adumbrated in the work of Einstein, Cantor, Whitehead, and others. It is a mystery of time. Its mystical formula has been known to initiates from time immemorial. Then, as now in the case of the mysteries of space, elaborate machinery was required. But initiates of the new aeon are in possession of a formula which can cause instantaneous transformation of consciousness without the necessity of complex machinery. The following observation is particularly applicable, the reference being to scientific techniques. As techniques progress, they do not become more complicated. On the contrary, they get simpler, moving on a plane where elementals are involved. The number of operations diminishes, and less equipment is required. In the end, men will hold the key to universal forces in the hollow of their hand. Few of those who possess knowledge of the key have the magical ability to avail themselves of its enormous potential. Crowley himself did not perfect an infallible technique, although he improved considerably upon the experiments of Theodore Roos. The Tantric comment cited several times previously gives more than a hint as to the nature of the materials involved. These ingredients are essences, kalas, rays of time embodied in the lotus, flowers, or magical zones of the occult human anatomy. Methods of vivifying these zones are given in AL, which, as Crowley claims, contains the supreme spells. Bo, although Crowley was the means of revealing, in the West, a fragment of these psycho-physical mysteries, his papers give no indication that he discovered the complete formula of the elixir of life, although he frequently repaired his spent sexual energies by magical means. In the Magical Record, 1920, he says, "It is now 6 years since we gained our knowledge. They have been crowded with experiment. We are arrived at the practical stage. We cannot understand the true nature of this force. We cannot measure it. We cannot create it or obtain it synthetically. But we can purify and intensify it. We can, within wide limits, determine at will the quality and scope of its action. We can postpone death, increase energy, or prolong youth. And we are justified in saying that we possess the elixir of life." In a note to the above, he added, "The elixir is only administered to selected individuals for good reasons shown. The normal course of treatment consists of 2 or 3 months preparation in the place prepared for the purpose in Sicily, followed by the necessary period, usually 1 month, of the actual experiment, which is made in the greatest secrecy." And in a paper entitled The Elixir of El Fay, 1914, Crowley wrote, "Although I was admitted to the 33rd and last degree of Freemasonry so long ago as 1900, it was not until the summer of 1912 that my suspicion was confirmed. I speak of my belief that behind the frivolities and convivialities of our greatest institution lay in truth a secret ineffable and miraculous, potent to control the forces of nature, and not only to make men brethren, but to make them divine. But at the time I speak of a man came to me, a man of those mysterious masters of esoteric Freemasonry who are alike its eyes and its brains, and who exist in its midst unknown, often even to its acknowledged chiefs. This man had been watching my occult career for some years, and deemed me now worthy to partake in the greater mysteries. With these he proceeded to acquaint me, and my life has since then been devoted principally to their study and practice. I say practice as no mere intellectual attainment is at issue. On the contrary, it would be simple for me to communicate the knowledge of the principal secret in 3 words, if I were not bound alike by my oath and by my natural good sense. It is the practical application of the secret that demands labor, intelligence, and something more. In my case, the 2.5 years of research on these lines have not sufficed to make me perfect, only to make me ready to bet about 3 to 1 that in any given operation I shall succeed. In the manifesto of the most secret order of which my master is the head, is written, "In its bosom repose the great mysteries. Its brain has resolved all the problems of philosophy and life. It possesses the secret of the stone of the wise, the elixir of immortality, and of the universal medicine. Moreover, it possesses a secret capable of realizing the world-old dream of the brotherhood of man." In the same paper, Crowley claims that this substance is known. Of it the wise men of old have written in many symbols. Hermes Trismegistus on his emerald tablet engraved of it, "The sun is its father, the moon its mother, it is born of the wind, and the earth is its nurse. Everybody has part of it, nobody has all of it. It dies at its birth, and it lives at its death." Eliphaz Levi called it magnetized electricity. In the Bible it is asked concerning it, "What is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion? It is made by dissolving sulfur in salt. It is made of the dew upon a rose, or of the pearl in an oyster." All these riddles have only one answer, and he is the wisest of all men on earth who can best solve them. For this substance is not only the strongest thing on earth, but the most sensitive. It is master of humanity, and yet perfectly obedient to the will of man. Say to it, "Bring money," and it obeys. Bid it cure the sick, and straightway they are cured. I believe there is no event within the fence of possibility that cannot be brought about by its use. Crowley launched various schemes for restoring lost youth and energy. Operation Melchizedek was one of them, Amrita another, and some of the numbers of the equinox contain advertisements for Rutha, the perfume of immortality. Many case histories survive amongst Crowley's papers, among them letters from people who had undergone a course of treatment similar to that described in his paper on the elixir of life. In no case does it appear that life was appreciably prolonged, although some cases are evidence of increased energy and good, or least improved, health. Had the courses been put on a proper basis, as Crowley hoped would be possible, a successful technique might have been developed. But funds were lacking and the schemes petered out. That the process was a little more complicated may be seen from the following extracts from the Kaula Tantric comment previously mentioned. The function of semen is to help build up the body-soul. The bindu seed that descends into the testicles is taken tip by the kundalini to strengthen the inner bodies. It would appear that we have in the worship of Shakti, which actually is the exercise of kundalini, the secret of rejuvenation. For the teaching is that, as a result of the life processes, there is a constant generation of ash, waste, or carbonic acid, and this waste is governed by the kundalini from somewhere about the region of the coccygeal prostate gland, the excretory region, the feet of Shakti. These emanations from the excretory region appear to have power to create worlds. Keep young. Get young, sweet-scented ladies for worship. They should be eightfold of act, ninefold of outlet, perfect as regards their form and free of disease. The city of the gods of vulva is hard to conquer. Its sheath is of gold. Its environment is happiness. It has a halo of light around it. Such indeed is the sanctity of the female organ that its real value is befogged by its glamour. Its secretions have the value of gold both in commerce and in medicine. It confers happiness in every way, but the way in which it confers happiness to the Shakta is not through deeds of darkness but by the light of initiation. He who knows this greatness, this city that is surrounded by nectar, to him Brahma the great mind and Brahma the female, the lady who is chosen for the worship, will confer longevity, fame, and ennobling thought progeny. Such indeed is the greatness of the sexual organs of the female, and of Kundalini. Aruna Upanishad. To the Tamils, the is a fluid derived from woman, obviously something that prevents senescence or aging. For ages the Siddhas have been stating that the excretions from women, called cow in the Vedas, are of great value. Mention is also made in the Upanishads, such as the Kalagni Rudra, on this subject. In some of the Yamalas, the use of the tongue, physical contact, and even mesmeric passes have been spoken of to get at the genital secretions from the women. It is these and such like practices that are to be deplored, for any trace of physical contact of man and woman provokes that detumescence which it is the object of the Shakta Tantra rituals to avoid. It may be remarked that this is true of certain but not all Shakta Tantra rituals. A cognate practice is mentioned in the Bible. A virgin named Abishag was selected from the tribe of Shunamites to replenish the youth and energy of the aging king by means of her magnetic sexual effluvia. It is stated that the king knew her not. Restif de Lauberton devotes a volume to the activities of the Palais Royal, where a form of Shunamitism was practiced in the 18th century. The sacred flower or lotus of the Tantric Kaula circle blooms periodically, the lunar phases determining the nature, quality, and power of the exhalations or perfumes. It may be suggested that the tribindu, composed of Shona, Sita, and Mishrakulas, remain inactive until the lotus blossoms at the time of the full moon. Crowley's record of ninth-degree workings makes it clear that he frequently changed the object of the rite without reference to the foregoing. Sometimes he changed it after a single working. He did this deliberately, though perhaps mistakenly. As suggested above, it is possible that actual transformation or transmutation occurs only at the time of flowering, when the gestating seed attains fruition. It is also probable that the object of the operation should accord with the influence characterizing each successive phase of the light or dark fortnight respectively. The Chandrajnana Vidya deals with the dual lunation and the 15 steps or grades leading up to the full moon, as well as with the deifications of the 16 nityas. Identifying each day of the fortnight, Lakshmidharil says that the Kaulas worship one nitya of the 16, each day of the fortnight, while the Samians worship all of them every day, the 16th nitya being worshipped on the 15th day as being the culmination and fullness of all of them. There exists a complex interrelation between the 16 nityas, the letters of the Sanskrit alphabet, and the power zones of the human body with their multi-petaled lotuses. There is doubtless a connection here with the 49-petaled rose of the Western occult tradition, though it is unlikely that this science of the Kalas was taught, or even hinted at, in the Rose-Cross order of the Golden Dawn. It is evident that in Asiatic lodges the rays or Kalas of the bright fortnight were used for different kinds of working to those of the dark fortnight. In the Thelemic system, Arehoarquit rules the bright or solar fortnight, Horparkrat, the dark or lunar fortnight. Works of revelation, creation and rejuvenation apply to the former. Works of dissolution, invisibility and inspiration to the latter. Crowley performed opera under these heads without apparently discriminating between the two classes of working. Many of the failures recorded in his magical record may be due to this fact. Also, the question of magical competency in the Shakti or ritual partner is of supreme importance. In the Asiatic arcane temples, women have been trained from time immemorial according to ritual requirements. The so-called temple prostitutes, Nach girls, Manjaris, Suvasinis, were highly skilled magical assistants, and in certain parts of Asia the Suvasini still fulfills her original function. That the office frequently degenerated into sensual indulgence does not alter this fact. In such cases, and they were numerous, the secret knowledge was withdrawn. Certain traditions maintained the ancient wisdom intact, couching its mysteries in literary and numerical ciphers, as easy to misconstrue as the cryptograms of the alchemists. In Crowley's day, in the West at least, the availability of suitable magical partners was virtually non-existent, and his choice of an assistant was usually determined by a subconscious magnetic attraction which appeared to have been based wholly upon animal vitality. Ideally, of course, the assistant should also possess special intellectual and emotional qualities. The Kalamard comment observes that, in no good or great magic ritual can there be dependence on one Suvasini alone. There are always assistants, substitutes, besides the worshippers. Often they are both worshippers and attendants mixed up. Of the ladies who serve the Suvasini in the ritual, to help her on, some exhibit qualities which may be called Vishidi, charm. Others are very loving, Kamasvari. Others are joyous, Moedini. Still others are crystal pure, Vimla. Some are sorrowless, Aruna. Some are masterful, Jaini. Some lordly, Sarveshvari. Some are really secretly helpful in yoga, Kalini. From the foregoing types of Vishinis, the priest selects his material for each stage of the PJA ritual worship. Rather, it is these types of women only who can serve him in the innermost triangled area around the Suvasini. In addition to the class of assistants known as Vishinis, two other classes, the Yoginis and the Arkashanis, are also described in the Kaula comment. It is the latter two classes that are involved in the secret techniques of Shakta Tantra ritual. In the comment upon Liber Agape, which contains the higher instructions of the OTO, Crowley claimed that the choice of an assistant depended upon subconscious attraction. He amplified this idea in a letter to Frater Saturnus 25 in 1940. I do not think that the fine types are likely to be much good. The gross are the best. People whose procreative instincts are naturally excessive, but have been turned by one circumstance or another into channels of voluptuousness and extreme libido. By libido I mean really, to use the word in its widest sense, an intense and instinctive lust for various objects. And in another letter to Saturnus in the same year, I am convinced that one important consideration is that of the partner, and this again is beyond the control of consciousness. In doing ordinary ceremonial work in the old days, I used to find that some people seemed to have a faculty of getting things to happen on the material plane, and that instantly. Usually, they could do nothing themselves. They were not even clairvoyant, but with me to get them going, phenomena began to occur at once. Finally, in a letter dated 1942, also to Frater Saturnus assistant, I feel sure that one needs a robust person overflowing with vitality. I should have thought anyone old, say over 45, would have caused not merely failure but avenging reaction. It is no good to keep a hen that can't lay eggs. It is the Orphic egg girt with a serpent, that hatches out basilisks. The Havajra Tantra describes the Tanaha Mudra, partner, used in the sacred rites. She is neither too tall nor too short, neither quite black nor quite white, but dark like a lotus leaf. Her breath is sweet, and her sweat has a pleasant smell like that of musk. Her pudenda gives forth a scent from moment to moment like different kinds of lotuses or like sweet aloe wood. She is calm and resolute, pleasant in speech and altogether delightful, with beauteous hair and 3 wrinkles in the middle of her body. By vulgar men, in fact, she would be classed as first rank. Having gained her, one gains that Siddlesy, i.e., magical power, the nature of which is the joy innate. Woman is the channel through which the magical current manifests. Invoking the ancient gods is a poetical or dramatic way of indicating a precise and scientific fact. commonly but erroneously supposed to be of a supernatural order. It is mysterious because not generally understood, but when it is understood it is, like all so-called supernatural phenomena, found to be of a natural order. The key to magical working is contained in the Book of Teoth. The 11th key has particular power in the present aeon. The Scarlet Woman is shown as the cup-bearer. The beast is in the form of a lion with 7 heads, thus emphasizing its connection with the stellar cult of Set, September or Sothis, which characterized the earliest eons. The leonine element, on the other hand, indicates the solar cult of the Aeon of Horus. The name Haru, Horus, is the root of our word, hero. The solar deity of all ages and peoples had this connotation. He was the hero who overcame the dragon of darkness, or slew the serpent of death. The Haru hero is the serpent of life, the lion serpent whose secret nature is indicated by the 9th key of the tarot. To the 11th key is attributed the letter T, Taith, meaning a lion serpent. Its numerical value is 9. 9 has a very special significance in the OTO. It conceals the central mystery of the Kundalini, of which the sexual energies represented by Yesod form a vital aspect. The astrological sign allocated to this key is Leo, represented by the tail of a lion, St. This symbolism indicates sexual magic. More cannot be expressed. A true arcanum is indicable, but there are various methods of sexual magic that are easily communicable, although their inner direction and application may be known only through experience. The magical path is strewn with wreckages caused by the faulty application of this formula. Crowley circumvented the difficulty, to a certain extent, by giving private and oral initiation. Being so prolific a writer, it is remarkable how surely he guarded the central secret of magic. The incident of Rus and the Book of Lies is significant. It is also significant that he published very little of a directly revelatory nature concerning these matters. Exceptions to this arc energized enthusiasm and 2 fragments of ritual, 2 articles which appeared in the Equinox in I9 I3. 2 fragments of ritual is described as being translated by Fraterkata P.9 degree, from a German MS, said to have been found among the papers of Weishaupt. As frequently emphasized, these secrets are of vital importance, and magical competence is essential to their successful performance. Crowley reconstructed the OTO on Thelemic principles in order to make it an engine for the generation of magical energy, an occult powerhouse of the new aeon. Candidates were, and are still, tested by severe ordeals before being admitted to the sovereign sanctuary. It has been noted that Crowley described the OTO as the first of the great orders of antiquity to accept the new law, the law of Thelema. This was a way of saying that under his direction the order had become the repository of mysteries originally celebrated long ages ago in Sumer. There is not available sufficient information of a historical nature to confirm this claim, but we can indeed indicate a tradition or current long anterior to the great orders of antiquity which he mentions. This is the primal African tradition manifest, recensively, in the rites and ceremonies of voodoo and obeah. L. 237 states, also the mantras and spells, the obeah and the wanga, the work of the wand and the work of the sword, these he shall learn and teach. The work of the wand is the work of the phallus. That of the sword is of the yoni. The wand symbolism is self-evident. That of the sword is obscure and requires explanation. Considered as a weapon of war, aggressive and offensive, the sword usually has a masculine connotation. On the tree of life Gebura is the sphere of the sword's activity. The earliest form of the sword or scimitar was in the shape of a sickle which cleaves, divides or cuts into 2. The origin of the symbolism is to be found in the thigh or haunch, which is the physiological emblem of the mother who divides into 2 when she reproduces her image. Division is the nature of Nut, the cleft one. She says, I am divided for love's sake, for the chance of union. In the 3rd chapter of Al, Arahor, Quit exclaims, there is division hither homeward. The primal home is the division, and the sword is identical with fission by virtue of its function. Its offensive associations developed later from this basic idea of cleaving, dividing, and bloodletting. Its shape, as sickle, is synonymous with the numbers 3 and, both of which are emblematic of the feminine birthplace. The planetary sigil of Saturn, H, reflects the shape of the scimitar or sickle as the primal figure of sea, and of the mother, Saturn. The Tantras preserve traces of the oldest traditions. The days sacred to Kali, the bloody goddess, are given as Tuesday and Saturday. According to rabbinical lore, Eve first menstruated on a Tuesday. In the Chaldean tradition, as reflected in later Kabbalistic doctrine, Tuesday is attributed to Mars, Saturday to Saturn. The two Sephiroth attributed to these deities are Geburah and Bina. The menstruum of magical power in the Aeon of Isis was blood. El restates the earlier tradition of Isis, as if there had been no breach. The best blood is of the moon monthly. These words are attributed to Horus in his positive phase as Arehoarquit. The vehicle of magical power in the present Aeon is semen. The gulf between the eons, symbolized by the Aeon of Osiris wherein the sacrament was death, may best be interpreted in Hindu terms. Chaos, the pre-evil stage of evolution, equates with the dream state, the fluid state of the cosmos before the fall, when it congealed into static form. Deep and dreamless sleep equates with the sleep of death, the sleep of Salome and of Osiris in Amenta, or Harukent, and Mahdi, who later comes forth by day in the waking state of consciousness. This is the Arehoarquit phase of the Aeon of Horus that merges, after the manner of the revolving formula of Tetragrammaton, into the silence of Turia. 4 degree. This reflects the phase of death, Arnenta, after the withdrawal of the projected force which has resolved itself into Newt, nothingness, and dies in an explosion of rapture. In his comment to Liber 418, Crowley notes, "The energy of Horus destroys, but must be withdrawn to complete the work, for his rays, if left in their object, would keep it vitalized. The coherence of the broken matter must be withdrawn." The process is spiral rather than circular, as in the Tetragrammaton formula. Chaos is re-entered, and the identity of the dwarf god Hornuserparkrat, with the original image of chaos, the beast, reflects or reasserts, in transcendent terms, that which Crowley has described as the rediscovery of the Sumerian tradition. The resolution of contraries, if only on the intellectual plane, helps to develop the faculty of consciousness necessary for MCRGCING, the ego, in a state transcending individual awareness. Cosmic consciousness then replaces ego consciousness. This is the object of the great work in its present phase. Sociologically interpreted, this may imply the dissolution of all barriers which hinder the free interchange of nations, races, and sexes, an instantaneous union of entities which, owing to artificial codes of conduct, have been considered disparate and unfusible. The political program of the new Aeon was stated succinctly by Crowley in Liber Oz. Questioned about his political aims, he replied, "I have no time at all to write politics. Our program is stated clearly in Liber Oz, and it should be always kept in mind that this is very much the same thing in principle as old-style American Republican individualism. I use the word republic in its widest sense. The existence of a monarch would not interfere with J." And in a letter to Frater Saturnus, dated 1945, he wrote, "By the way, about attracting people to the OTO. I still think Liber Oz is the best bet. There is a vile threat to the rugged American individualism, which actually created the USA, by the bureaucratic crowd who want society to be a convict prison. Safety first. There is no social insecurity, no fear for the future, no anxiety about what to do next, in Sing Sing. All the totalitarian schemes add up to the same in the end, and the approach is so insidious, the arguments so subtle and irrefutable, the advantage is so obvious, that the danger is very real, very imminent, very difficult to bring home to the average citizen, who sees only the immediate gain, and is hoodwinked as to the price that must be paid for it." Crowley conceived of the great work in terms of the next step, whether in relation to the individual or humanity as a whole. He was hard on those who idealized the great work as something remote and unattainable, the excuse of the weak-willed and idle, and he counseled the performance of a little real work now rather than a nebulous great work in the future. Learn first what is work, and the great work is not so far beyond. There is no static goal to be attained as in the case of the material cultures. No earthly utopias, no socialistic paradise, no final heaven or hell. The formula of the gods of ancient Egypt, indicated by the sandal strap or crux ansata, is not to be or to become, but to go. This is also the formula of the gods today. Matter is no longer conceived of as static, but as continuous motion, We mean by matter what was meant by ether 30 years ago. It is the medium by which phenomena take place or by which we become aware of them. The essence of Thelema is elasticity conceived as a lightning-swift adaptation to each and every phenomenon. Every event evokes its own unique response. There can therefore be no law or code of laws, in the sense that set reactions can meet the exigencies of any given situation. All moral codes are worthless in themselves, yet in every new code there is hope, provided always that the code is not changed because it is too hard, but because it is fulfilled. The dead dog floats with the stream. In Puritan France the best women are harlots. In vicious England the best women are virgins. Every man and every woman is a star. Ali 3 implies that each individual is free, if he did but know it, to react with total spontaneity to any situation. There is only one condition. The reaction must be under will, i.e., in alignment with the true will. It cannot then fail of fulfillment, nor can it interfere with the will of another individual, for each man's way is unique like the orbit of a star. Collision indicates that one or the other has strayed from his course. In a letter to Frater OPV, Crowley described himself as one whose business in life is to bring men to the realization of their true selves and the dynamic expression of their true wills. The experiences gathered during successive incarnations gradually unveil the core of each star until naught remains but pure light. By incarnating the true will, the initiate demonstrates the law of Thelema. This cuts right across democratic, humanitarian theories of helping others. None can be helped save by example. By helping yourself and rejoicing in your way, you help others and give the lie to false humanitarian ideals. Other forms of help constitute an impertinence and an interference. We cannot possibly know what others require at any given time. Furthermore, and from the highest standpoint, there are no others to help. The self is universal. The existence of others is an illusion on the path. By negating the separate self, others automatically cease to exist. Man is at the crossroads. Crowley's passionate urge to save mankind was no mere idealistic pose to appear as a redeemer. He was imbued with the idea of saving mankind from the impending disasters which he supposed would follow upon the non-acceptance, by humanity, of the law of Thelema as expressed in Al. He saw the prophecies and warnings of Al clearly reflected in the trend of his times. He wanted to save man from the consequences of misusing the tremendous forces that the new aeon will make available, forces which, once unleashed, will result in a catastrophe beside which that of Atlantis diminishes to non-entity. This was associated in Crowley's mind with the publication of Al and with the voluminous comment that he was preparing in Tunis.
Written to Frater OPV.
In May 1942, Crowley remarked, "It will be fatal to hurry the work of the comment and associated publications. If these are done perfectly, Thelema may bring to mankind several thousand years of unparalleled spiritual development. But if they are bungled, the aeon may collapse in less than 100 years. That collapse does not seem far off today." Eliphas Levi, whose magical attainment was considerable, failed to assess the nature of the impending danger. On the other hand, as Crowley notes, the writings of Alcafribas Nasir contained precise indications, at least of the dawning of the new aeon, even to the name of the abbey which exhibited the key word of the aeon, Tlilern. Liber Lix 5 degree gives an account of Crowley's incarnation as Enkaf Nakansu, a Theban priest of the XXVth dynasty. The shadow of a lesser catastrophe loomed at that period, of Liber Lix. Crowley said that its principal interest lies in the fact that its story of the overthrowing of Isis by Osiris may help the reader to understand the meaning of the overthrowing of Osiris by Horus in the present aeon. Adepts of the aeon of Osiris were fearful when they observed the portents of pending catastrophe. But there are few documents in which the conditions of the new aeon were correctly prophesied. Crowley draws attention to Rabelais' account, dated 1542. Ages earlier, dark presentiments visited the Atlantean Alps. Pauwels and Bergier quote ancient Indian texts that describe horrors reminiscent of atomic eruptions. They also note that over vast areas in the desert of Gobi patches of vitrified soil have been observed similar to those produced by an atomic explosion. Concentration of cosmic atmospheric pressures generated in remote antiquity inevitably built up enormous tensions before discharging their energies, tensions similar to those which we are sensing again today. Conjecture is futile, but subconscious memory of such catastrophes should enable us to adopt an initiated attitude to coming events. In Little Essays Toward Truth, Crowley defines energy as the sacramental motive of event. This may not convey much unless one is clear as to what is here meant by the word event. Any consciously willed union of opposites constitutes an event, act, and the marriage of Newt and Hadit is the condition of all events. The infinitely great Newt and the infinitely small and atomic point, Hadit, unite in explosive rapture, and the ensuing holocaust generates the event. The sacramental motive is supplied by an infinity of lust towards this union, towards Newt, that is towards Luni Ant, the void, the resolution of contraries expressed by the Chinese as O equals 2. The type and quantity of energy disengaged is in direct proportion to the degree of ecstasy obtained during orgasm. This in turn is determined by the incongruity of the elements which unite. Great aggregations of events coalesce, become cosmic in scope, and are called gods. A god is technically an energy aggregate of colossal concentration. When a vastly coagulated series of acts, performed under will, achieve cosmic magnitude, a god is born. And with the god is born a new aeon, which is the external manifestation of the interior current of energy generated by his momentum, not of his being, but of his going. There are thus gods and gods, and there is no god but man. The underlying doctrine is obvious. When a man, growing in consciousness by repeated acts of Iov under will, expands his consciousness to embrace all other consciousness, he becomes pan, i.e., one with all. There is thus no essential difference between any one universe and any other. Once consciousness has become cosmic in scope, the many selves vanish and the one self alone remains. The ego grows by establishing relations with other points of view and absorbing them, hence the bigger the ego, the less the sense of egoity. The universe is a set of events. They do not exist, they occur, cf. The electron, which has no mass, but is an electric charge. It is a dynamic, not a static phenomenon. Any stasis is a mere temporary resolution. Logic describes the process of thought, which is the essence of action. Mathematics is the language of logic. A man must think of himself as a logos, as going, not as a fixed idea. Do what thou wilt is thus necessarily his formula. He only becomes himself when he attains the loss of egoity, of the sense of separateness. He becomes all, pan, when he becomes zero. Again, in AL, every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference, I3. And let there be no difference made among you between any one thing any other thing. For thereby there cometh hurt, I22. If there were differences there would be not one, but many. Man would still be man and God would remain God. But because there is no difference, these concepts cancel out and man or God remains. It does not matter which term is used to designate the residue when all else is dissolved. Remember all ye that existence is pure joy, that all the sorrows are but as shadows. They pass are done, but there is that which remains. Crowley identifies the individual point of view Hadit with Kether on the tree of life. At the precise moment that man becomes pan-all, the point of view is dissolved in Newt, pure nothingness. For all is not. It must now be evident why Shaitanaiwas, the god of the ancient Sumerians, was regarded by a later, more egocentric people as the devil. It is the ego which is menaced and destroyed by Shaitanaiwas. As a maker of gods, this is his function. Later generations cast him out as being destructive of the individual, which is considered a great evil by the uninitiated. Yet from this death alone is man-God born. The phallus, being the earthly vehicle and symbol of the destroyer of the illusion of individuality, was also held in abhorrence. Sporadic attempts through the ages to revive the original pagan cult failed, and the phallus was guyed as the totem of humorous obscenity. The mysteries degenerated into phallicism, the latter-day phases of which are preserved in the cult of the Geet class of Ba prominent in voodooism. As civilization advanced, humanity became intensely ego-centered, more and more divorced from the great elemental tides and cosmic currents. In the Aeon of Osiris, this rigid armor of egoity could be dissolved only by the sacrifice of that which man considered to be himself, but which was in truth the mere excrement or shadow of his true self, that which he objectivized and worshipped as real. During that aeon, the great magic power was withdrawn. Comparatively few, even among adepts, were in touch with the vital power zones. The phallus was called evil to conceal its holiness. All real knowledge in the form of alchemy, theurgy, magic was prescribed. Science in the outer came virtually to a standstill, and for nearly 2,000 years a fog of religious fanaticism and superstition obscured the true magic of light. The fog is now dispersing a little. Gradual advances in the profane sciences show that the light was not totally extinguished despite the bloodiest persecutions known to history. Long ages previously Aiwaz had bid know thyself, but the time was not ripe. Man misunderstood the injunction. The Aeon of Osiris, of sacrifice, death, and redemption, was an abortive reflection of the earliest promptings of the spirit. The wrong of the beginning is a phrase that occurs in the tantras of Thelema. It may be an allusion to this false step which has caused centuries of untold suffering, but which has prepared man as could no other ordeal for the advent of Horus. In his comment on Liber LXV, Crowley claims that the formula given by Aiwaz destroys the idea of destruction as such. What was until now called death, the means of resurrection, in the formula of Osiris, FAQ, is to be understood henceforth as love under will. Aiwaz destroyed the principle of illusion. In particular, the belief of man that he is mortal Osiris must yield to the consciousness that he is the crowned and conquering child, Horus. Osiris has been chased into Amenti by Horus, who follows him thither, that his reign may be established even in the realms of death. In the new Aeon, death is become life triumphant, not through resurrection but in its own essence. The Thelemite does not suffer death. He is eternal and perceives himself as the universe by virtue of the categories of life and death, which are not real but subjective conditions of his perception, like time and space. They arc the forms of his artistic presentation. Aiwaz declares himself to be the soul of the desert. The reference is to the path of Jinnel, which joins Kether and Tifereth on the tree of life. This path crosses the abyss, desert, the essential characteristic of which is the absence of a soul. Crowley saw in non-Gnostic Christianity the darkest shadow ever cast upon man because it obstructed the light of Aiwaz, the primal initiator of humanity. The psychological ills that afflict man today are the legacy of centuries of suppression and dissociation. Because of them, man is unable to recognize himself. He lives in fear of himself and his powers. This deeply ingrained sense of guilt and shame has to be rooted out before headway can be made. Crowley, aware of these difficulties, made it a rule that candidates for initiation into the uses of the 93 current should have accepted AL and be prepared to work accordingly. The very act of the acceptance of AL cleanses the individual of aeon-old complexes. Crowley maintained that individuals born after 1904 would yield the best material, but he has been proved wide of the mark by many decades. Perhaps the manner of presenting Thelema on the part of his immediate followers was to blame. This is suggested in a letter which he wrote to Frater Viator 66 in 1942. Jane writes, that you could not hold any students. Now let us have a look-see. Why? The answer is plain enough. Look at your old magical diaries. They are the most conscientiously meticulous documents on which my gaze has ever been privileged to light, but I had no doubts, even at the time, whether any publisher of westerns or thrillers would have seen a fortune in publishing them as a serial. The word student itself condemns your strategy. We live in a time of insane excitement. We count the day lost when less than 50,000 homeless people have met with death in its most horrible forms, and even that is rather homely fare. Plentiful sauce of rape, torture, and cold-blooded murders on the largest scale must be poured over the dish to make it truly piquant, and send us to bed, patting our stomachs, with the reflection that life need not be dull and monotonous. After all, what use is it to go to bold-eyed youths, whose jaws drip foam with the hunger to join personally in these pastimes, and pep them up, youths who are permanently drunk with lust of blood, and action, ever more action, and ask them to practice asana, to learn to quiet the mind, to kill out the emotions? What you must do is to inflame them with the romance of the order and its work, with the marvel story of the Cairo working, as told in the Equinox of the Gods, instill the idea of the new Aeon, the coming of the crowned and conquering child, the birth of freedom as outlined in Liber Oz, the plan of the Master Therion to bring about the revolution by the 4 wars started 9 months after the 4 publications of Liber Al, and the need for each one of them to go forth and smite and establish the law. You have got to imbue them with the fanatical berserk amok airman commando spirit. You have got to work them up to be heroes and martyrs, each man himself a leader, yet able to devote himself to conjoint disciplined action. You have got to make each man and woman feel himself or herself an individual godhead, of supreme importance not only intrinsically but to the whole world. Pioners ou pioners. Note the vehemence of the spirit of Liber Al. Even its calmest passages throb with fierce energy. You must capture this savage, elemental rapture and communicate it to everyone you meet. The more perceptive members of the present generation exhibit a higher degree of freedom from the sense of shame and guilt that taints the sexual experience, particularly in old Aeon mentalities. Original thinking and a spirit of genuine scientific inquiry is beginning to emerge, viz., the experimental use of drugs and other modes of self-analysis and consciousness enhancement hitherto regarded with abhorrence. The individual is beginning to chafe even against the restrictions which individuality itself imposes upon him. He wants to realize universal awareness, to sense all experience, cosmically, spaciously, dynamically, breaking down all that limits him from total union and identity with the infinite unity which he knows to be more vital than bourgeois morality and the death-in-life isolation of insignificant personal awareness. The state of mind demanded by the hidden initiators of the adepts of today is described in Liber Cheth vel Valium Abiegni. Degree now therefore that thou mayest achieve this ritual of the Holy Graal, do thou divest thyself of all thy goods. Thou hast wealth. Give it unto them that have need thereof, yet no desire toward it. Thou hast health. Slay thyself in the fervor of thine abandonment unto Our Lady. Let thy flesh hang loose upon thy bones, and thine eyes glare with thy quenchious lust unto the infinite, with thy passion for the unknown, for her that is beyond knowledge, the accursed one. The selfishness of Thelema is true selflessness, and it is beginning to replace the mawkish, sham altruism engendered by false ideals based upon totally unrealistic and unscientific principles. Entire generations of people may destroy or damage their vehicles as this wave of desire for larger life gathers momentum. But it is better to fall in the struggle for a greater expansion of consciousness than for the false ideals foisted on fools from behind the masks of greed, malice, and ambition, the pseudo-god forms of the partial, i.e., the incarnated fragment of the self. The ultimate mystical understanding of this cosmic self has been expressed by Crowley in Liber Aleph. I am not I rid thyself therefore of this thought of I apart from all, but, attaining to consciousness of all by our true way, contemplate the play of illusion, all things being illusion, a man of sufficient knowledge, will, and imagination, could arrange his materials to compose any picture that pleased him. Most people are reluctant to recognize, much less interpret, the ominous portents manifesting now at the dawn of the Aeon. It is a hard saying, but the survival of the individual will depend upon the degree to which he has assimilated and identified himself with the Thelemic current, whether he happens to have heard of Crowley or not. This current is characterized by elasticity, fluidity, and ability for spontaneous adaptation. Comparisons might be drawn in this respect between Thelema and Zen Buddhism, or, more properly, Chan. Zen is peculiarly adapted to the spiritual climate of the Oriental mind. A certain black humor founded upon emotional indifference is an essential ingredient. Similarly, the Indian and Buddhist tantras, especially of the Kali Bhavani tradition, contain an element of inverted cruelty and intoxication characteristic of the Dravido-Mongoloid current which imbued them. Thelema is beyond any of these in respect of its universality. It has not emerged from a mental or spiritual culture confined to particular terrestrial regions. It has issued, independent of Mentatayan, through the media of practical human intelligences such as Iwas. Liber Oz is the simplest exoteric statement of the law of Thelema. Al and portions of Crowley's comments on it presents a more esoteric statement. The number of Oz is 77, which implies the formula of strength and function, and strength is the meaning of the word Oz. The number 7 signifies the specifically stellar nature of the energy involved. 77 is the number of the ancient genetrix multiplied by 11, the number of magic. 77 therefore denotes the nature of this magic and the mode of its application. 7 plus 7 is equal to 14, a number of Venus. 1 plus 4 is equal to 5, the pentagram of Newt. 7 times 7 is equal to 49, the number of petals of the rose upon the cross of gold. 7 is equal to 0, which is another way of saying O equals 2. The unification of these concepts indicates the formula of Babylon and the beast conjoined. Liber as appears to be an over-simplification of the tenets of occult notorious for its complex doctrines. It is Crowley's attempt to reach the heart of the most uncomplicated individual. Its simplicity and brevity frequently defeat this purpose. People suspect a trap, for they regard everything they can understand, or think they can, as of little consequence. Paradoxically, one of Crowley's greatest handicaps was his enormous knowledge, which completely divorced him from the average reader. He often omitted to explain abstruse technicalities, supposing they were known to all, and tended to elaborate the obvious to a ludicrous degree. He was quite beyond assessing the intelligence of most of his readers, and consequently his works remain a sealed book unless carefully annotated and explained. Those who have not read Crowley's works with care naturally miss the deeper implications of Oz. Yet, properly understood, it presents the most precise and austere code of conduct ever enunciated. Because it implies the total freeing of sex from the shackles of conventional usage, it creates an immediate resistance in the mind unprepared for new aeon attitudes. Christianity taught that sex is sinful when not fenced about with all sorts of restrictions. Sex constituted one of the greatest problems to governments and rulers during the Osirian epoch, because the ruling cliques were dimly aware that the sexual element had an obscure connection with individual creative potential. If allowed to manifest, this potential inevitably asserts its sovereignty and refuses to comply with the artificial standards of morality designed to enslave it. By enslavement, one potent factor of which was the institution of marriage _ the sex instinct was blocked on a massive scale. It formed a reservoir of energy which the priests and rulers drained in order to bolster their positions in society and the state. Thus, self-interested codifiers of the laws, by suppressing the free manifestation of the sexual impulse, automatically benefited themselves by the restrictions which they imposed upon the herd. In the case of the monk or the layman, the former had no legitimate physical outlet, the latter a greatly restricted one. Thus neither class constituted a danger to the powers that enslaved and vampirized them. On the contrary, they afforded a vast battery of energy upon which the oppressors constantly drew. The inevitable collapse of this form of restriction is at hand, and it will result in the total disruption of civilization. We now see the vast ocean of pent-up energy beginning to burst and overflow its dams on all sides. Mental diseases, nervous disturbances, physical disorders engendered by the artificiality of life under Osirian domination, are swelling to immense proportions. Liber Oz contains the key to the correct ordering and balancing of this energy because it is based on Al and on the baptism of blood which Crowley considered essential to the inauguration of the new aeon. In the third chapter of Al, the minister of Hoer Par Krat, i.e., Iwaz, announces himself as Ares or Horus, the Avenger. I am a god of war and of vengeance. I shall deal hardly with them. Krat or Kart is the original of the Hindu deity Kartikeya, which is a corrupt version of the same idea. Kartikeya, the war, god begotten of fire, is sometimes equated with the planet Mars, Horus. He is represented as riding on a peacock, the bird held sacred by the Yezidi. One of the social developments accelerated by recent wars is the release of sexuality from the thraldom of religious sanctions. The priests of Osirian cults, Christianity in particular, fenced sex about with threats of fire and brimstone and insisted upon the morbid repressions usually associated with such faiths. They insisted on total celibacy in the priesthood and monogamous marriage for the laity. Homosexuality was consequently rife among the priests and, as initiates are aware, this is a key to certain kinds of occult power. Even today, the baleful effects of the perversion of this formula are not entirely spent. Far from it. They are causing mutations and disturbances which are currently manifesting in morbid sex practices of a self-destructive nature. Where the laity was concerned, monogamy effectually stultified the free use and development of sexuality, nullifying its use for creative purposes and earthing it in sterile erotisms or in uninspired connubial intercourse. Time and habit neutralize and then destroy the electric interaction of twin polarities essential to the penetration of subtler planes of existence. From a physical point of view, the institution of monogamy led to a devitalizing of the sexual secretions themselves. They tired as metals tire, and eventually died of inertia caused by the exclusive form of intercourse imposed by monogamy, which permits of no fresh impulse, no new inspiration. The desire_body become increasingly surcharged and corroded by an accumulation of poison in the psychosexual system, first of the individual, then of society as a whole. Now, the dam has burst and we are experiencing the violence of reaction. The result in the social sphere has been to produce, in one mood, docile slaves too apathetic to oppose any resistance to their oppressors, and, in another, inhuman automata, zombies motivated exclusively by reactive and senseless violences which burst from the hells of suppression as the hideous god forms of distorted energy emerging as an ugly environment of misshapen thoughts and perverted desires. And the disease has penetrated to deeper levels than those of a psychosomatic nature. It has caused actual paralysis of the deeper centers of consciousness where the will itself has its roots. The true will remains eternally inviolate in its hidden sanctuary of interior being. Thus, in the Aeon of Osiris, genius was a comparatively rare phenomenon. So much so that some official scientists actually treated it as a pathology. Crowley realized that genius should be the rule, not the exception. He maintained that by systematic training he could unveil or invoke the genius of any individual. Crowley demonstrated this claim by awakening the genius of people who would probably not otherwise have manifested it at all, at least in such an enhanced form. Victor Newberg, the poet, Norman Mudd, mathematician, Nanette Shumway, a member of his abbey in Cefalu whose magical record contained passages which Crowley claimed to be equal to some of the Pfingsten literature. Charles Stansfeld Jones, Crowley's magical son and a great Kabbalist. Frank Bennett, a working man who received intimations of a previous incarnation when he had been John Bunyan, and who produced a record of visions in a style worthy of that avatar. Layla Waddell, a musician. Frida Harris, who carried out the designs for the new tarot pack conceived by Crowley in accordance with the magic of Thelema, etc. These individuals exhibited traces of potential genius while in contact with Crowley and the 93 current. The artist, the occultist, the scientist were among those who refused to conform to priestly superstitions. Even today, these sections of society are regarded with suspicion, if not with animosity, as a danger to society. People sensed in the artist, the magician, the alchemist, some undefinable yet potent quality that was inimical to their comfortable vegetative existence. The danger lingers on. The scientist Wilhelm Reich was eliminated by the American authorities because the logical conclusion of his discoveries implied the total overthrow of society as it is known today. Yet it is upon the debris of that society alone that the kingdom of Arehoarquit may be established and Liber Oz put into practice. The keen and persistent practice of Thelema by even a few dedicated individuals will effectually overthrow society and thereby facilitate the unhindered development of the new aeon and the reintegration of human consciousness.